right now. We're definitely trying to get this thing to stream across all the channels, but it's not starting on everybody's channels just yet. I'm not sure why that is. So we'll keep talking here. I'm getting some also issues with our first guest being able to join. So I'm not sure what's happening there. We'll keep trying it out here and we'll see what happens. We're going to try and maybe change the link or something like that. We'll see what goes on there. But trying to get David and the guys from Casino Quest in here with us. If need be, we'll have them join through Skype or something like that. So I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, I see the chats coming in. Only my channel's up for some reason. We'll take a look here and figure that out in a few minutes. But in the meantime, let's start talking about what we're doing here. Yes, Miles, there's a tech issue. Can believe it. I'll put your note up here. So yeah, there's a tech issue out of the gate. It's funny. We did a dry run of this thing during the week, and everybody's channels were showing the streams fine. Just fine. So I'm going to do some digging here while we're live and just kind of go through and see what I can find out as far as why it's not actually why it's not streaming around. So anyway, while I do that, let's talk about why we're doing this, why we're here, what's going on, and everything else. So this Craps-a-Thon is going to be, if it turns out to be me talking to myself for 24 hours, that's fine. But the idea here is to raise money. And this is going to be a 24-hour telethon. And the point being, and the reason we're doing this is to raise money for, I see, Fry is saying that my channel's not live either. I'll figure this out in a minute here. We're getting a note from Dennis saying unable to start the call. So I've got to do some digging here. Let me disconnect that. I'm going to try something here while we're live. See, new interview settings. Let's see. I wonder if it's just the link is wrong. I don't know. Let's try this. Let's go to guestspot.live. Let's try that. Let's do actually this. I'm going to make a new link. I'm going to try this with the guys, give us a new link to them and see if this works. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, we're doing live tech support. Let's try this one and see if that works a little bit better. Maybe they can get in now. Brian was able to get in. They weren't for some reason. We'll get it figured out. And I will also look into why it's not... everybody's time changed to show at 2 o'clock in the morning. What's going on there? I wonder what's happening. I'll take a look at the streams here in a minute. All right. Anyway, double pitch 7 on the stream. Sleepy 25. That is so funny. That happens. Anyway, let's get back to the why here, right? Why we're doing this. And I'll start this with a story actually, because years back, I had a health issue, and I didn't know it was coming. I had a heart attack, and I dropped dead, actually. And when that happens to you, funny things happen. And I won't tell you the whole story. It's a long story, and that's not why we're here. But the interesting thing about that story is that when I had the heart attack, I actually, I was playing hockey at the time, and my hockey league that I play in, it's 1,000 people in the league. My team, everybody else, they all got together, and they held a fundraiser for my family, because they knew I was going to be out of work for a while with the surgery and everything else that I was going through. So they raised money for us. And I remember being touched by that as a human. Obviously, that was really, really kind of a cool thing. But the more important piece of it was they felt like they had to do it. And they all said, we didn't know what to do. So we felt like there was something we had to do. And it made us feel like we were doing something. Like there's that do something-itis that you get sometimes. And when you are in a position where you can do something, I think it's important to do something. And so that's kind of the impetus for this whole thing here is I'm in a position now, and it's a small position, right? I've got this little tiny channel right now where I've got 1,000 subscribers here. And with a small channel, I've got a little bit of a voice, right? It's a small voice, but I know people who have bigger voices, and if we get the tech worked out, we'll have them joining us here in live time to get the thing streaming around everything else. So look at some channels are coming on board. BigAZ's online. That's good. So what I wanted to do is kind of get my voice to gather other voices in and say, let's use our platform for something good and something solid. So the idea then is to do this Craps-a-Thon thing and get everybody involved and get some donations from the community, get some auction items from people that we all know and respect and love in this community, and see if we can't get something special to roll out of this thing. So that was the idea here, for sure. And that's kind of the impetus for why we're doing this. So that said, again, I'm working on Demon Dog I see here. I'm working on the tech thing. I'm kind of like talking and working on the tech thing all at the same time. So I'm clicking stuff here and everything else as well. So we'll get it figured out. It looks like it started on some channels, but not all channels. I don't know why it's not starting across all the channels. I can't figure that out. We'll get it figured. Anyway, I see El Toro's here. Thank you, bud, for showing up. Skill and Luck is going to pop out of the gate here. And again, I'm still waiting for Casino Quest folks to jump in and join here. So we'll get them here in a few, and we'll start this thing rolling. But Skill and Luck asks, is gambling different than gaming? And that's a really good kickoff question. It certainly is. Yeah, so people are copying my link. I'm not sure what's going on. Anyway, is gaming different than gambling? I don't know. I think gambling is what it is, right? Gambling is putting your money at risk for the hope of fortune, right? You're gambling, to me, the word is risk, right? It involves risk. And when I talk about craps, and you all know this from watching my channel, when I talk about craps and Greg and a lot of folks that I'm close with in this community, we talk about this game and we come at it from a position of the least risk that you can put out there, right? Let's keep the risk levels as low as we can because we don't want to gamble, right? We want to make money, right? We certainly want to get in and get our profits up, but we don't want to gamble, right? There's a slight gamble, of course, whenever you walk in and you're doing your thing, but to me, it's like you put as little at risk as you can, you get to a level, and then from that point on, you try and earn profit. If you think of it like that, where it's more work, yeah, it's gambling, but it's not gambling. You're not out there trying to gamble away to win huge and put things at risk, like your life or your property or your house or your family, whatever else. And that's kind of the reason why we're here tonight. Gaming, on the other hand, I think is different. I have look, David's here. Hey, I think we might have Casino Quest. Guest is in the green room. It's risk versus reward, Joe. Absolutely. And you're saying, what can you afford to lose, that kind of thing, for sure, right? Gaming is fun. Gaming is I'm going to play to have fun. That, to me, is the definition of gaming. Gambling feels like I'm putting something at risk. And again, you may be chasing some reward, but you're inherently at risk. And I think that's a big difference there. So, yeah, gaming, Sleepy, you're saying gaming is video games. Sure. Gaming, though, playing a game for the joy of playing a game is nice. If it has a reward at the end, even better. But yeah, I think that's kind of where the difference is. I'm going to try and bring David in here. Looks like David might have come in. Let's go try and see if we can't. I don't know if David can hear us or not. We're going to try and bring him into here. Let's see what happens. I'm going to try something. Let's make this be our guest, David. David, can you hear me? No, not going to talk the game theory, PSO. David, you're mute. Oh, he's out. They tried to connect, but they couldn't get it to work. We'll give him another shot at it. In the meantime, I'll go back to the other screen here, and we'll talk about that. And actually, while I'm going here, I know that you're all on my channel right now. We'll get it spread out here in a bit. Whatever questions or thoughts you've got, 100% bring them into the chat. This is supposed to be completely interactive. Ooh, look, the BigAZ Blue Wrench crew is here. Gaming is strategic, says Dan Tana. That's interesting. Yeah, I think, to me, gaming is fun. I think gaming is when you come at it without a sense of risk, right? I feel like gaming is like the reward without the risk, and you're doing it for a different reason than trying to, like I said, gambling, to me, gambling is just the word itself implies risk. I think that's part of the problem with it. Not the problem with it, but that's kind of the genesis of it. I think that it can become kind of a vicious cycle here. So Uncle Angelo is here. Great. That's awesome. Good to see you here, bud. And Joe is here too. Joe Banda. Great. A lot of good familiar faces. This is awesome to see some familiar faces and names. Like I said, we'll get it spread out across the other channels here in a little bit. So with that said, I think one of the things that's going to be a theme through the night and tomorrow, hopefully we get this the tech stuff figured out, but the theme we're going to have throughout this, I believe, is going to be to bring in everybody's perspective on that exact first question. And I really want to thank Darlin for bringing the question up, the difference of gambling and gaming. What is your perspective on it as a YouTube channel content provider, which many of us are, and as a gamer or as a gambler in the audience? Like, what is your thought on that? Because I think if you think about gaming versus gambling and where gambling can lead you, and I think this is part of the thing. I was talking to Jacob. This is good. You're here. Hey, Jacob, how you doing? talking about investing. Yeah, if you say investing, people put money into it like the stock market. Is gambling an investment? Is gaming an investment? I don't know. But I can tell you this, the conversation that we had last night, and we'll get into this later on, Jacob, when you come on for your hour, is this idea of chasing it, right? When you get into the gambling cycle, and maybe gambling is more like I don't know, maybe it's more like a washing machine, I guess. You know, when I was a kid growing up in Jersey, we would go to the beach all the time and we would body surf, right? If you ever been to the beach, you body surfed. If you get caught up in that thing and you start rumbling over, we call it the washing machine. You get stuck in the washer. And gambling can be like that, right? Where you can get stuck in the washer because you lose a little bit, and to get to your win goal, you've got to win what you lost plus some, and then you're martingale-ing your life. And I think what happens is people want to martingale their life, and that becomes a big problem. So I guess, again, that's kind of where we're headed here with this hour, or this 24-hour show, is to kind of talk through, again, my thoughts, your thoughts, everybody's thoughts on that for sure. Let me go ahead and kick off here and show you some of what we have in store here over the next 24 hours. So Michael Hall's asking a question before I start. He wants to know how many channels are putting this out over their channels. It should be about 15 channels if the tech is working. And I know that I think one or two of the channels the stream is showing on theirs. Some of them it's not showing. So when I get a moment where I can just play with my screens, I'll go taking a look and seeing what I can find out. It's like David's trying to call in again. Let's see if their thing has cleared up. David, can you hear me? I can see you, David. I cannot hear you. But let's bring you over here if we can at least see your face. We'll get there you are. David, I can't hear you. If you're, maybe it says on my screen, guest has muted themselves. So I can't unmute you. Can you turn your volume up or unmute your side? Maybe not. Let's see if we're getting some internet latency issues, it looks like maybe. We're working through it, folks. I can tell you this, nobody's ever done, as to my knowledge, a 24-hour straight live stream with 24 different guests trying to do this type of thing. So I expect we'll have a little bit of this here at the outset for sure. So bear with us as we go through this. Yeah, David, it still says you've muted your side. And it looks like his screen is also frozen. So maybe there's just, yeah, there he goes again. We'll keep trying to get him back in here. I'll go back to myself again. Let me, while we're waiting for David to come in, let's run through some of what we have to offer, how it's going to work tonight, and some of the kind of the rules around this whole thing. So if you look at the top of the live stream, you'll see there's two links. One says donate, which is bit.ly/craps-donate. And that link is where you'll go to donate funds. Let me go actually and change my screen view for you. We'll go to the, let's go to my Safari window here. And we'll look at this, the donations total screen. So that donate link, Craps-donate, will take you here. This is the Craps-a-Thon problem gambling. This is the GoFundMe page where we're going to be accepting donations all night long. This is random donation amounts. You can donate $1 or 1,000. Whatever is in your heart to do, at any time you can do this. I will ask you this, while we're going, there'll be my channel, of course, and other channels hopefully going live at the same time. Do not, if it's been turned on, do not super chat anybody. The super chats go to the content providers, not to the charity. So you might be confused by that. Don't super chat. Go to this link here, this bit.ly/craps-donate, and leave any amount you want. Whatever's in your heart and whatever's in you're able to do, we appreciate. I'll refresh it. We're 175 now. You'll see that as it goes through, we'll start seeing this thing go. We're trying to get 10,000 is the goal here. We want to get one family, enough to cover a family for a month. That's sort of the mindset. In addition to straight donations, we have an auction running as well. So I'm going to go here to the auction site. And once you register for the auction site, you'll see the various things that we've got here available for auction. And these will be going all night long. What you see here is the minimum price that I'm putting up for each item. This is going to be just like, I got to change the coffee prices, by the way. This is going to be just like PBS, right? Everything here is going to be stupidly expensive, right? I know you can buy a Color Up beanie from Jeremy's Color Up store for less than $50, but that is that's buying it from Jeremy. This is buying it for the charity. So we're putting minimum bid amounts is 50. Then you can go a dollar per raise. So you can start at 50, you can go 51, 52, whatever for all these things. Let's look at some of the stuff that we got here. I think it's important to see what we have. We've got a set of dice that are red that are signed by Greg at 555 Craps. This is one of his personal sleeves of casino grade dice that he signed the wrapper for us. And that's available to you. Starting bid there is, again, $50 on that one. Let's go back a screen. Whoop, right. Back. We have Color Up has donated a few things. He's got a beanie. Jeremy has given us the beanie, a trucker hat, which is really awesome. Those are great. I've got some more of those too from Arnell. And he's given us a mug. So a Color Up logo mug as well. And of course, the big one from Jeremy, this is going to start at 500. I think this is going to go for a lot. We'll see. The Color Up craps table layout. This is the actual layout that was on his table for all the videos that he's done up until about a month ago. So every video he's ever published, all 400 and change, have had this layout on them. This is going, he's auctioning it off, which is, I think, fantastic. If you know Jeremy and you followed him and listened to some of his other podcast interviews and stuff, there's elf blood on this layout. And if you know Jeremy, you know what I'm talking about. That makes this even a cooler thing to own at some point. So there's the Color Up layout available. This is pretty badass. This thing was made by one of our listeners and subscribers, Zafir Shama. He took this picture of this owl, and if you look at there's a video here that shows you how it worked. There's a bunch of videos of him holding the picture on his wall. This is a picture of him taking the picture of this owl. This thing is pretty damn fantastic. It's awesome. So that is that's the hunting owl picture. Ken from Ken Knows Gambling is dropping one of his Hawaiian shirts on us. You get to pick the shirt you want, but any shirt he's ever worn or had on his channel, he's auctioning off one of his game-used Hawaiian shirts. I'm sure he'll sign that for you as well. I have my lammers, my chip separators. So those are going to be available, of course. One set of those being made available for the auction here. We've got Craps Nation dice in black, donated by Dave Carlin from Same Bet. Those are amazing. And similarly, from Sleepy2525, another Craps Nation member who really is like the dice guru. He gets all the dice for everybody. We have Craps Nation dice in white, which are badass. I use these things on my table now. These are great, like giant casino grade Yahtzee dice. They're awesome. What else do we have here? We have Hawaiian Crap Shooters. They are signing a hat for us, which is great. The whole team's going to sign a hat. It's going to be fantastic. Let's see, what else do we have? We have, this is going to be great. I met this person from Brian, actually this person is a subscriber of Mel, Craps Hawaii, who came to me through Brian, and this is hand-picked, handcrafted coffee. Oh, let's try David again. Hold on one second. Let's see if we can get him through here. He's in the green room, but no volume, no picture. Hey, David. Can you hear me? I can see David, but I cannot hear David. I can see you. Hello. Let me try and send a message. I can see you. Just going to write him a quick note, see if he sees that. We may have his tech figured out. We'll see. While he's getting that figured out, we'll talk about the coffee that you see on screen here. So the coffee, this gentleman it's a 3-generation family that's owned this coffee field, and they pick and deal the whole thing themselves. So this is handcrafted coffee. This stuff sells for like $55 a pound here in the States, here on the mainland. So that's another item up for bid. I've got a Pro Craps branded tie-dye shirt with my logo on the front, and on the back says Rack the Black. And Greg at 555, a one-of-a-kind Where's Greg's shirt here? Greg's shirt here. The one-of-a-kind 555 Craps t-shirt. Also with his famous don't pass with odds on the back. So that's a big one. And a part of this, most everybody here has agreed. El Toro, by the way, look at this thing. El Toro has created for us a crystal cube that's backlit. This thing weighs like 2 pounds. I think it's amazing. I almost don't want to put that up for auction. It's so cool. So that's up there for $100 to start. Again, roll these things through for sure. As you throughout the night, if you feel like you need to bid on something, go for it. I'll keep refreshing the screens here as I can and try and keep our bid prices updated as we go. I'll come back and forth to the bid screens all night long, as well as to the donation screens. We can always get a kind of a lens on where things stand there. So that's the auction items as it is now. There may be more coming in. Folks are still saying they're going to throw some more things for us at auction. So, David, I still can't hear you. I know I see you smiling and waving at me and stuff. I can't hear you, bud. You need to get your microphone kind of figured out. I'm not sure if it's me or you. Nope, it says I got no volume from you, bud. I can see his lips, but I should watch. Let's have fun together. You can see David. If I put his video in here, you'll see he's here. David is in the building. We just don't have any volume for him.
Microphone? How about this one? Is this one working? Oh,
I got you. Yes, we can hear you.
The red line went away. At least that's a plus. Can you see me, hear me? Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
We had the whole green screen schedule. Our hardware didn't sync up, dude. I got a whole team here. We spent 2 hours. Didn't work out so well. All right, well, I'm here.
That's all good.
Sorry,
hey,
my friend.
How are you?
I'm good. I got Timmy here. Slippery Timmy. Lean in here, buddy. Come on. There he is. Man. Good.
Nice to see you.
I'm doing good. We had a great what was it? Black Friday. So that worked out nice. Had a lot of fans. We were busy. It was we haven't made any money on any Black Friday since opening. So it was a bit of a tearful moment, I guess, for us. When we first opened, we opened on Black Friday 2019. And we had one guy wander in. The mall was packed, by the way. So we had, a lot of people walking through, and we were all ready, very excited. And one person finally wandered through, and they didn't buy anything, but they said hello, that they had seen our channel. So we came into this Black Friday a little skeptical. Of course, the next Black Friday was the. Am I gonna be able to hear them? Ooh, you're just gonna plug it right in. We're doing this. We're just sort of rigging everything. Oh, I think I'll probably be able to hear you now too. There you go. Oh,
hey.
Fantastic.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's right. So anyways, we went into this Black Friday a little skeptical, but worked out fantastic. We had a record-breaking day for us, so that's good. Yes. All right, so how are you guys doing? How's everybody out there? Thank you for being patient. Sorry I'm late.
I appreciate you. You keep coming, trying to get it back in again. That's awesome.
Yeah, we weren't going to give up.
Yeah, we're having some tech issues right now. We've got it's supposed to be streaming live on all the channels, but it's not streaming on everybody's channel. So I'm trying to figure out why that is. But as long as we can get them to my channel at least for now. We can get everybody ready. So you and I talked a little bit previous to this, and I'm getting some echo back from you all. It sounds like.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
we got.
I'm hearing it through.
Is there any way to turn this camera? Oh, you're hearing it through me? Okay, hold on a second. He's getting some echo back. Do you want to fix that? Anyways.
Yeah, I think I'm hearing voices on your end coming out of your speakers.
Oh, really? Coming out of the speaker? Well, we're at Casino Quest. We're still open.
Oh, that's what I'm hearing somebody out there. Okay.
Yeah, that's what that is. Okay,
that's it's just general good background noise. Cool.
It is. It's a good problem to have.
Tell them I lowered the game.
How do we adjust the camera so they're not looking at my bald spot, dude? What's going on over here? No one wants to see. That's a weird. Oh, sir. I didn't. Oh my gosh, Mike, look at you over there. Adjust your camera carefully. No, all right. Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah. So I want to start with this because we're doing this for problem gambling. This is a gambling addiction type of thing. And we had talked previously about this, but you're a dealer. You've seen a lot. You've experienced a lot. And I want you to talk to us about what you've seen, heard, felt, experienced, and just kind of give us a general sense of like from both sides of the table. I know you've got a personal story as well.
So, I mean, I have some really ridiculously bad stories. I have some other stories that, I guess the problem gambling thing doesn't end well. I have some good stories. I have a couple, husband and wife, that they were living in a weekly. They didn't come to Vegas very well prepared. And they ended up both hitting the fire bet. With the girl hit the fire bet. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the fire bet. You got a big craps audience, I guess.
Oh yeah.
And so it was at a casino that was 1,000 to 1. So they had $5 on the line. They were shooting from opposite ends of the table. They were staying at a weekly sort of across the street. And the young man was actually kind of communicating like they were screwed. They were going to get evicted. This was kind of they figured they were going to go all in. Right? Because there's a point where, I think that could be a problem. But if you only have like $20 left and you can't pay your rent, that's sort of the gambler's logic, right? Well, might as well just go in all the way and see how it works out. And it worked out great. They both hit the fire bet. They were the only people playing. There were no other bets on the table except a pass line and a fire bet. She hit a 6-pointer. She had $2 on the fire bet. She got paid $2,000. And it took a while to get them paid because, they have to fill out the paperwork. And the husband on the other side of the table, he was like, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to do that. But he only had an extra $1. And he didn't think he could follow up with the fire bet. He did $1. But anyways, all right. So that's a story that ends well. They don't all end so well. That's a gambler fallacy, right? So people buy into this idea that, well, I'm down 300. I might as well risk the last 300 to get it back, right? That's one of the things. The most epic story I have. How come this is so high? It can't be over here. Because I'm looking at him. Oh, I see. All right. Can I put him on this monitor? How do I bring him over here so I can be like, I'm trying to get these cameras squared away. Yeah. Cameras. So I'm not looking. There we go. That's better.
Just fall away.
The worst story I have. Actually, I don't know if this is the best story or the worst story about a gambling addiction, right? I knew a guy who loved craps so much. He was a lot of fun to deal to. He would start out at Caesar's Palace. Is this him freezing or me freezing?
Oh, you froze. I think David froze up again.
Still?
Nope, we lost him again. All right, that's okay. We'll hang tight here for David to come back here. No problem. We got part of it. Here we go. Let's try it again. Here we go. You're back.
I guess the lamp went off.
Really? All right. Yeah. So we had this gentleman. He would stay at Caesar's Palace for the first. He would come out for about 10 days at a time. The camera just collapsed. It just whacked the camera. It's like the Jetsons over here, man. It's like a carnival show. I mean, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this guy used to come out to Vegas. He would start at Caesar's Palace. He was a high roller, and then he would end up at the Gold Coast. So back in the day, the early 90s, the Gold Coast used to have some celebrity action, but it was a pretty if you really wanted to play, like get in the dirt type of dice, it was a great experience. Like, you got to see a lot of different action. It wasn't just, so the strip back in the day was limited to a pretty basic higher limit bets, this kind of thing. If you really wanted to see a table go, you had to go downtown, go to the Horseshoe, go to the Plaza, these kinds of places where they had a lot of tables, and it was, people buying it for $100 and playing across and really going for it, right? Anyway, so this guy was a broker from LA, worth millions of dollars, right? $1 million brokerage in LA, and married with kids, big house, all this stuff. He would always come to the table dressed to, he's either really still. Are we still there?
Yeah. Now you're back.
Right.
You're back again. Oh, we lost him again. That's right. He'll be back, I'm sure. This is fun, isn't it? Live TV for the win. Here we go.
There we go.
All right, there you go. Yep.
It's going to be a fight, sir. It's going to be a battle.
It's all good.
So,
it's all good.
Is it easy enough to plug back in?
It's plugged in.
Yeah, it's not hooking up with it. All right. So we have our internet. Is something wrong with the internet feeding the pipes? We have fiber here at the mall, and there's been it's ongoing problem. It can't be fixed till Monday, which sucks for us. But anyway, so this guy went through the very last time he came to Vegas. It turned out Caesars kind of evicted him from the room. And it was sort of his last hurrah. At that point, he had lost, over the course of about a year and a half, I watched this guy descend into literally just, he lost everything. He lost his house. He lost his marriage. He ended up he ended up a taxi cab driver. And so he worked for his tokes, and you would see him come in almost every day at the end of his shift. He'd buy him for $60. He played a bird game or a dollar game. And it was a pretty famous example of someone who just put it all out there. It's interesting because he was always the nicest guy. Win or lose, it was like you never knew this was going on behind the scenes, that he was literally losing his life. And for as long as I was still there at the Gold Coast, he was always, it's all he wanted to do was just play dice. He didn't care. The rest of it was sort of, miscellaneous, And so ultimately, that I think is the most, it's a story that sticks for someone who just sort of gambled their way into a sense of oblivion. But the good ending is it's all he wanted to do. I mean, he was happy just being a cab driver and, gambling $60. He went from this, I don't know what kind of stresses he had or how difficult his life was prior to that, but he seemed happy, honestly, right? But
you dealt to him, right?
I dealt. Yeah, it was a famous story. It was about over the course of a year, and it was sort of the end of his craps, his gambling experience. I mean, he was a legit high roller at Caesar's Palace. He would get a room, a suite, and they would set him up. He was on a credit line. Apparently, he had some trouble paying out his last credit line, so they would give him $50,000 or $100,000, whatever it was. He would spend that, and then I guess towards the end of the week that he was supposed to stay at Caesars, they finally they realized he wasn't going to be able to manage his marker. And back in the day, nowadays it's more stringent. There are more laws and there are more things in place for them to collect your money. But basically, gambling bets were sort of illegal in other states, so it was hard for them to collect on you, right? So some people would take advantage of this, and that's no longer the case, from my understanding. But yeah.
So let me ask you this. What I'm thinking the whole time here is collateral damage, right? So you said, obviously it hurts him, right? It hurts his family and everything else. But as a dealer in that situation, the casino doesn't care. The casino could care less. They want their money. They don't care if the guy rolls out and sleeps in a tent. But as a hero, working with the guy, you're dealing him every day. How does that? How do you bring that home? How do you filter through that?
I mean, you can't, man. You can't bring it home. There's so many stories like that. They roll out all the time. It was amazing. When I worked on the Strip, I would see it on a daily basis. Somebody who would sell their plane ticket, their return plane ticket to someone, I know a guy who lost everything, sold all his rings. I mean, he was literally going through his clothes, trying to, get people to buy his clothes. The money, he had to take a cab to get to the airport. The only thing that got him home was the fact that he had paid for his return flight, and I guess he had no way to sell it. But, you run across these. This is a constant thing here. People come with bigger dreams than they have, bankrolls or reality that plays out, right? You see it. I wouldn't say you see it a lot, but you do see it. Someone like this guy, I didn't hear about the after until I started seeing him come in as a cab driver. Then that's when it dawned on me that his life went through this material change. He seemed to handle it really well. So whether he was never upset, he was always very even mannered. He barely drank. He was a very friendly guy. You would never have known he went through this transition if not for some of the other players that were there that knew him. But I guess the radicalized or the radical ones where people lose everything on the table and they get drunk and they get upset and they have to be taken out of the casino or, those types of situations. Obviously you feel bad. I mean, it's not, I think in the minute you really don't know what they're going through until after. Right.
Right.
So like I've known a lot of friends myself who has had problems with gambling. I went through it with people. I mean, you surround yourself with kind of the same people, right? So when I was gambling and drinking, things like this, my friends were gambling, drinking. And in many cases, we would put ourselves into a situation. Luckily, at the time, I had a wife who took a lot of my tips out of play. So I was able to pay bills. But I got buried so often, you have no idea. I mean, I had to walk barefoot one time from the parking lot of the Gold Coast. So I found myself in the back of this car. Right? I'm not exactly sure how. I was supposed to work the next day. I had to, but I didn't have any shoes. So my clothing was in the back seat. And I remember thinking, I don't know how I left my shoes. And this is back before cell phones were a thing. So there used to be a shuttle between the Barbary Coast and the Gold Coast. And I had to take the shuttle because it wasn't my car, strangely enough. I didn't even have a car at that point, but I had to take the shuttle barefoot in my Gold Coast dealer uniform back to the Barbary Coast and then walk down the street to my friend's apartment. This is, by the way, this is probably the time when I realized I had, a legitimate problem with gambling. I was willing to give up everything, even my shoes, apparently, to keep playing. I mean, but yeah.
Wow. And then, wow, that's amazing. So you do that, you go through all that, and then you come back and you're still dealing. You're still in the business of it.
You got no choice.
How does your brain work, man? How does that happen?
I mean, the mentality of dealer,
I guess,
of course. I mean, a lot of people, they start out in this business and they go a little crazy at first, especially if you're young, right? You're young, you become a casino dealer. Back in the day, you used to get your money every day. It was delivered in an envelope. So you'd have your tokes, you would collect your tips every day. Mm-hmm. At the Gold Coast, I didn't make so much money, but when I got to the Rio, I was making 300 plus a day in tips or tokes, right? So you take that money and what do? You're young. You go, there's a lot of great clubs. There's a lot of great, places to drink. And, a lot of people that are in the gaming business are surrounded by, other people in the gaming business. And, people see the action. They want to be part of that action. A lot of dealers sort of try to level up, get beyond their means at first because there's so much money moving, right? You see all these people playing all this money, and you feel like you're in it, you know what I mean? And then by getting off of work, it's sort of an extension of that. And next thing you know, you're buried, you can't pay your rent, and you're out a few watches, right?
Wow. But it's easy.
But,
I lived in South Jersey. I grew up in South Jersey. And I never worked at a casino. I actually went to culinary school there in Atlantic City to work as a chef in a casino. I never actually took the job, but I worked in restaurants all my life. And I remember even at 15 years old, 16, every day getting those tips. Every day you divvy it up and you're walking out of a restaurant at midnight with $150 as an 18-year-old kid. And it's easy. It's like not even money.
Yeah.
You don't see it as money. It's just like, it's coming again tomorrow. So what do I got to do now?
I think people get caught up in it and don't realize it sometimes until it's kind of too late, right? Because for me, it was always about the challenge, beating a dealer. I was very competitive. It wasn't so much about the money. A lot of times I would find myself on a table, a dealer would take my money and I would look for that dealer to come back. Even if they went on break, I would follow them through the pit and I would try to, win my money. It was a competitive thing, strangely enough. But there were times I used to play at the Holiday a lot. I would get buried all the time. And I had a friend there with deep pockets that would always bail me out. And it wouldn't always work out so well. And then I would just be more buried. Luckily, he would extend the loan for a period of time and, he saved me. But it was a tough way to live, man. It was really, really difficult. Interestingly, there was no help. There's no person to talk to or no person to turn to. Casinos are really invested in you having no money and taking you don't want to leave the casino with any coin. They had they started with the $10, $25 table down to the $5 and the $1, and then a quarters and nickels and pennies on the way out until you had nothing left. You know what I mean? So, it's a very we have the school, and we have a lot of people that come to Vegas, especially young people that want to be a dealer. And we always tell them the big question is, okay, where do I live? What do I come with? So we tell them, listen, come with 3 or 4 months of the resources you need to, pay your rent, pay your bills while you're going through training, but also stay the hell out of the casino because you start that or stay, if you have an addictive personality, this is not the place to find out that you have an addictive personality, at least until you have a job, right? So we have had a couple students, even one very recently came to the school, was a fan of the channel. He paid for our, all year package, all the games, and within 3 days, he comes. So the first 2 days, everything is fine. He found a place to live temporarily. The third day, he comes to the school, and you can see he's got crap in his hair. It looks like he's rolled out from under a bridge, and now he needs a refund. He's got to get home because he's lost all his money. He has $0 to invest. You know what I mean? And we have an incredible turnover rate at the school. Strangely enough, we have so many people who start and then don't finish, for whatever reason, that we sort of lose track of, right? And Vegas will suck the life out of you if you don't pay attention,
Yeah. So what's the mindset like? So if you're recommending somebody come or don't come, or go to school, or don't go to school, you're saying if you may not even know you have that addictive personality when you first get there. You find out when you get there, but you're saying bring enough money for 4 months and stay out of the casinos. What's their because I want to be a dealer someday, right? I keep saying I want to retire as a dealer, and because I love the game, I like people. And I think I could probably handle it.
That's it. Well, so if you come to Vegas because you want the experience more of the Vegas experience, if you're looking for the limelight and you're looking for the gambling action and the drinking action, there's plenty of that. Being here might not be the best. In that case, it's really just a great place to visit. If you're coming here to start a career because you feel like as a career it's a good fit because you get to interact with people, you know what I'm saying? Like your motivation is more in tune with the opportunity than Vegas as a place. You follow? I mean, Vegas is, has its advantages, of course, right? But for some people, some of those advantages are a vice. You know what I mean? I don't even drink anymore. I don't drink. I smoked for many years. I don't smoke. That was a conduit for me as well. I loved going to casinos. As a smoker, I could just sit down and everyone was smoking, and so my wife or whoever I had at home didn't like me smoking, so that was one more reason to be at the casino gambling. You follow? Right. So I think if you come to Vegas with the right motivation, the right set of tools, the right support system, you come for the right reasons. If you come for the clubs, I mean, there's a lot of clubs, man, and they're not cheap. They'll suck the life out of you easy. So. That's interesting. Yeah, and again, it's the right personality. I'm going to have a guest on here later tonight who's going to talk about. He tried to go to Vegas and become a professional gambler. Oh, really?
And I know somebody else who's tried this too, and it's like, how hard can it be to win a few $100 every time you go? And it's not easy to do that and have that mindset. And for me, like my selfish motivation is again to go and be a dealer. And like I want sun. I live in Seattle where it's been raining now for 7 straight days. And I'm like, give me some heat, give me some sun, give me a sports team I can go watch, and let me go deal and have fun with people at the table. I think, that's my mindset for it. But that's not everybody's mindset. And I can see where you can get sucked into this thing and be like, I love the game so much, I want to go deal, and then you never leave.
I know a family actually. I know a family that came out where he was going to play poker. That was going to be their solve. They came out from another area of the country where there weren't a lot of jobs, and so they came to the school. It was actually a father and son, and the son was a sports bettor, the father was a poker player, and together they thought they could just lock it up, whatever luck or experiences they had from where they were. And every day they would be like, okay, how do you become a professional crap player? I mean, like, dude, that's not a thing. I mean, I've been doing this for a very long time, no matter what else is out there. I'm sure you'll have other guests, but in my experience, I've seen some people, martingale the field, grind the don'ts. There's a few opportunities out there to try to win, but they would always be like, what's the secret? Listen, you walk outside and you see a $4 billion casino. That's the secret. Own that. And then you can walk away a winner. Because they don't build them cheap. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the win. They have many people like you that come out here and whack themselves on our doorstep. and that's why they're so big. You follow? Like,
totally.
It didn't work out. It didn't work out with them. They this whole family, by the way, husband, wife, everybody, the kids, and they just came with absolutely the wrong motivation, the wrong incentives, and ultimately they moved to Mesquite, and then I heard that they had moved on from there, but. That's just it was not a win.
Tough deal. I mean, I always tell people, like, you look at Atlantic City, where I'm from, and Vegas. You look at those lights, like those buildings didn't build themselves.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
True.
Nobody just wrote a check and said, "Hey, let me just build a big old building here." That's all run on the backs of people getting their asses kicked. Really?
No, that's right. I mean, and the poker players that you see that have really, they're very well disciplined. Like, the guys that you see that stay on top of the game. Like, there was just recently a story, that Swedish guy that won the World Series a number of years ago. I mean, he had to go back to work as an accountant, as good as an aggressive a poker player as he is, right? So if you hear about those people on the top, oh God, I got a little story. I don't know if we got time, but I know one of the professional poker players. So he won back in the late '90s World Series of Poker, won exactly $1 million. You can look him up. He's a tall guy, speaks very slowly, and he won. And he has a gambling, a person. Amazingly, if you had met him, you would never think he was a degenerate slot player, like straight up slots, high limit slots at the Cosmo whacked him. The last time I heard of him, actually, a friend of mine was paying slots. He was a slot supervisor at the Cosmo, and he won a $360,000 machine. He hit a $360,000 $25 slot machine. Right, $75, $100 a pull. Can you imagine a poker player? I can't even get
my head around that. No, I can't imagine that.
They're on a slot machine. Like, people wonder. They give me shit because I play Keno for a penny. I play Keno for pennies because I can stay alive and have some fun and not be risking rent. You know what I mean? But he bought some houses and he got buried in the houses. He tried to convert his opportunity to real estate. But he was considered, one of the best poker players. He was a MIT grad, mathematician. I mean, a genius guy. I mean, you got to have a lot of discipline, man. You know what I'm saying? To win even that game, the poker game. Plus, you got to have ass of steel to sit in those seats, dude. Can you imagine getting to the final table? And, you're like 3 months in, ass in chair every day. I mean, dude, that's a lot, man. I'd be on Depends at that point, dude. I would just give it. You know what I mean?
That's funny. Yeah. And that a grinder mentality does take a lot physically out of you. I actually got a question for Greg, from Greg, a friend of mine. He asked, do you find dealing physically demanding? And I have to know because I have a bad back. So how am I going to do when I go?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. So the less physically demanding games are like blackjack, roulette, baccarat. A lot of times baccarat's a sit-down experience, so you can sit down and if you have a back problem. Mm-hmm. And dice, I teach all my dice students to not bend so much and not shift. You want your trunk to be sort of forward of the game, right? So there's a way to stay forward, protect your game, and not lean so far left or right. I've been a dealer 30 years and I've never had a back issue. I do some other exercises. So, you'll hear other dealers they'll rail about, oh my God, my back and everything else. That's because they've been bent over, like the actual expression, bent over a dice game. And you don't have to be so bent over. You know what I'm saying? Like there's other ways to sort of manage the game and not. Plus, I've always stayed in shape. It's one of those things you'll see. Getting heavy as a crap dealer is a detrimental because you put a lot of weight forward of your back and you're bending, and so you know what I'm saying. So luckily I haven't had that experience, but I think for the other games it's a non-issue. Blackjack, roulette, baccarat especially. Most baccarat games now are sit-down games, so you can just sit down and deal.
Yeah, the low ones, the nice low tables.
Yeah, the handicap. Yeah.
Cool. All right, a couple minutes left. I got to ask some craps questions. So one guy, one of my subscribers, always asks me about the math. Yep. Right? Do you play a math game, or do you see people win at a math game, or do you play just a go for it kind of a game? How do you see that?
So the math is great. I see guys that come to the table with the math. They have the little cheat sheets and they have all their presses worked out and all their go-to bets, and then ultimately table gets hot. They go on tilt. And then it's an emotional game. It becomes, how do we have fun and make the most money? Because sometimes the math goes south. Some people stay disciplined, stick with the math. I do not play a math game. By the way, until I really started teaching, even as an instructor, I don't focus on the math because it's not about the math. If you're dealing for a long period of time, the math eludes you. Your brain sort of gets sucked out of one ear, and you got to focus on colors and units. So if you talk to an experienced dealer, yes, you'll learn. You have to know the math: 7 to 5, 7 to 6, 36. There are basic sort of components you got to put together at first. But once you put any time in as a dealer, in order to go to scale, like in order to like move up to large amounts, because someone's going to put down, $973 on, on the 6 or so. You got to do colors and units. The math starts to get fuzzy. If you've seen some of these baccarat hands, the way they get to those baccarat hands, those big blackjack hands, they just listen. It's this many red, green, black, whatever the case is, and you just push them out there. You follow? So dealers stay away from the math. Even on the proposition box, there's a way to work. There's ways to navigate prop bets, again with colors and the units themselves, and not be so hung up on the numbers. But yeah, so I'm absolutely not a math guy. I know I get ribbed for that a lot. I'm about practical output, sir. Okay.
Well, I say some people base their entire play on the math. We're just going to go lowest
100%.
house edge and just kind of roll with, odds and that kind of thing. Other people are going to do more of a feel-based way of playing. And as a dealer, what I always say is this, and I believe that the casino makes money on the length of time, the house edge, right? We make money as players if you can catch a spike in a 15-minute window, right?
Yep.
So as a dealer and as a player, I suppose, right? How do you see that? Like, are you long haul or are you short term?
Yeah, screw the long haul, dude. I mean, serious guy. If you grind out a crap game, casino's gonna beat you, man. There's just no grind that's a win. And by the way, those comeback systems suck, and that's what casinos are teaching you all day. They love 2-point Molly, sir. Even before Molly became a drug, it was a drug for the casino. 2-point Molly is not a thing. You can play 2-point Molly all day long, and then wonder you'll be up a little bit, then you'll be down a little bit. The only people I've ever seen walk from the game are power pressers, place bet, power pressing across some type of system that evolved, because any number you mitigate, because there's all sorts of systems out there that work the math, right? What's the best? I mean, on the pass line, it's pass line with 2 come bets. You follow? It's boring as hell. It's same thing with the flat bet on the don'ts, right? So those are the 2 best math systems if you go strictly with the math and you're trying to grind out the game. But you won't walk from the table because the cable is going to get choppy, right? And choppy just means that the casino beats you both ways, coming and going. You know what I mean? They beat you on the pass side, they beat you on the don't pass. It's quite stunning, by the way. You can lock up a don't pass player and a pass line player all in the same game with the same roll. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
The only people I've ever seen, the Hawaiians, dude. The Hawaiians got this game figured out. They come hard charging and they could pull off enough wins, one big win, one ATS roll, one big win, and they're walking with enough money to pay for the next 5 losses. You follow? Mm-hmm. Because it's just, they could just go for the juggler. By the way, they're the most fun, just as a racial stereotype. I'm not putting it out. They're the most fun to deal with. You see the Hawaiians come out, like when I used to deal to Gold Coast especially, they would circle the table, $500,000 buy-ins, and they just go to town, dude. There's no math. It's all emotion. All they do is, I want to cross and press me till it hurts. You know what I mean?
Interesting. All right. Our last minute, then the last thing I've got to ask you then is this, because we talked about the addiction and everything else before, right? What do you do personally? What do you see that works for folks bankroll management wise? Because that's a thing I think people tend to sort of forget about or go by the wayside, and I'm a big preacher of that. But what do you see that works, or what do you do that works?
I 100% agree. So what I do is, when we teach people here, we talk to them about tiers of opportunity. So as our bankroll expands, so does our betting strategies, right? The reason why Vegas is winning so much money right now, even though there's so many less people here, is because people are playing short money. They're not playing with the right bankroll. They're not creating the right opportunity for themselves. You can't play a $25 table with $100. There's no strategy on the planet. at the same time, you can start. You don't have to start all in. Different people can afford different things. Create tiers of opportunity based on the win. You get to 2x. Now you've opened up some other opportunity to play. But be in the mix long enough to get to 2x, right? Or go to 3x, 4x, or being 4 times your bankroll, those types of things. And I always focus on a point where I leave, where that's it. I don't care. Once I get to if I get 10x on a $100 buy-in, by the way, or 5x, $1,000, that's my Keno walking money, sir. When I get that $1,000, I'm leaving. Even though I keep telling myself, listen, I was this hot, I'm going to hit another one. No, I'm going to get my ass in the car. You know what I mean? I'm even going to tell the clerk, listen, you see me cash out $1,000, just go ahead and give my machine away to somebody else because I need to get out the door. Because I'll just keep playing, thinking I'm going to win again. That's not a thing. You follow? Same thing 100%. With dice. I create. This is my walking money. When I get past that, I put that money. I squirrel away that money. I might, if I have 1,040, I might play the 40. Okay, but I'm walking with that $1,000. You follow?
Totally. I'm the same way. Yep. Squirrel it away, good. Lock it up, and play with the excess. If you're gonna have fun, have fun with that excess money. If that's what your game's about. So. Cool.
No, 100%. Good stuff, man. Really sorry I had all those technical issues.
It's not on you. I've had.
Wait a minute.
Getting things to go live too. So
I forgot the most important thing, dude. We so as part of this thing, if you don't know, we released a Craps app. I was supposed to have it on the damn green screen behind me, and it's at Craps-a-Thon, and you can play for free. And it's Craps-a-Thon. We got a lot of great things coming. It's literally for free. There's no ads, nothing to watch. You can play with your friends. For anyone that signs up, though, for a year, we're gonna for every yearly sub, we're gonna give away $5 to this charity. Okay, so anyone within this 24 hours that signs on, $5. So hopefully we have a bunch of people. I mean, it's only $50 if you pay for the year, so that's a 10% of that. We're going to give that away. We got bills to pay, but I hope you guys check out Craps-a-Thon. If you love craps, we just released it this last week. We've had a lot of really great feedback. It's a very immersive. It's literally the ultimate crap set that's out there. And I know I'm going past my time, sir. I apologize for that.
It's okay.
All right, but there you go.
That is fantastic, David. Thank you. And I'll make sure I'll put an ad up, a between screen for everybody to see that with the URL for Craps-a-Thon, and then also what you're. That's so generous of you. Thank you for that. That's amazing.
We're rolling out tournaments with gifts and Vegas, and you'll be able to come out here. We got a lot of things in the works, so definitely check us out. And my last plug is shopcasinoquest.com, and we'll put together another bit of money for you. And I hope you have a lot of luck and. Enjoy. I know you have a lot of great guests coming, so thank you so much.
It's going to be amazing. Thank you, David, for your time. I'm sorry we had a late start, but
no worries.
So valuable to get to talk to you. Thank you so much.
All right, take care, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
See you guys. Bye. Bye.
All right.
Bye. How do we do this?
All right. Whew. Okay. Hey, that worked out well. We got him in here. I think my voice might be too loud now. As we're going live, I'm discovering that my microphone, when you have an interview guest plus you, it seems to fight itself with the volume. So hopefully you all can hear me. I saw some of the chats coming through there. I got to a couple of your questions with David. Obviously more to come. So next up on the docket here is going to be Brian from Hawaii Craps Shooters. I'm going to actually make a little change here. I'm going to get back to the right link. Make sure that Brian can get in, and then we'll get him on here in a few minutes. Let me make sure that we're covered here. Guestspot.live. And we're going to copy that link there, send this back out. Hold on one second. Make sure that Brian has the link here. Let's see, Brian. New link. Okay, I'm going to send Brian the new link. I made a couple of changes to the stream here so that we can get our guests to come on live and join properly. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and we'll take a quick little break here. What I'm going to do is show you I'm going to do it every hour because I think it's important to do it. We're going to show the commercial again every hour. I want to make sure that we go before I do that and look at our donation screen here and see how we're doing. Let me go ahead and refresh and see if we've got any new bids coming in. There's the trucker. Let's go back to the actual auction page. Let's refresh and see. I see a couple of things got bid up. We've got $55 on the beanie so far, 56 on the dice. That's great. You guys got to get on this El Toro light and the owl picture. The owl picture, I'm telling you, is fantastic. And what you have to know, I'm gonna bring Brian in here. What you have to know, I've talked to everybody. Okay. I've challenged them all. This is Greg at 555 Craps' big idea. I have talked to everybody, and the auction item that fetches the most money, we're going to take Jeremy's table layout out of the mix because it's unfair, because that thing is going to go for a lot, I'm sure. The auction item that goes for the most money, that donator and myself will do an ice bucket challenge at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. We're going to end this thing with two of us dumping ice water on our heads. Hopefully it's Greg. I'm rooting for Greg to do that. I'm doing it no matter what. And hopefully the person who wins this thing, look, we got two people joining in. The person who wins it will go ahead and join me in ice bucketing themselves. It'll be hysterical tomorrow. Let's go ahead and take a quick pause. I'm going to go ahead and show you some more information about the NCPG. And I'll do a quick troubleshoot on some of the tech issues that we have, see if I can't get some of that stuff unlocked. We'll come back and we'll be joined by, looks like, Brian and the famous Chef Dice from Hawaii Crap Shooters. They'll join me after the break. I'll see you in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Our National Problem Gambling Helpline is like a 911 service. Anytime, anywhere in the U.S., you can call, text, or chat for help in your area.
I just learned how to play at a very young age, and then I started playing in junior high and high school, and it was just such a part of my life.
When I got my own bookmaker, he was really helpful. He said, you know, Donnie, when football's done with, I got basketball and hockey.
We lost our home to foreclosure. We lost a motor home. We lost a car. This was all our daughter's senior year of high school.
All right, we're getting hooked up here with the Hawaii Crap Shooters guys. We're getting Brian in here. There's Brian. This will be Chef Dice on the bottom right here, I think. Let's see. Let's get Chef Dice. Oh yeah, I hear him. I can hear the rooster.
John?
Friends, how you guys doing?
Awesome.
A little bit of echo on your side, so one of you should probably turn your microphone off. There we go. Or maybe, yeah, I can hear you fine. Yep.
Oh, okay. Can you hear my pet chickens?
I hear the chickens. We love the chickens here. Absolutely. How are you guys doing?
Good. Awesome. Do you have the other camera too?
What's that?
Do you have the other camera?
Yep, I see both. I have both ends of your table. I see both of you standing there, and the other camera view that I've got is the other side of your table, so I can see the whole thing.
Okay. Is there still an echo?
Yeah, we're getting some echo from you though. So what you have, probably 2 devices that have volumes on. So.
That one is better.
But from down there, we're good. I'm going to put, while you're going, put James's note up here. A Weiss Bucket wet t-shirt condo. You don't want to see me in a wet t-shirt. But I do have a surprise for, hang on one second. I'm going to come back here in a minute. You guys got to clean that up there a little bit, if we can.
I'm going to turn this up. We got to just listen through here then.
Yeah, when you have multiple microphones going, it definitely gives that feedback loop. So if you have one microphone only and one speaker only, but you have the echo cancellation on, that should work a little bit better.
How's that?
That's really good right there, actually. Yeah.
There you go.
Look at that fancy mic. Big old Yeti right there, huh? Yeah, love it.
It's like Hawaii Crap Shooters, go big or go home. It's like Hawaii Crap Shooters, go big or go home.
Yeah, still a little whistling. We got it figured out.
Sorry.
No worries. We'll get it working. So we expect this, right? This is one of those things where we are first time I'm ever doing live streams with like 40 different people, right? So we have all different camera setups. Everybody's got their own thing going on. So it's going to take us a second here to get it figured out. Not to worry, everybody. I'm going to give you a view of me just so you can see me.
We can just think it here. That'd be good.
I'm back and I've changed. I'm wearing your shirt. Yeah, you guys had too many mics on in that room. That's the problem. The problem is that your whatever speakers you got going, your microphone is picking up that sound from your speakers. So you want to have your microphone as far away from your speakers as you can.
Yeah, I turned on both of them. Hold on. One second. I'm just going to connect this one again. Yeah, no more.
How's that?
Shouldn't have the feedback. No feedback.
A little bit of feedback still. Oh, let me try that, David. That's good. That's a good call. Let me try and mute Chef Dice. Can you say something now? Now we lost Brian. Let me try muting Brian. How's that work? Can you guys talk again?
Can you hear us?
There you go. That's better.
Okay.
I muted you, so that'll work good. So I'm going to turn you up a little bit volume-wise. We should be good. All right, here we go. So, what's the plan, guys? You want to do some shooting?
Yeah, we're gonna do the HP 120, and then we'll do 30 rolls, and then we'll do the bucket.
We'll do the bucket at the end. It sounds good.
Yeah. So, $20 a dice we get in there. Why not? For a great cause. So we're gonna do $20 a dice. I think we got 15 pairs, so we're gonna do 15 pairs each.
Okay.
And we're gonna count the dice, and it's gonna be $25 a dice.
$25 per die you get in the bucket?
Or $20. 25. You just said it.
I just said $25. I upped it. That's what Jerry Lewis did all the time, right? Holy moly, guys! Right? All right, here we go. So for those of you who don't know, and I want to make sure I make this announcement. So I know that a lot of folks are on here from the other channels. The stream is still not streaming to everybody's channel. I don't know why. I'm going to try and troubleshoot that. So send your folks, if you can, to my channel for now, and then we'll get it figured out. I don't know what's happening with the feed. I've got an email out to their support. I'm trying to type support emails while we're doing this and get it figured out. So we'll figure out why. But for now, run them all to my channel. And for those of you who haven't seen this yet, hopefully my volume is good. The Hawaii Crap Shooters HP 120 was released last night. Okay. And this is like your ramped up version of the HP you released last week, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was doing a review of that. I watched it late last night, and I love it. You know me, the only thing I would change, and I'll tell you this in person, right? What I would change with it is I would go bigger on my hedges, right? So to me, when you hedge and your hedge is exactly the same as your bets are, you're even, right? I hedge for a little bit more. Like I would put, in your case, $3 or an extra $1 on the 12, an extra 5 on the yo, and an extra 2 on each of the 7s. When the 7 comes, you may as well take another 30 or 40 bucks in, right? If you don't get a 7, you lose an extra 6, big deal. You're going to make that back because of the way you shoot. I would go a little bit more, and I said this last week too. I would go a little higher on those hedges. Waylon's saying it here too. Hedge to win for sure, because I think when you hedge to win, it just makes it better when the hedge works. To me, it feels better, and it's only a couple of bucks. It's actually going to cost you like another $9 to do it that way. Just my 2 cents.
But that $9 takes away from your play money. That's the only.
It does. It takes a little bit away from that, but you got to get hit anyway, right? You still got to hit 2 shots, right?
We're gonna see. We're gonna see today, right?
Let's see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So why don't you explain it as you go here, okay?
Yeah.
Say
He's
again?
gonna deal for me, and then while I shoot it out, and then we can do the challenge.
He's gonna do. So Chef Dice will deal while you shoot.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Oh, you're gonna shoot too, right? You're shooting too, right?
I got to get my camera turned on. Hold on one second.
We're not live, huh? I think so, huh? Are we on the air, John?
Oh, yeah, we're live, baby. We are live, warts and all. This is great. We're out there and smack a rooster so we get some extra noise coming through here, right? We want to make sure we're having fun. Absolutely. Gotta be live. All right, I'm going to go ahead and change my screen from me. This window here will change to my table. I think my table is now on. Link. There we go. You can all see that. Unlock that. I'll make it a little bit bigger. All right, so we're not gonna be able to see your don't come, but that's okay.
You can?
No, it's fine. The way I'm just resetting my windows here to make it look like it's gonna make sense. Let's put you guys like there.
How much are you buying in?
Oh, you should buy in for it's $240, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna buy in probably 8.
8. I was gonna say 2,400, but that's go for it.
Okay, I'm confident. 800, please. Marker. Marker. Right. Name is player's card. John Copos of Pro Craps.
There you go. All right, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna change my microphone. I'm gonna change my microphone out too because I'm gonna be at the table. So give me 1 second to change up while you guys get yourself set.
White bread? Yeah, give me 10 whites. John, you there? Oh.
Can you hear me now? There we go. Yeah, I switched up my mic because I'm going to be away from the table. So I switched out to go to a different spot here in my room. All right. Let me get myself set up over here. I'm going to buy in for an even 1,000 as well.
Oh, 1,000. Mine 1,000. You want to give me black.
1, 2, 3.
John got a blast. He's going to do the pineapple press.
Yeah. I'm doing a pineapple press, right? That was what we talked about?
Yeah. So that means I got to shoot more than 4, right?
You better. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900, 1,000. All right. Okay, I'm in for $1,000 here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play it my way a little bit. I'm going to go $50 don't and 44 inside and run it that way. I may go 64 across. We'll see. I'm ready for you.
All right.
I'm going to come out like Greg, unprotected on the don't. So whenever you guys are ready to roll, let me know.
Okay, I'm going to go 120 on the don't pass and $10 hopping the sevens and a $10 yo. And $2 on the 12. Where you guys can see the yo.
All right, I need 1 1/4 per shooter.
Yeah. Yeah, we're ready on this side.
I am ready for you as well. Here we go. I got 1 1/4 per shooter. Come on out.
Okay, dice out. We need a deuce. We need a crap number.
Snake eyes.
Sneak that.
Stay off that 7 for me. That's all I want. Somebody in the audience, when you see these spam things come up, when you guys please cancel those out for me. I can't do that from where I'm sitting.
5, 5, 4, 1, 5.
Points 5. All right, here we go. I'm gonna go 64 across. $10 table here for me.
Mark the 5, and then $30, 6 and 8.
64 with 9 change.
15 on the field. Oh, did I get it? Oh, that's my guys, yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
And then up the. Oh, no need for flags. Okay, we're good.
So explain us a little bit about your strategy. You're playing the HP 120, which you had 120 out there on the don't pass, right?
Right.
And then you hedged that with 30 on the 7 on the hopping 7s. You had $5 on the yo. Is that correct?
Correct. And
how much on the
$2
And how much on the 12?
$2.
Okay. So that's your setup. That gets you past the come out. You're safe on the come out. I'm naked on the come out. I'm just going $50 naked. So just let everybody know what you're playing so we understand how that works out. Yep. Let's roll.
Okay. Right now I'm playing $75, 30 on the 6, 30 on the 8, and 15 on the field.
Yep. Okay, you're playing like a modified cross. I'm not. I'm just going across. You got to save me here, buddy.
Okay. Dice out. We're going to hit the 12 or 2s. We want extra cheese. Extra cheese.
Call it. What is it?
Aces.
Aces. Okay, aces.
Aces, extra cheese.
There you go.
Oh.
Those of you guys who are blocking and taking care of the spammers, I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. And Wager, I'll get this figured out, Wager. I'm trying to, as I'm working through here, what's happening with the live feeds. I don't know what's going on.
You ready, John?
I am ready.
All right, dice out. We need the 12 now. We need the triple cheese.
I need a hit.
Seven.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah,
All right, I'll take my 50 here on the don't. It's all good.
We'll show you. 120. That's what's good about the HP. So I actually made a $30 profit in that short roll.
That's awesome.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Okay, I'm ready.
We'll let you set up 120 on the don't pass, and we'll let Chef Dice set up my 42 on the inside protection.
So 120 don't, 42 in protection. That's going to be 30 hopping 7s, 5 on the O, or 10 on the O, and 2 on the 12. That's your protection. I'm coming out $50 don't naked. So I have no protection here.
John's gonna do the spinner. You gonna do your chopper? Are we gonna see the chopper?
Is it me rolling or you rolling?
You're rolling. You're rolling.
Oh, I'm rolling.
Next
Okay, here I go.
roll.
No, I'm gonna. I will do the white dice, by the way. The Craps Nation whites.
We like
I'm
white
not-
rice.
Yeah, I'm not doing the chopper tonight. I'm gonna
No
do.
chopper. The famous chopper.
I'm gonna roll straight up. Here we go. Dice are out. That's gonna be at 5, 3, 8. Easy 8.
Easy 8.
Easy 8. I'm gonna come 64 across again.
Okay. 25 on the 5, 30 on the 6. And can I get check change?
I'll get 9 change. Okay. So I'm at risk for $16 on a 7. You guys ready to roll?
Ready.
All right. And what are your bets right now? Let the folks know what you're betting on.
Oh, we got quarter on the 5, 30 on the 6, 15 on the field, and $8 heartache.
Okay. Here we go. Dice are out. Yo, 11, yo. Pay the field. Field roll 11.
And then make my heartache 16. So I'm bumping my heartache to 16.
Ooh, okay.
To cover my don't pass and my 42. My 120 to cover my 120 don't pass and my 42 inside protection.
All right, here we go. Dice are out. That's a 5, 4, 1, 5. No field 5. I rolled. That's a 4, 1, 5.
Yeah.
I'm getting paid 14. I'm going to press up my 6 and my 8
I get
by
paid
1
20
each.
net.
Pineapple style, working the inside out.
Did you roll?
Nope, not yet. Here we go. I just got done paying myself.
Oh,
Here we go.
I guess the YouTube is delayed.
Oh, you guys got that 5, right? The 4, 1, 5?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm coming out with a new one. Here we go. Dice are out. 4, 2, 6. 4, 2, 6, the lumber, 2x4.
Yeah.
Pays me 21. I'm going to press the 5 and 9.
I got net 20.
I'm still at major risk.
I had no risk at all except for the point.
Here we go. Hit number 3 for the pineapple. Let's go. Dice are out. Oh, that was ugly. That's a 6, 4, 10. 6, 4, 10 that rolled.
Oh.
6, 4, 10.
$15 again for me. I'm
I'm going to pay myself 20 for 2.
Qualify you, John.
All right, I'm up where I got. This is my money shot here. Roll 4 for me. Money shot time.
Money shot.
Money shot. Let's get it done here, huh? Okay, dice are out. Ah, womp womp. 4, 3, 7.
On the money shot.
On the money shot. 4, 3, 7. It's all right.
Oh my goodness.
But you guys did well, right?
HP 121, $62.
Nice. Pineapple Press lost.
So how much I won in the first one?
I need that money shot, man. Here we go.
Not bad.
We have to watch that video. We have to go watch that video.
All right, set me up. 42 again. John, how much are you down?
I'm down like $16, 32 bucks.
Oh, not too bad.
No, not at all. Not at all. This is that deal where you're just going to wait for the good one, right? What are you guys going to score for me? I know it.
Yeah, we don't go heavy on the first, right? All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Dice out. What do we need?
A 12.
No, we need a 2 or 3.
Niner. Okay, here we go. I'm going across again. 9 change.
6 and 8. Up in the 5s. So I got the iron house. I got the easy with $30 6 and 8 and 15 on the field and hop in the 5s for $1 each.
I'm still 64 across, looking for 4 hits.
Oh, you got the small pineapple, huh?
Yeah. Baby.
Let it grow.
Baby pineapple. It's Seattle. They don't have any sun over here. You can't grow.
SpongeBob. Okay, dice out.
Here we go.
Seven.
Take my don't. You get one more crack at it.
didn't lose anything. HP 120 didn't lose anything.
There you go. Good job, guys. That's awesome. That's why it's a great strategy.
Shoot, I have to go watch that video. Damn, missed this.
My own crew member didn't watch the video. He's too busy. 42 inside protection.
John's rolling.
Yeah, John's rolling.
Here I
You need a
go.
long roll, John.
I need a long
John.
roll too.
You're
Come on, John, you're due for a pepper milk. Come on.
go.
reminding me of silver. What is that, please?
Little chopper there. Hey, 6410. New point, 6410.
10. Oh, that's the DP's dream right there.
That's the point you want right there, right? Here we go.
That's what you wanted.
75 out.
$30 6 and 8.
4 and 10.
Maybe I should let Chuck dice shoot. Jeez. Yeah.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Dice are out. That's a 549. 549.
Niner.
14 for me. I'm going to press the insides.
That's the hopping 5 balls. Oh, face the 5 with the 50.
That should be this.
Rack 2. Need some more whites over here.
Just build them up that way.
You get paid to qualify.
You qualifying John right now?
Hey, even in Reno, I qualify, John.
Oh, yeah, you have to. You have to. All right, here we go. Dice are out. That's a 426.
6, 20.
The lumber. The lumber pays 21 for me.
I went 20.
Pressing my insides, my 5s and 9s that time.
Probably just wait. Patience.
Here we go. Nice easy roll here, huh?
You got 6 shots right from here.
There's a 325. 325.
$20 in there.
Okay, for me that pays 21. Get the 4 and the 10 pressed up. Racking a buck, making it look like 5 in my rack.
What's that doing this? I don't know.
All right, y'all ready?
Ooh, put this on the hard 5. Wait, 25
Okay.
on the hard 10. Hard 10.
So 0.7 ounce asking to hear, while we're talking, I'll put this up on screen. 0.7 out Troy's asking to hear more about what it means to qualify as shooter. So while I'm getting my dice set, talk to me about that. What does that mean?
Qualifying a shooter is almost like a 5 count, but with the HP 120, you get paid to while you wait, rather than just waiting till the guy throws. So the HP 120, you can make actually up to $100-something while you're qualifying. So they're qualified if they can pass 6 to 7 rolls. And we weren't qualified for the first 3 shooters.
Right, so I'm not qualifying anybody. What I'm doing here, I'm just going straight across, and I need to get 4 shots.
Yeah.
Right, so I've
John
got
has
no qualification at all. All I've got here is a don't pass that almost covers my bet. So I'm going at this thing pretty well stripped down and not covered. So that's the difference. They're qualifying it so that if I 7 out quick, they're making money. Here I go. The chopper. Do your thing, baby. 549. 549. Money shot. I made the money shot. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's going to pay me 21.
Stress free right now. We just gotta
And I'm down.
And you can either choose if you like bring
So for me, that earns back what I got beat on before.
But this is one good bet. You get even. You get paid even for 2 to when you get
Just my 110, 15 bucks.
5% versus 16%. 15.6%. 5%.
I'm still in the don't down here for 50. So what I'm going to do now, so I just cashed out, Brian, on the money shot there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead now and do something different with my profits. So the Pineapple Press did its job. I'm going to come at this thing with 20 bucks on just the 4 and just the 10 and parlay them a little bit. I'm just going to play around. Keep my profits in my rack and just play a little bit here. Here we go.
Yeah, you got to pack up the HP 120. We're ahead.
You guys are doing great. There's a 314. 314.
$15 more.
It's going to pay me 20 for 2.
Oh, you're catching up.
I'm going to press both the 4 and the 10 there. I'm at 20 bucks each on them. Here we go. Dice are out. Here we go. 628. 628.
Nice. 20 bucks.
Same as Reno here, Brian. My regular shot sucked. I switched to the chopper and I made a little bit of money. That's good.
Yay.
Right? It just seems to be a lifesaver. 6-5 yo 11 yo. Pay the field.
11 yo. Pay the HP 120. My rack is growing.
Good. This is what friends do, right? Friends make each other money at the casino. Isn't that the whole point? Right? That's what we're here for. Here we go. Dice are out. That was a hard 6. 2 3s, the 3V, the hard 6. There you go.
$20 for
nice.
HP 120. I was gonna say hard 10 there.
I need that 4 and 10 to hit off for me. Here we go. Dice are coming out. Here we go.
$90.
That is a 639. 639, no field, or center field 9.
Can I get them now? No, okay.
15.
What I should be doing is going back across, right? But no, here we are, another spammer. Good Lord.
One more hit, then we'll start pressing.
You ready?
Yep.
Here we go. Dice are out. Dice are flying. 617. Couldn't do it for you.
Oh, shut
617.
Gosh, darn it.
That's all right. I ended up in profit, though. I ended up making all that money back I lost earlier, so I'm good.
Okay, this is how much money I made. HP 120. It's the 240 I started with. So how much did we make? We made about $105. Not bad.
Made 105. That's great. Even though I got whacked on that 1.7 that you threw, I mean, it's not much to talk about here, but I've got 20 or 15 bucks in profit. I'm okay with that after losing 50 on that one. So one good roll made it work for me. So I feel good about that.
Oh, it'll be hard for you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. You're up.
Okay. What's our time? 5:38. Okay.
I'm going to switch up my deal a little bit here because I know I got my friend Dantana here. I'm going to do something fun. You'll see this.
That's the 42 inside. I gotta get a good roll.
I'll do this every single time.
There you go. You get a good roll. No sniping yourself, huh? I hitting the 7. You ready, John?
I am ready. Born ready. Let's go.
All right,
no 7s here.
Did you just say that? You said
No 7s. Here we go.
6. Easy.
Thank you.
6.
All right. I'm going to go super lightweight here. Again, we're going to go 64 across for me.
I'm glad you trust me. 25 on the 5 and the 8. 30 on the 8. And
Okay, 64, 9 change.
Give me $8
All right.
on the cards.
And a point was 9. All right, cool. Here we go. Dan Tanner, we're gonna do Butterberg. I'm gonna Butterberg this. Butterberg light, exactly. I'm gonna transition light to dark here as we go. I'll show you how I do this.
All right, dice out.
You got it.
Fiver.
Good deal. It's gonna pay 14. My 10 comes down.
$16.
On my next hit, I'm gonna go into the don't.
Dice out.
Okay.
Oh, what's that?
5.
Okay. Way to throw a repeater there, huh?
It's the trend. I hope you catching the trend there.
I'm Butterberg, and I switched up here. I'm going to pull down and then go back out again with the winnings. You're going to need to do a 8 roller for me at least.
Sixer. Pointer. No,
6.
that's not sweet.
15 for 1.
Ouch. This is down.
And down.
Oh, not. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's down.
Love this system.
Ouch. I'll bring that down. Okay, point is made. We gotta come out again.
Was the point 6 or not? It was 6? My bad, sorry. Point was 6, now it's made.
Yeah.
When you play yourself or you wouldn't qualify it on yourself, right?
Yeah. I would blast it this message.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, dice out. $10. 6, 4, 10.
Sweet. It's a great point.
It's an 8. And then maybe check change. And the 5s. Okay. All right, dice out. Let's get some 12s. Seven out. 7 out.
All right. So much for my 9 rolls I needed from you. Whatever. No judgment here, though, I promise.
Oh my gosh. Let's see how much money I got.
You gotta warm up. You go Vegas next month.
Yeah, I hit a point at least.
Yeah.
You got to throw it cold, right? There's $75.
3, 6, 7, 8.
All right. I am now up 54, which is cool. We got about 15 minutes left. You guys want to go to the bucket real quick?
Yeah. All right.
Let's do it.
We're calling it right here?
Yeah, I got 15 minutes left. Let's go to the bucket. It's going to take us about 15 minutes to get through that, I think. So.
Okay. What did you end up with? I profited $50.
I profited $54.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah. The Butterberg, I'm telling you, that thing on the right size roll, that thing can make some money. So that's really, really good.
Okay, we're gonna have Chef Dice shoot, and he's gonna pledge $25 for each dice that he throws in.
All right.
Yeah. Can you guys see Can you guys see the bucket?
We can see it. Yep.
Wait.
All right, for a good cause, guys.
Everybody else pledged as well, right? If he's going to put them in there, you guys got to put money up too. In the chat, I want somebody to throw $1 per dice in the chat and match him. Let's do it.
That's a good one, John. Wait, can you guys see the bucket?
We can see both. Yeah, both him throwing and also the other side too. So it's great.
All right. Okay. All right, $25 a dice from Chef Dice. Chef Dice out. That's 2. 2.
Whew.
That's 3 dice. 4 dice. 6 dice. Wow. This guy been practicing. Oh. 7 dice. 9 dice.
Wow.
And I just called him, today. See if he could get off of it. Oh, you got robbed on that one. 2 of them went in and out. Oh, 9 so far. Let's go. We got more dice. Oh, in and out. I think you got too much energy in your dice, Chef. Oh, there you go. 10. $250 from Chef Dice.
I gotta sell some food now. All right, let's make that one up. All right, here you go.
Let's go.
It's like peppermint.
10 dice. 10 dice already. Can you do it with the last 4 dice? Oh!
Rim shot.
Last shot. Dice. Oh! All right, count your dice.
That's awesome. 250, is that what you guys?
8, 9, 10.
10
That's
dice. 250
fantastic.
$250 pledge.
That is fantastic. Thank you guys so much. That's awesome.
All right, good luck, Brian.
Okay.
I'm good?
I don't know. You can see it. We're gonna adjust the camera so you guys can see the dice. The bucket. Can you guys see it now?
We can see it.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hammett. We appreciate that.
All right. The way HAS practices right here.
All right, let's go.
All right. Thank you, Victor, for the donation.
Ooh, swing and a miss.
Wow. What is it? What is it?
Let's concentrate.
Yep.
Getting closer. Me and Chef Dice are competitors, so you know I gotta beat him.
You got to beat him.
There you go. 1.
1. 1. It's $25. I thought that was perfect.
Looks nice, though.
Yeah, Dantana's saying it. Donate, donate, donate. You guys play along. Pledge a buck to match Brian.
Come on, Brian, let's go in there. You can do it. Finding your landing spot. Boom. There you go.
What's that? 2?
Let's go. $50 right here.
So close.
Just off the edge.
Same dice, same dice. There you go. One more. Problem is finding the same size dice. We got all our leftover dice here.
The 750s or whatever.
There you go. Keep on going. Got a cool $100 right now. There you go. Getting one. How much I got in there? 6? 6. Okay. I'm gonna match up chef dice. 8. Oh, 7. Nice. 7. 6 more dice to go.
All right.
We need the perfect dice. There you go.
Another one.
Get some barrels going. Get a little splitter there. Splitter's coming out.
No fair use of the dice barrels. Right?
Squeeze that bones. Dice out of control. There you go. Nice. That's nice though. All right, I gotta make these last two to match. You gotta make it. Chef, that he tilted my bowl a little bit. So let's go. Come on. There you go. All right, I gotta make these last two to catch up Chef Dice, or I'm never gonna hear it from him again. And these are different paradigms. Good. Niner.
Awesome. All right, how many am I throwing here?
What's that?
How many did you guys throw?
We got 9 dice are in there. 9 dice.
No, how many sets did you throw? You throw 10 sets?
2, 4, 6, 8. 8.
You got
Actually,
8.
8. Yeah, 8.
All right, how many sets did you throw? Did you throw 10 sets?
No. 15.
15, all right. All right, I'm up. Here we go. Who's going to donate? Who's betting on me? Nobody, right?
All right. 10 and 8.
I will, 555, the bid should be refreshing it. Here we go. 15 shots from me. We'll see how I do here. Let me get them pulled out. There's 2, 4, 6. Can you see my bucket okay?
Eric said the chef's gonna ride this wind for a weekend. Oh, Eric. Eric, you know that. Oh, Mr. Skinner.
2, 3, 4. All right, here we go. Let's see how I do here. I'm going to move my bucket to the right landing zone. 15 shots. Here I go. Who's gonna pledge $1 or more for my shots? You've all seen me shoot, right? It's not gonna cost you much. Here we go. Here we go. Pro Craps 1. Off the lip.
Are you trying the chopper in there?
No, I'm doing the regular par toss. There's 1.
There you go.
Little short.
Are you like 3 feet away?
No, I'm 9 feet away. There's 2.
There you go.
Mine don't stay together though. If I get anything, it's gonna be 1 every single time. Short again. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Both dice hit both sides of that damn thing. Here we go. There's 1 clean.
There you go. That looks good.
Oh my God.
Everybody knows you're the chopper guy.
I am the chopper guy. You can't land a chopper in that little tiny hole though with both dice.
Yeah.
Oh, both of them in and out. Are you kidding me?
In and out.
In and out. Come on. That's got to count for half.
You know what?
Oh my
You're
God.
5 feet away.
Here, I'm gonna get right here. Ready?
Look at that.
2. There's two.
Yeah.
There's two. Oh my goodness. That was over the table into the door. I'll chopper the last two sets. Here we go. We'll chopper two, so if I can fling those things right in there.
Off the table
There's
and
one.
into the coffee.
I can chopper this thing all day long. Get one dice. Right, here we go. I think I got 4 in there though.
4?
No, 5.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think no 6. There's 6.
Nice.
There's 6 in there. That's not terrible.
Yeah.
All right. So what'd you guys have total on your side? You had 9 and 10, right?
19. Yes. 8 and 10. 8 and 10.
8 and 10, and I had 6. That's not bad.
Not bad.
That's like 8 and 6 is 14. That's 24 dice in. That is friggin' awesome, guys. Awesome.
Yeah.
That is, yeah, man down. That dice is in the hallway, I think. That was terrible. Don't talk while you shoot. That's the lesson, right? Don't talk while you shoot.
Did that go in the coffee cup like what Ted said?
No, but that was great. Wasn't that cool? Wasn't that great? What a great story. All right, so let's chat for a minute. I'll put my camera back on again. Let's talk. Let's talk about craps and all the stuff. Let's see, where's my camera? So I want to call this out because your strategy is great. And I think the HP 120 is awesome. And the reason why I like it is because you take into account, like you always do, being safe, right? Okay. Making sure that people that play your strategy, is that Mrs. Money Shot?
Yeah, Mrs. Money Shot.
Hazel, hi, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Oh, wait,
so
what?
Good to see you.
You gotta see the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, come on in and say hi. There you go.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. I love your strategy because it gets us into a place where when folks, it protects their bankroll as they go through, which is the most important thing, right? You talk about people who have addictions or problems or whatever else, and chasing, like I was doing, right? I had no protection, right? And I love the fact that you developed a safe strategy to play. So talk to us a little bit about safety, how you approach it, your way to manage money, and what advice you have for folks that are either just getting started out or maybe folks that feel like they have to go in heavy to chase stuff. Let's just talk.
Yeah, well, the reality of it, I mean, with all the hours we put in on the actual craps table, the live casino, you're going to see maybe 90% are 6 and under, 7 and under. You see that unicorn 30 roll, but it really doesn't come that often. And if you're playing to hit the home run and that 30 roll and press, it's going to be a losing battle. If you're going to be using that same strategy at 90% of the time when you should be using the other strategy, that's where you're going to start losing out a lot of your bankroll. And then you're going to start doing desperate stuff and try to, get back into, your break-even point, right? So this kind of strategy lets you test out the waters and, kind of like if the monster rolls, you're just like you, John, at Reno, you weren't far behind on Chef Dice's 1 hour roll, right?
Right.
So you test the waters, you're going to be a few steps behind on the monster roll, but on the early 7 outs, the less than 6 rolls, you're still intact. You actually make some money with this strategy. So it should be able to, if you're going to stay in Vegas for 4 to 5 days, you should be able to last. Sure, you're going to get hurt every now and then. But if the point is made, you got to look at it as like a PSO on the light side. It's going to happen. You're going to get wiped out. But the odds are always with you because you're playing with the 7. And now if you hedge the even numbers with the hard way hedge, the probability of the numbers to come out is even lower. So you're looking at 11%, an 11% 7 compared to a 16.67. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's why I like it. And I'm not so much of a dark side player. And I was just chatting with Greg on his channel yesterday. I was like, I have never played the don't a lot. I mean, like, I'll play the don't with the crew members because they know they're not taking it personal. but I don't know how people gonna take it when I start playing the don't, especially if they know we're ACS, right?
Right. That was, you know what the thing is though, and I said this to you before, like it's really hard to play with friends the way that you should be playing, right? Because you ask permission to qualify somebody. You feel bad about playing the don't on your friends, but you know, the dice don't know that it's your friend.
Yeah,
right?
you know what? I used to be, and it's just ignorance on my part. I used to look at the dark side as, you know, you're playing against me. And the more you learn the game, the more you understand, and you know this quite as well, and you said it perfectly, we're gonna win at different times. We're not taking money from their rack. Like they said, you play roulette. If you bet on black, you're not against the red guy. You know what I mean? If they bet on the red, you're not gonna get pissed off at the guy for betting red. It's just how you win. And you know, it's just people just inexperienced, but the more it's just hard to explain. You can't go to the table and explain the whole concept what you're doing, and you're gonna take heat. And Greg took a lot of heat, he said. So I'm trying to learn.
You do take a lot of heat. In the dark. Here's the thing that folks got to remember. So Dave and I were talking earlier, right? And this idea of, you know, the casinos don't have all the fancy lights for free. They get it off of us losing. And at the craps table, it's the one game where you can play both sides of it. And although the tables get choppy and everybody loses, a lot of times you can, if you're playing the don't and I'm playing the do, and you 7 out, you lose, I win, the casino makes nothing off that. They make the house edge. That's where the house edge kind of comes into play, and they can make their little spiff along the way. But it's nothing wrong with people playing the don't. And I think people got to stop with this negative crap about playing the don't, because frankly, we're all in it to win it, right? And if anybody wins at that table of 15 people, perfect. I don't care who it is. Somebody's got to win.
Yeah.
You know, to kind of, I want to make our day, not their day, kind of a thing, right? So I don't care if some people play the don't on me. I just do not care.
Yeah, well,
you guys are getting broken up. You guys getting bad audio from me or from Brian?
Strategies are coming out, so maybe it might turn into a don't style in the future.
Yeah, I could see it certainly coming. Hybrid play tends to lean don't. Like I'll play hybrid. I'll move up to the right side, and then I'll transition again back to don't. Like what I often do is I'll do the Hawaiian horn, or the pineapple press today. I'll come back through the don't come with 3 bets out of my winnings, and I'll transition from those profits into the don't side, because you know it's coming. And I think a lot of folks are starting to see things that way, where you're transitioning midstream, and I think it works out pretty well.
And you know what? That's what makes a good player, distinguishes a good player from a great player. You can play the strategy, but you always got to observe the trends, observe how the table's moving, so that you can do the correct transitions, or get enough information to transition to the right side or the dark side. If you just play it like a one-trick pony and just go all the way, you know, it's just like you're just driving on autopilot. You still gotta drive the system, you know what I mean, and move it to wherever the trends are. So but the hybrid, the HP 120 allows you it gives you the time and not get hurt and make small profits, but gives you the time to observe and make that right decision later on when you get to that break-even point. So that's why I love that strategy. You guys got questions for Chef Dice and Mrs. Money Shot? Did we lose you?
We're good. Support.
I think you lost him.
Did we lose you, John?
Dr. Weiss, he cut you off.
John, are you there?
There you go. I muted myself. Sorry about that.
Okay. You guys,
I was switching. I wanted to get you all full screen, and I turned myself off when I did that. Sorry about that. Asking the folks here questions for Mr. and Mrs. Money Shot directly before we let them go.
Hazel and Chef. I'm gonna bring Chef Dice and Hazel, Mrs. Money Shot, so in case you guys got questions. Right here.
Okay.
Where you gonna be, bro? No, you go. That's oh,
there they are.
Yeah.
Chef Dice is back, Ferdinand.
Bernard.
Yes, I was changing mics, David. Yeah, I did miss out on this trip you guys all were on last time. I was so bummed about that. I know y'all missed me too. So let me ask you a question. I have a question for you too. Do you guys all play the same strategy?
I do no, I don't think we all play different depending on like our bankrolls and our strategies. Like how we believe in ourselves or the others, then we'll change it all up.
If they don't have trust issues,
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I'm more somewhat of the heavy hitter. I don't like if we will go, I'll trust all our teammates and you too, John. So I'll blast on you guys. Couple hits, I'll bring down, and whatever profit we made, we'll just play with that. But that's the lone strategy I have for the heavy hitters we have.
You're a short game guy for sure.
Big time, yeah.
Yeah, definitely so. Pick and Roll's asking us how many are in the crew.
Ooh.
8, sometimes 11.
Yeah, the crew has grown from a year ago. September makes a year, and it's the year and 3 months. So we started off with like 6 of us, and it has grown to like almost a dozen. Wow. So by doing that, it enables the group to go to Vegas like every month. So there's like about 3 or 4 of them out there. So at least we have at least 3 of them at a table playing, and gives us more advantage when we play. But obviously, the dice wants to roll whatever it wants too, right? So
Truth. Yeah, I see Mars like going over the whole country.
Yes.
Mars like a state. Here's every state. That's awesome.
Able to.
She's from here to Mars.
Yeah, somebody's asking here, Donald, when's the next Vegas trip? Do you have one planned?
Mr. Monishot's planning for December, and then I think I'll be going in January, and then I think the crew is like planning every month. Somebody's going out there, at least 2 or 3 of us every time. So, and plus because of HCS being so popular now, we've made some relationships down there where they know we're coming, and we all meet up down there as well. So, and these guys are good throwers as well. So, and good people more than ever. So,
yeah,
you know how it is thing with good people, right, John?
Absolutely, you guys are so much fun.
Right.
So much. I had so much fun with y'all out there in Reno. I can't wait to play with you guys again in Vegas at some point here.
I know, us too. We had so much fun with you and Toothpick 10.
That was great. It's kind of funny how like I met you all for like what? We knew each other for about 15 minutes. And it's like, right? you're like your friends instantly. Like we just bonded so quick. And it was, I think part of it is this online thing, and it just works,
Yeah.
It was really cool. Right. Really cool to call you guys friends. So yeah. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, we are a little over time.
Perfect.
So I'm going to switch over. We're going to do a quick review of where we stand. Stay online with me. You guys can hear the totals. We get a little bit of a little bit of a total of where we are. Let's see. I'm going to refresh the screen. And we are now at, come on, load up. 265 so far in the live, right? And we've got, how's our bidding going? I saw a bunch of super chats come through, and of course you guys are going to bump this thing way up here. So we're seeing a couple of things get bid on. The big day in it with AZ is up to 350, it looks like. That's a cool one, by the way. Go golfing and playing with BigAZ in Arizona. It's going to be fantastic. So don't forget about the auction, folks. We're having fun here, of course, but let's get on the auction and start bidding some of these things up, please. And keep the donations coming all night long. We got a lot going. We've got 22 hours to go in this thing. So thanks to Hawaii Craps Show. I'm going to put the camera on you guys one more time so we can see you and say goodbye. Let's go to guest full screen.
Did anyone bid for our autograph hat?
Not yet. Not yet. I have no bids on that one yet.
Nobody wants the hat? Okay, but what if we remove the autographs?
Yeah. Actually, no, I'm lying to you. Dice Grinders. Dice Grinders has a $50 bid in for that hat.
Oh,
yep.
Nice.
And I got Toothpick 10. And Toothpick 10's up to 51 on the Craps Station white dice.
So, yeah.
We had Don. We already have a $50 bid on the coffee. which is awesome. We've got $65 on the Lammers. We've got $55 on the beanie. We're doing pretty good. We got some bids coming through, so that's really, really good to see. It's awesome. And I want to just, you can't see me waving to you. Maybe you can, but I'm waving.
Yeah, we can.
Thumbs upping, mahalo, and the horns, baby. You guys are awesome. I love you. Love you all. I cannot wait to see you again. Yeah. Remember, this way is good, right? Backwards horns is rock and roll. Frontwards horns, not so good. That's the bad guy, right? This is what we want.
Okay.
It's a big deal, right? If you're a religious person, frontwards horns, not so much. Backwards horns, rock and roll, baby. Here, a little bit of trivia for you. You know where this came from? Why is that the rock and roll sign? People think it's because of Satan. It's not. Black Sabbath, the guitar player for Black Sabbath, lost his middle two fingers, the tips of them, in an accident at work. He cut them off, like cutting metal. And Ozzy Osbourne used to make fun of him and do this to him all the time because he was making fun of his missing fingers. That's how that whole thing got started.
Oh, wow.
I
thought that's how he wet his eyebrows.
No, that is making fun of the guitar player. That's worth the price of admission right there. I'm a wealth of information, if nothing else. All right, guys, thank you so much. I'm going to clear the board here. We're going to show the commercial, and I'll get back to Charlie here in just a minute. Bye, guys. Thank you.
Aloha.
Aloha. All right, we're going to show the commercial. We'll come back here with Charlie from DGE in just a minute.
Our National Problem Gambling Helpline is like a 911 service. Anytime, anywhere in the U.S., you can call, text, or chat for help in your area.
I just learned how to play at a really young age, and then I started playing in junior high and high school, and it was just such a part of my life.
When I got my own bookmaker, he was really helpful. He said, you know, Donnie, when football's done with, I got basketball and hockey.
We lost our home to foreclosure. We lost a motor home. We lost a car. This was all our daughter's senior year of high school.
I started going to meetings and got that feeling of hope, which is so important because I just identified so much of myself as a gambler, but now I realize, well, this is not going to be a healthy lifestyle for a family man.
Until I got in the door and started identifying with everybody else that was there and realizing that I wasn't unique. I wasn't the only one. It was an amazing place.
Life in recovery, is a way to experience the world.
My marriage to Diane is selflessly giving, not selfishly taking.
And that is awesome.
You have a choice to be brand new today. You can start your day over whenever you want. You're brand spanking new. It doesn't make any difference what you said or what you did in the past. The only thing that counts is today. In fact, the only thing that counts is this moment.
Please consider making your tax-deductible gift of $25 or more today. Just visit ncpgambling.org to give help and hope this holiday season. No gift is too small, and every gift helps. Thank you.
All right, I'm back, everybody. Let me know if I'm seeing some reports about volume being a little spotty. I'm not sure if it's me, my particular audio, or if it's the video that just played, or if it was happening with Brian was going on earlier. Let me know what you're seeing in terms of that. So if it's bad, worse, getting better, let's roll it up here. So I'm waiting for Charlie to get joined up. Charlie has a little bit spotty internet, so we'll get him linked in. I think he's got the link, and just waiting for him to dial up, and we'll get going here. And I've got things to ask him specifically. So I'd like for you to, for sure, in chat, throw me any questions you've got that you want to ask Charlie. If you don't know, Drunk Guy Explains, he's an interesting cat, man. I'll tell you, I think when you watch his videos, you're going to want to make sure you haven't had anything to drink in a while, because he's a smart guy. His strategies are really in depth. It says connecting. I can see that. Hopefully it works out. Is that normal? And now, Charlie, it should connect pretty quick. Let's make sure you got the right link. I'm going to copy it again. And let's make sure that's the right one. That's the same one. The same thing that happened with David. So let me give you a different link, and just for grins, we'll see if that works a little bit better for you. Hold on one second. I'm going to change this out. Let's see here. Let's do this. Let's do that. We'll save that. Let's try this link here. I'll resend it to you. The last link I sent you in Discord is the one. Oh, there you go. Hey, man. Can you hear me? I can see you, but I cannot hear you yet. I'm going to put you on this screen here. We'll get you hooked up here in a second. This is going to be DGE. Okay, so I can see you, but I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Hey, man.
All right.
Look at that. We did this.
Yeah, right? It took a small act of miracle to get that to work.
I'm telling you. You know what? It's funny. And I said this in the very first hour. We came out of this thing limping on one foot with toes missing. It was really hard to get out of the gate, because technology, it does what it does, right? And
yeah,
it's supposed to be streaming on 30 channels, and it's streaming on 2. I don't know if it's a time zone thing. I'm trying to get it figured out, but we're here. We made it, right? So we're good.
Heck,
how's it going?
Man, it's been a long day, but I do have Crown Peach and Dr. Pepper, so I'm just slowly pickling myself to death before I can sit here and get out the door.
That's awesome. I'm hearing that my audio is not very loud, so let me go ahead and bump this up and see if that helps a little bit. All right. So questions for you out of the gate here. So you got a lot of folks that love your system, right? But before we talk about that, and I want to get to that for sure, let's talk about money management. And why we're here for problem gambling, right? So I know that money management is a big deal. It's one of the things in this idea of chasing is what gets people into a bad situation. And you're known for bringing big bankroll, right? So talk to us a little bit about how do you manage that? How do you decide to bring what you bring, and how do you get yourself out of there? How does your brain work in terms of just the money part, strategy aside?
The strategy aside, for me, when I started out, I had a prayer and no idea how to play craps. And I was so utterly petrified coming from South Georgia and not knowing anything about gambling or anything. All I knew was that if you gamble, you will be naked on the side of the Vegas Strip one day. So I was just petrified. So I roll up in Eureka's Casino in 2009, back in the day, Mesquite, Nevada. I was so petrified that I was going to lose everything I ever had that I just took in $50, my driver's license, left my wallet, left my phone, everything into the car. And so that $50, by luck, no strategy, just luck, I got $150. Well, then I was I should really learn how to play craps, learn the game. And slowly but surely, I went from $50 to immediately to $200, $200 for about 2 or 3 years, and then to $750 for about 2 or 3 years, then to about $3,600, then $5,000, and now I'm at usually operating between $20,000 and $30,000. So in saying the bankroll management, I always tell people is that if you picture yourself as a financial advisor, right, the first thing they'll say is that if you spend $12 and make $10, it doesn't matter if I give you $100,000, you're going to spend $120,000. Just the behavior itself that just drives that kind of force behind your behavior. And so in saying that, for me, I used to tell people oh man, you have such a big bankroll. I was well, I don't really look at it like a big bankroll. A lot of times I say, you look at it very much so, at least with my system, is that you should only be operating with 5 or 10% of your total bankroll or total money you're allowing to yourself. If you're not playing my strategy, if you're playing just any strategy, I'd tell people, like, listen, first of all, 90% of it's just insurance, 10% is your operating cost. On that 10%, 5% is your stop loss, 7% is your bare bottom. I'm going to get out there and go like that. And so a lot of times when it comes to craps, I like to say it's, a lot about the money management and bankroll management is the fact that you have to mentally be prepared. What are you going to do? How much you're going to invest into that, and stick to that. And I say that with the most honesty because, I'm sure anyone who is a gambler, seen a poker guy or some kind of clip of poker people saying, man, I just lost $20. I'll buy in for $20 more and get it back. Lose another $20. I'll buy in for $40 and get it back, and $80 and get it back, $160. And it turns into this almost like every person that I've talked to that had that kind of experience, they always in that session like, what did I just do? Like, what just happened? How did I just like ship all that money? And, to me, the casino makes money $5 and $10 at a time, $1 at a time in slots. You make money $5 and $10 at a time, sometimes $1 at a time. So nothing, if it's fast both ways. So in terms of bankroll management, I'm a big proponent of don't play with anything you're not willing to lose. That's number one. I think that's pretty much the jewel of anything. Rule number two is, and I know I say to my people, like, hey, I tell everyone never go to the casino until you make $100,000 at home. If you can make it at home, you can absolutely make it there. And a lot of people don't take that advice, and I'll say, stick to that plan. But in my drunken DGE kind of answer to that, like, hey, man, if you're going to sit here and work a system, then you better be prepared to take that system to its very end. If you already have the mentality of, I am not so sure I want to play this way, then you shouldn't be playing at all. And in terms of the gambling stuff, everyone has their little 2 cents of, I call it snake oil salesman kind of mentality. And at the end of the day, if you got a problem, you shouldn't be playing. I mean, if you're a drinker and you can't stop drinking, don't try to have one drink. If you're a gambler, you got a problem, you shouldn't be making one bet. And that's just me going down the rabbit hole of, moderation in life. You can sit here and go left, right, and center, but moderation.
Yeah, that's fantastic advice. I mean, it's the funny thing is, not funny, I guess, but it sounds so like common sense, right? You can't handle a drink, don't have a drink. But people, that doesn't click always. There's a piece missing,
What's the psychology? Think about this. Do you know that this is how crazy this is, that the demographic for the app Angry Birds, some people know, some people don't. Angry Birds, it was so popular in kids that 5 years later, when those kids hit a key demographic of 17 to 18 years old, they actually imitated that motion of swiping left and right for the slingshot. They actually kept that motion for the algorithm for 10 years in some of these dating apps because inherently it's a psychology that you want to keep left, right. And that comes from Angry Birds. And they figured out that it's just more common, instead of going up and down, it's more common for someone to go left and right. When you look at casinos as a whole, what are they doing? They're enticing you in with comps. You're paying a pretty top dollar for those comps. I mean, that's your money that you're paying for. But you got comps coming in, oxygen pumping in, no windows, no concept of time. So that when they say 7 out, they do it whispering like they're doing everything they're possibly on a craps table, from the layout to the payouts, all the way to the slots in the front door to get you in and get all your money. And it's kind of, to me, it's one of those things that when you look at a gambling bet inside a casino, legally they say it's a contract bet. That means a bet made in good faith between the party and the gambler or the customer. And so when you sit here and get blackout drunk, they won't allow you to make a bet because of X, Y, and Z. Something that ran into me, this kind of shows you guys about bankroll management. And I know this is kind of a weird roundabout. So there's a lot of stories and myths around high bankroll craps, and a lot of them are kind of false. I know that sounds weird, but in my experience, I've done a lot of things. I've done a lot of bankrolls, and I've made a lot of money, and I've never had an issue with a lot of the things that people say. But got to give you, for instance, about gambling and how much they're trying to take your money. They don't care about your well-being. I tried to transfer $100,000 into a casino, and they wouldn't mark that bet. It says you're a strong player. We're just not going to allow that wire. Not a line of credit, not some left, right, and center thing. It was a $100,000 wire from my bank account, and then like, yeah, we're not going to do that. Based on your play, we can do $20,000. I was like, that's kind of weird. Get $20,000 in. Did that first DGE meetup, had X amount of people there, had a great time. Get a phone call the next week. Hey, did you enjoy your stay? And I was like, I did. And they said, oh, now you can only wire in $5,000. And I kind of got a little sideways about that. And I was like, what's the deal here? And they said, well, just based on your action, based on your player score, we just don't justify you bringing in 100,000. Now, in saying that, that's just because of their policies, whatever, doesn't matter. But when they wouldn't accept that 100,000 play, they had a comment and they said, well, we'll give you 20,000. And if you lose the 20,000, we can talk about more. Now, I don't believe that was the real reason they said that. However, if based on that knowledge, this is what it says to me, is that if they see that potentially something could happen to where someone can bring $100,000 in and actually take them for a serious amount, they're trying to limit that kind of liability. Now, in saying that, they're looking at me saying, well, it's for your well-being, sir, that you have 100,000, we're going to let you do 20,000 because X, Y, and Z. Now, that sounds all good and dandy as a high roller, but at the same time, do you really think they're looking at, let's just say, Joe Mechanic that's taking $800 paycheck that he needs, and they're looking at him saying, hey, you don't need to be betting that amount. We're going to let you take in $200. Right. They're not. So understand that they're a business, and the bankroll management is your checks and balances with your own ego and id and your own greed facing a casino that really doesn't care about anything but your money. Now, they can be an entertainment company all they want to, but they are there to entertain and to make money at the same time. So
that's ties in what David said in the first hour, right? Dave was talking to us from the dealer side of that whole thing. It's like they don't give a crap. And the story he told about the guy who lost his family, became a taxi cab driver. It's the same thing. They don't give a crap. He shouldn't be gambling at his 350, right?
I mean, and at the end of the day, it is a business and they're there to make money no matter what. It's only even because you agree to their odds. And so a lot of times when you talk about bankroll management versus greed or a gambling addiction, a lot of times you have to look at yourself saying, hey man, are you giving a portion of your paycheck to your hobby and how much time you want to dedicate to it? You don't collect cars and blow money in gambling, the same thing. Pick your vice, stick with it. If it's something that I think is crippling, or I always look at it, and this is going to sound so horrible. I grew up poor. I love equating things to food. That is like my bread and butter. When I was in college, I spent an entire summer looking beautiful on $30 of a budget for the whole 4 months. It was beautiful. Rice every day. That is the most economical thing. However, if you really want to put into, I guess, perspective, because they do stuff like use chips instead of cash to dissociate your money from yourself, but equate everything to food. It's beautiful. For instance, I'll sit here and have like an $8,000 lay on the 8, and I'm like, okay, $8,000 lay, that's going to be a $200 VIG, so $8,200. I can get about a quarter pounder for $1.25, so that's $7,500 plus tax. Let's just say 7,200 cheeseburgers I can cut in half, so that's going to be 14,400 cheeseburgers I have once a day for caloric intake. So in saying that bet that you made potentially could make you a cheeseburger rich for about 17 years. So when you sit here and look at somebody and say, hey, Jack, like you're betting a Miata out there, like that's a Chevrolet, that's a Chevrolet or Lamborghinis, depending on how that bet goes. You can be on shoes, you can be in a car. Do you want to go to Ruth Chris or do you want to McDonald's? And so when you start doing food comparisons to bets, it really puts in perspective. Like if you have a TV, you say, I'm betting 6 LED TVs right now, 70 inches. Do I have brand new LEDs? I don't. Okay. Do I want one? Yes. I don't even have to make this bet. Let me just go buy an LED TV. And that really keeps a lot of the ego in check. So that's kind of like my little, I know it sounds stupid, but that's kind of I kind of keep equating the bankroll management to greed and stuff like that.
No, that's not stupid at all. I mean, in fact, like, putting something tangible on it is I think, an important thing. That's a TV you just put out there. I love that's, and you don't think about that. Even when you're like a press better, even if your risk was $20 or $30 and you press, and you got it up to, 350, cool, I'm doing great, and like, you got, like you said, a couple of TV, that's 350 is a solid TV right now. 350 is a car payment, and your risk was 30 and you lose your 350 and you're like, oh, that sucked. No, that really, really, really sucked. You just pissed away.
I mean, and guess what? And I tell people all the time, especially with the bankroll management stuff, because a lot of times they look at me and they say, well, you got 5,000, you pay yourself out. I'm like, 5,000, I'm operating under 500, 10,000, I'm operating 1,000, 20,000, I'm operating maybe 1,500, so 30,000, I might get a little splashy. But essentially what I'm doing is that in that management of funds, I'm sitting here and this kind of backdoors into the strategy, but it's like, listen, you start small no matter what, and you build up. I'm definitely a progressive bettor in a lot of things, and I'm definitely, I call it an edge bettor, but basically I'm just using tangents and weird things that happen on the table and using that to my advantage. And so, the reason why I have such a big bankroll and I don't mind using a big bankroll, I tell the guys at the meetup, I tell people on the live events, the biggest thing is like, guys, first of all, I'm the idiot that came up with this stupid stuff. So like, you gotta understand that I'm like going to go down the ship like the Titanic. I'll sit here and have a violin playing all the way to just broke them. I don't care. And so that's number one. Number two, if you're gonna do something and that's what you did in practice, you might as well do it in play. And I know that sounds bad, but there's been tons of times, and I'll be honest with you guys, is that when you have big bets out there and you're at the end of, I would say, your progression, you're at one of the higher ends of it, you're just like, this is all fake. This is totally fake. I've been lying to myself. I'm just like the luckiest person in the world. I've been lying to myself. We're totally going to go broke. And then it happens, you're like, all right, we're good. So, I mean, in saying that, a lot of times with progressive bettors, people that like to press bettors, I always tell them, coming from somebody that's gone all the way to a very, very large lay before, in Bellagio and very large private tables, I can tell you guys, like, at the end of the day, you'd much rather wait and do a smaller bet than get it all in. I mean, like, that's my biggest thing. If you're progressing, it's okay to wait versus, putting 20,000 in just to get paid off still. Because especially when you're doing a lot of bets, if me and you said heads or tails and I have an infinite amount of money, I'm always going to win against you because I have an infinite amount. I can just keep doubling my bet. As long as you keep agreeing to it, I'm eventually going to win. And so when I tell people, like, when you sit here and do these betting and you do these little angle shoots, understand your range, just like anything else. Poker has a range. I base a lot of my mentality on poker, especially for progressive betting, because in my mind, if you have $10 and I have $1,000, you have to be perfect in a poker game with me 100% of the time. I only have to be right 1 out of 10 times. And the reason why is because if I go all in, you go all in, cool, you got 10 off me, then you get 20 off me, then 40, then 160. And I'm like, hey, you can sit here and do this X, Y, and Z. Now, a lot of times in progressive betting, especially with my stuff, a lot of people do the gambler's fallacy. And that's one of the things I was going to talk to you about, is that, the gambler's fallacy is very much geared toward a flip a quarter and it comes up 20, heads that, okay, well, you've done that 3 times in a row. I'm going to keep flipping it, and eventually it has to be, there's a greater probability it's going to be a tails for every heads that comes out. Now, in that system, between a 1 roll probability versus statistical dilution, I'd say like this. Yes, when you flip a coin, you are 50-50 chance no matter what. Flip, 1 roll, boom. However, when you have a sample size of 10,000 flips, it's going to equal out 50-50. No matter how much people want to go, 10,000 rolls, 10,000 flips, 10,000 is universally the sample size minimum for a lot of things in terms of statistical probability. So in saying that, if I say, okay, in 10,000 rolls that we sit here and I see 10,000 rolls, I see 2,007. And so 2,007 means that correlatively with a margin of 2% up or down, there's going to be 2,000, there's going to be 1,004s rolled and 1,010 rolls. Now, in saying that you can't refute that. So a lot of times you hear people say in poker sessions, this is a great thing. They'll say, hey, I have aces full of 8s. I can lose to quads. Okay, so if someone has quad aces or quad 8s, they're going to get me. What someone will say as a poker player says, I will keep making the same bet, because in saying that bet over my career of playing poker, every time I hit this instance, 2 out of 100 times will be quads over my boat, but 98 over 100 times my boat is going to be the nuts. Craps is a continually numbered engine that produces data for you. So a lot of times when I look at them, I was like, man, I'm playing lifetime craps. Over 10,000 rolls, 1 million rolls in my entire life. This is what I'm going to experience. And so a lot of times people are saying, well, I've seen weird things happen on craps. I'm like, you should. However, if I told you, John, I was like, well, we're going to sit here and say, hey, I'm going to give you 1,000,000 to 1 odds that you can roll a hard 9. You give me $1, I'll give you $1 million. Can you roll a hard 9? And they're like, it's impossible to roll a hard 9. I'm like, but it's 1,000,000 to 1 odds. They say, well, and that's what, the fire bet. Right. So when I say people to the range thing, I say, for my lay and 410 gambit, which is after four fours have been thrown before a 7, I'll start laying and progressing it up as it goes on. And they're like, oh, it's a gambler's fallacy. I'm like, listen, the odds of rolling a 7 before 4 is 2 to 1, 50%. So you're 50% more likely to roll that, or 2 to 1 favorite, whatever you want to call it, for the odds. You're 2 to 1 favorite to roll a 7 versus a 4. So if you look at 4 4s being thrown from a 7, every single time it's getting harder and harder. So to put it into a good example is that you are sitting here driving down the road and you fill up for gas. I think that 80% of the time that you're going to fill up your gas tank when it's a quarter of a tank or less. Now, are you going to fill up at a half tank? Absolutely. You're going to fill up when you're almost full. Absolutely. So that right there is saying 80% of the time, I think you're going to fill up with a quarter tank or less. Now, not only am I making that bet, I'm saying that you have to fill up your tank 4 times without it being a quarter or less. So half, full, 3/4. You do that 4 times before I put a bet into a lay. And so it's when you grab those statistical anomalies that you're like, okay, this is where I'm going to go with. And that's the lay in 4. And the progressive stuff really isn't an issue of, hey, am I chasing a statistic? Because you kind of know where your ranges are. But in the same sign, you're like, in 10,000 rolls, this is the average you should see. So in 10,000 rolls or more, you should be sitting here seeing the same pyramid of statistics in X, Y, and Z. Now, the betting... Oh, sorry.
Let me ask you a quick question about that, because I think the gas tank analogy is interesting, right? So you're going to bet that most of the time, 80% of the time, I'm going to fill up when I'm at quarter tank or low. But it takes 3 times of me not doing that before you'll start making that bet, right?
And then you can do it 8 more times.
8 more times, because that's what I'm getting at is trends. Because you're going, the trend says, like, great, the casino sees this, we see this, because we're there for short periods of time. We're not there for 10,000, we're there for 50 rolls or 100 rolls. So in the short-term trend, and the trend in that in the trip that I drove from Seattle to Vegas, in that trip, 4 times I filled up at half tank because I was scared I wouldn't see it, whatever. Is that a trend?
Correct.
Or you're saying, no, it's more likely he's still going to go let it run down to that's what I want to, like, the difference between fallacy and that, I guess, and fallacy and trend.
Correct.
You have a way of looking at that. That's
And
really
so, for instance, there's something called, a lot of times people say, well, if I've rolled 10 sevens, there should be 5 10s. Let's just use 10s as an example. So this is a lot of times people make this mistake in math, is that they'll say, okay, well, 10 sevens been rolled. There's 5 10s that are due. You've rolled 1 10. I should see 4 more 10s before I see another 7, which is false. There's something called statistical dilution. So statistics don't reconcile, they dilute. As in, over the course of the next keep filling up, they'll slowly creep from that pyramid. So let's say you have 10 sevens and only 1 10. Well, you might see 10 more 7s and 2 more 10s. But eventually, over a sample size of 10,000 rolls, you should see 50% less 10s than you do 4 or 7s. So in saying that, when I look at those tangents, I say, no matter what, let's just say if you don't believe in statistical dilution, then let's just say this. Every single bet that I make is a 2 to 1 favorite. So every single time I bet on the 4, you're a 2 to 1 favorite to make that, the lay bet win the 7. It just doesn't matter if you're just not even saying the statistical probability of it, but just right there on the heads up 1 roll probability. Now, in terms of the gas tank, the way I look at it is that I got into a huge argument with a person called Systems33 on Reddit. And he happened to be a programmer. And he was like, listen, Kat, your strategy is trash. And I was like, most likely. He's like, there's no way you've won money. I was like, man, I've won money for like 7 years now. Like, so either I'm one lucky mofo or like it's going down. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And the fact that I guess I must be seriously lucky. He's like, I can run this into some program. I'm not a very tech guy. So he's like, I can create a program, run the simulation, run the parameters in which you set up your strategies, and then we can go like that. And I was like, hey, let's do that. Get a message back, did all the parameters, came back and says, I need to get a little bit more data from you. I was like, why is that? He's like, well, I just ran it for 1 billion rolls and you're up like 2.1 million. I was like, well, that seems cool. I mean, that's sweet. Gave him some more stuff and kept going. And he says, and I don't know if this is real or not. I'm not a computer guy, but he did say, he was like, dude, you're a 20% player edge on this. And I was like, sweet. I was like, that's cool. And I asked him 2 questions. Now, whether I believe his data or not, I don't care. I really don't. Like, that's his math and prerogative that I don't understand. But I asked him, I was like, hey, can you look at that? Can you look at the actual roll history and tell me a couple of things? And he said, yeah. I said, well, how many non-fields in a row did you see? And he said 15. I said, over 1 billion rolls, there's 15 non-fields. He's like, yeah. I was like, all right, well, cool. So I set a strategy for field progressive to 16 non-fields. And just like that, I was like, so now you're just talking about your bankroll, staggering your last bet back to your first bet and finding the range, how many non-fields before you can see your bet. So do the same thing, like 6 or 5 non-fields, and then you start progressive betting on the field bet. Same thing for the 4 and 10. Hey, out of a billion rolls, how many 4s in between a 7 or 10s in between a 7? And he told me 8. I was like, okay, so I'll base it off 9. And so I just took a billion roll sample size and back betted it. So essentially, it's almost like you're speculating your own bet. So I took a billion roll statistic and said, what's a really good bet? And one of them that to use as the example that the casino said is that when you sit here and do a fire bet, they have to post a statistic for the fire bet. The odds of you winning that fire bet is 0.13%. To 6 unique points on a fire bet when they had it. So in using that logic, saying if that means that when you're on the 6th unique point, you are 99.87% favored to lose the comeback. In my mind, I was like, okay, so that means that you're a 99% favorite to win the don't pass bet on the 6th unique point. Back bet that and say, okay, that's a reverse fire bet. And so I'm not really banking on the fact that 2 7s with a coming workout is going to work. I don't. I do think that the odds of you doing 5 7s in a row and then hitting a 6-7 is a lot rarer. It's 1/6 to the 5th power is what that would be. The chances of you rolling 5 7s in a row. And so in saying that, I say, okay, well, my bankroll can actually support up to the 5th 7 or the 6th 7. So I really want to make, after 5 7s, a really big bet. But the odds of you hitting that bet, that weird tangent, is pretty rare. I mean, you're not going to see that very often. So what you're doing is you're taking that almost 99% guaranteed bet and you're coasting on the fact that that bet will mature. And so now you're going ahead of time and making smaller bets with more risk. And the fact that once you get to that certain criteria, you're going to sit here and hit it. And that's kind of where my logic in a lot of this goes. And a lot of times, for the 7-7 press, for the don't pass or reverse fire bet, the late 4 and 10, the hedge 4 and 10, the hedge 4, 5 and 9, and all that stuff, they're all gambits that can feed into another statistic. So if you're playing the 7-7 press and you hit a 6 and you hit a 7-7 press, you wait for 2 7s, you put money on the 6 and 8 working, hit another 7, put more money out. Let's say you hit that 6. Well, the 6 hits, get your money back, you collect. The 5 hits, you hedge the 5 for the don't for 1 roll. See if you can hit the 6 and 8, which is 10 out of 36 versus 7, which is 7 out of 36, 6 out of 36. And then plus you have hedged on the don't. So really and truly, you're only playing to the 5, which is 4 out of 36 versus 10 out of 36 that gets you paid for your units, or the 6 out of 36 that gets you paid on the don't for the wash. So in saying that, like you sit here and say, okay, I'm going to stay here and go the 6 and 8 working after 2 7s. Let's say on the 4 7 it finds 6 gets paid. When that goes in thing, you turn everything off, and let's say you make the 6 point. So now you're sitting here waiting and you have profit. You say, okay, let's just see how this player goes. You can keep on the 6 and 8 just to progress it, or you can just stop and take your profit. On top of that, let's say they make an 8 point. Now they've made the 8 point. Well, you've made 2 unique points in a progression of reverse fire. That can backdoor you into a don't progression. The don't progression is sitting here saying, hey, we're going to sit here and say, I'm going to put $10 on the don't, and I can survive 11 points on this, or 6 points with a couple of 7-11 come outs. Let's say you're running that progression, and then on top of that, one of the points becomes a 4. Well, now you're on a 5th unique point. It's on the 4. And now you're like, holy crap, this guy's rolled 25 times. The point's a 4. A 7 is common in 1 out of 6. Ron, the more points you make, the less likely you are to make a point. In terms of that, so now you're saying, okay, we're on a 3rd 4, a 3rd point. I'm on the don't already for my progression for the don't. I could hedge and put a little bit more for free with no VIG onto the 4, saying that knowing that you've rolled 30 times, knowing you're on the 3rd point, which is an outside number, you're already a 2-to-1 favorite to lose that, knowing that you've already rolled 3 4s, so your quarter tank is pretty much coming up due. Now you can say, I'm going to put more money on the odds for that. Let's say that still hits a 4. Now you're on your 4th 4. You're on your 5th unique point, and now you're getting closer to that 99% favor on the don't for the reverse fire bet. On top of that, you can start the progression for the late 4 because you've now banked out 4 4s, and with a $5, $10, $20, $30,000 bankroll, you can survive that, and you just keep going over and over and over again.
So you're playing.
And let's say you're on the don't.
You're playing that long casino plays, but you're playing it. You're jumping into it when you think it's most advantageous based on your math. Is that kind of how you describe that?
Take it like this. If someone was sitting here and you walked up to a craps table, regardless of what kind of craps player you are, let's say if you walk up to a craps table and they say, this guy has just broken the record for number 2 craps longest roll history. The number 2 is at the Harrah's in Philadelphia for 122 rolls, 4 hours and 30 minutes. In saying that, you walk up to a table, someone's been at the table for 4 hours and 30 minutes. They've hit 9 points. Are you going to put all your money on the don't pass for the next point? Or excuse me, are you going to put all your money on the pass line for the next point? Or are in your mind you're saying, listen, they've rolled for an hour and a half, or 4.5 hours. So how likely are you to put every single dime you have onto the pass line for a 4.5 hour throw? And you know what? The casino banks off that kind of mentality. How many times have you seen an hour-long throw and nothing's really on the table? If you'd have kept on the table, you'd have sat here and made X, Y, and Z. But a lot of times people play for 30 rolls, and a lot of people just kind of reduce their bets to the minimum, collect as they can. They stop pressing after, let's just say, 30, 40 rolls. And so a lot of times with my system, you kind of capitalize on the long rolls. You don't really get popped. I mean, I had a guy hit something like 8 points, but only had 4 4s and 3 10s. So it's really not a lot of invested in there. So you can roll 60 times inside of a number and never hit that number. So, when you look at my system, at least, it's a backdoor to other systems. And that's how the other systems got created, was that they feed off each other. If you sat here and roll 6 7s in a row, you feed in my 6 8. If you make 4 points in a row, you feed off my reverse fire. If you make a bunch of reverse fires, that means you probably knocked 4 and 10s, and I'm doing off that. I mean, it's all just systems that run off each other. And so to me, I never watched dice influencers. I didn't know that YouTube had dice until I was already into dice. And so in saying that, all I looked at was just the rules of craps, the math behind craps, and just keeping the lifetime edge as close as possible. And that's just essentially all that I had based it off of. I was like, does the statistic look good? And, when it comes to, a lot of times in my channel, I get asked a lot, well, do you change your stuff out for dice influencers? Do you change your stuff out for, X, Y, and Z? I'm like, this is my personal opinion. I think that anything, they make a robot that can hit all in ones on par 3s in the PGA.
Yep.
Is that if I was a dice influencer, if I could be a dice influencer, I would always play for the 7 because it's the most common. And I'd stay here and try to roll 7s as much as possible. But at the end of the day, the casino makes money off lifetime statistics. They look at 3 tables per casino, 20 casinos in a nation, rolling 24/7, 365. They don't care if John can make $60,000 in one roll, because they know that the house edge is an average of statistics across an entire year. And the way I look at craps is that, how do you make money in craps? It's not big bets. It's not crazy stuff. It's just nickel and diming. Because right now, Harrah's River Valley Casino in North Carolina, which is the casino I go to the most, they cleared last year, netting a profit of $400 million. And I can tell you right now, I've never seen $1 million slot pool in there. I've never seen $100,000 baccarat hand. I've never seen $10,000 blackjack hands. And the craps tables are $10 and $15. They make their money off dollar slots, $5 minimum bets on the 3-card poker and table games, and $10 to $15 on craps. They do it nickel and dime, one at a time. And so for me, I base a lot of my strategy on just nickel and dime the depth, slow and steady progression. And then a lot of times I look at it like this. If you can sit here and let's say, John, your first bet, you say, I'm going to do a $30 6 and 8 work, and boom, hit $35. The biggest thing I tell people, I'm like, well, dude, is $35 an hour a good job to you? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, then why are you trying to make a bet within the next hour? And I say that. It's like, what if I told you, John, that you can only make one bet an hour? What situation would you bet on to make that one bet?
It's interesting. I would bet the double, obviously, but that's me. But I see what you're saying. If you're gonna make one bet per hour and that's all you can do.
Mm-hmm. So what scenario was that one bet going to be?
Well, I think I think you're leading me into when the table leans where I need it to lean, which is when you're seeing. I'm sorry about that. When you're seeing the number of sevens you've seen in a row or fours, whatever it is, when the opportunity exists, you pounce in, and that's kind of what you're talking through. You're waiting for that golden. What's the word I'm looking for? The position that you see the table getting into. I've seen enough of this thing happen. 8 no fields in a row. Time to get in the field and start.
And here's the thing: is also
martingale will kill you, right? Martingale will kill you if you start at 0. You're basically kind of martingaling from the middle. Yeah, you're martingaling from the middle, basically, on a lot of this stuff.
Yes,
because that's the long game part of it that I was mentioning earlier. Is that right?
Yes, and I can't remember if someone said this, and I apologize if this isn't you, but do you also delve a little bit into cryptocurrency or stock currency?
I don't. My son does.
So, for instance, when you have stock, right, and then people always talk about mooning and stuff like that, but stock that inherently, for no reason at all, but just shoots very much up.
Yeah.
Every single time that happens, no matter what happens, I don't care what the situation is, there's always a phase called consolidation. Is that the price pumps up, it consolidates back into its support level, and from the support level, it then can either make a bearish or bullish market move going down or up. But it always consolidates. It doesn't matter what the stock is, it goes up, consolidates, goes down, consolidates, goes up. And that's just how the market works. And so when you sit here and say to somebody like, what are you doing to put it in a stock perspective, is that, listen, every scenario that I usually gamble on, it's because it's mooned in some way or dipped in some way. Bad day in the market drops 40% unless the entire market crashes. You sit here and do X, Y, and Z to pop it up. And so in saying that, you sit here and you make a certain criteria where you're saying, hey, listen, you might have ridden 60 points in the last 3 hours. Well, that has got to consolidate at some point. It might consolidate a month, it might consolidate a day. That's a lot of times when I look at craps, you can also say, hey, listen, something is going abnormally different than it's supposed to go. And realistically, past anything else, what's supposed to do is say, hey, 1 out of 6 rolls is a 7. Doesn't matter how much you want to splice it, how much you want to do it. 1 out of 6 rolls, 1 out of 6, 6 out of 36 roll combinations is going to be a 7. 3 out of 36 is going to be a 3 and 11. And a lot of times they say, well, dice have no memory. I'm like, if that was the case, why don't we see? And I'm going to ask you this: how often, which happens a lot, how often do you see 3 5s or 3 9s rolled in a row? Pretty often.
So rare. In a row?
Yeah, in a row.
Yeah. Once a trip, maybe, like on a weekend.
Once a trip.
Yeah.
How many times do you see 3 7s in a row?
All the time.
How often do you see 3 12s in a row?
Almost never.
Well, dice have no memory, so it should be every single time. So it's hard to tell people in broad terms, because the gambler's fallacy does a lot of things, and I'm not taking away anything from the gambler's fallacy, but my biggest thing is this: is that no matter how much you splice it or say that there's a 1 roll probability, the probability of something happening will always remain the same. And that's how the casino makes their cash, is that they say, okay, 7s is the most common. That's the end of the day. 7 is the most common. And in fact, if you look at the betting edges, for instance, a lot of casinos, the VID, and I love to say this as an example. So you're a 2-to-1 favorite to win, right? If you lay, or if you, let's just say you're on the bill for $10 and points of 4. That's already been established. Right there, you're 2-to-1 favorite to win that.
Yep.
So how do they negate that 2-to-1 favorite? Well, you have to have a come out roll, which the come out roll is 7-11 kills you. So it's the most common that can take you off the don't. That's their edge. Let's say you want to lay that. Now, most casinos, when you lay something, they take a VIG. So that VIG is essentially saying, you're a 2-to-1 favorite. That means that you should win this 2 times that amount. We're going to take 1.5 or 5 or 1% out of that, because even in that payout, if you're a 5-to-1 favorite, but I only give you 4-to-1 odds, even when I lose, I'm winning every single time. And so it's the same thing, is that, when you look at a bet inside of a craps table and they pay you less than what you put in, then you're favored to win. That's just inherently, they make up for the odds of you winning with the amount that they paid, and they keep going back and forth. It's beautiful how mathematically it sits here and puts all that stuff on. And so I love the way that the math behind the table works. And so far, fingers crossed, in live play at a casino, I'm 11 years or 12 years in, and I've never lost. Now, in saying that, I have had a 18-hour session to get back even, and I've walked away a lot of times with $1 profit. But in saying that, I've never lost. But in saying that, I don't have a super large bankroll, and I am the most tightest, horrible player you've ever seen. Like, I have sat here and been cussed at so many times just because of the fact that, like, you have $10,000 and you're making a $12 and 6 and 8. I'm like, yep, petrified the whole time. And so, in saying that, people that are watching this did my DGE meetup. I had 20K and I had $14,000 on the table at one time working, and it started the $15 or 66 on the inside. I mean, you just never know how it's going to play out. I was being a little bit aggressive in that point, but at the same time, the best thing I could say to somebody is this. And a lot of times when it comes to my strategy and the strategy of Craps, every strategy that you have, as long as you're consistent with it, then you should run that to the ground. And I say that is that every time I've told someone's like, oh, I love your system, I want to play it. I'm like, stay at home, make $100,000 on the system, and then go. I don't go unless I think any system can be good if you make $50,000. So if you sit here at home, can make $50,000 with not deviating one bit from the system, then go do it. And then once you do that, then you stride in the journey of 50,000 or 100,000, know what to expect to see. And it's a hard thing for a lot of people to say that or do that. So, but I was very happy in the sense that I had a DGE meetup this year, which is really cool. I think in total, I'm just going to go by bankrolls. We had 2 sessions, a total of 14 bankrolls. In those 2 sessions at Harris Cherokee, we had 0 losing sessions. So we had a bankroll ranging from 1,000 to me at 20,000. And it was 100% profit for every single bankroll that did that for that entire day. And so is it accurate? I don't know. And then a lot of times when people say, well, no strategy is foolproof, I'm like, yeah, probably, most likely, because in a live session at home, I rolled 10 tens. Then there's no way I got away from that. That's complete bankrupt. I told people, I was like, I'd rather see that at home than ever see that at a casino. So, but in 11 years with millions of rolls under my belt, I've never seen that before. So I was like, once in 11 years. And this is where a huge thing, I know that I'm getting like down to the last 10 minutes, but this is the funniest thing about the gambler's fallacy that a lot of people take not for granted, but they actually don't take into account. When me and you are doing the gambler's fallacy, it's inherent in the rules and structure of the gambler's fallacy that I am approaching you with everything. So in saying that, if I have a $5,000, and this is what I did to build these bankrolls, if I had a $5,000 bankroll, let's just do a $500 bankroll because that's more approachable to a lot of viewers. So you have a $500 bankroll, your goal is 20%. Let's say you hit that 20% 5 times. What's that? Boom, that's your $500. So if you have a structured bankroll of $5,000 like I did, or $750 when I started, or $200 even back then, you develop 5 banks of your bankroll. And even now, that's why I kind of joke around. If I take $5,000 and lose it 10 times in a row, you can't not me. So the gambler's fallacy says I have to take everything I have and beat you with it. However, for mine, if you take a 20% goal of every session, in 5 sessions, you have $5,000 off a 5,000 bankroll. So then when you go to the casino at 5,000, that 6th visit, you can't. There is no going down. And so now, even though I've spent the money, I put a down payment on my first home back in the day and, spending on stupid stuff and alcohol because I'm drunk. But saying that, even now it's kind of iconic or moronic, not moronic, what's going to say? It's kind of ironic in the fact that, I mean, what can you take from it? You can't, because for the gambler fallacy to play out the way it should be about martingales and the gambler fallacy, I'd have to take every cent I've ever earned in craps and bring it into the table. But when you say I'm only going to make 20%, so 5,000 makes 1,000, you come back to the next session. If you lose 5,000, you still have 1,000 left. If the third session you lose everything, you still have $2,000 or $3,000 left, so on and so forth. So in saying that, if you sat here and got all the way to 12, 20, 50 sessions over the course of 10 years to 1 year, depends on how you want to go with it. You got to sit here and say, I've built up enough banks. Like for me, when I sat here and first developed the strategy, I sat here and said, I'm going to dedicate at least 10,000 hours, because there's some weird meme that said 10,000 hours is what you take to become a professional.
Totally. And
I just sat here and watched TV, and I went from rolling dice and moving chips to my shoulder hurting and then just moving chips and knowing where the puck is, to just rolling and not even moving chips, just knowing I know where to bet and know where to pay the bank or the bank pay me, to the fact where I could just roll and just dish out the payments and do. Now, in the course of that 5 years of just 24/7 watching Netflix, drinking maliciously, I'd have people, my friends, say, I'm going to teach you craps, and then you can roll for me because my shoulder hurts and I can make my own bets. So in saying that, now to the point where like a lot of times I used to be like all this proud young buck, like, listen, like you just can't lose. I don't say it anymore in the fact because it just doesn't seem relatable. It doesn't seem believable. So I say to people, if you do a system and it yields you 10 to 20% per session, that means that you have to fade 5 first sessions of no weird tangents or no weird discrepancies in your session. And then you have your bankroll. And now the gambler's fallacy might still be in effect if you believe that what your system is doing is adhering to the gambler's fallacy. However, if you're a martingale player, then you cannot lose anymore. Like me, in the time I've spent playing craps, as long as I don't take more than $100,000, I can't lose. Or if I take 5,000, lose it for an entire year, I still can't net negative to what I've won. And so that's the one thing about the martingale that people don't realize is say, okay, I'm coming in with 5, John. Flip it to 5, I get 5. All right, next round, I'm coming in for 4, John. Boom, come in for 4. All right, next one, coming in for 3, John. And I kept doing it. And then until eventually I'm like, hey, I'm coming back in for 5, but I have 10. So I'm not all in anymore. And that's what a lot of times I've had people in the past, they say, I've won $15,000 using your system. I'm going to the casino with $15,000. Like, why? Why? Because no matter how much money you have, you can't buy your way out of range. There's a minimum bet of $10. If you're at $10 table, it's a $3,000 max bet, $6,000 max play. $15 table, $3,000 max bet, $6,000 max play. If you're lucky, you can be at $5,000 max bet, $10,000 max play. $25 table, $5,000 max bet, $7,000 max play. Depends on where your scales are. I'm a 1020X guy. So in saying that, no matter if I take $1 million, you can't put $1 million onto an 8 or a 10 or something like that. So, when you look at that, you're like, it's all going to be okay. And I see that a lot of people don't like my segment. So I'm going to let you kind of cut me. I'm going to let you cut me short by like 6 minutes.
I think it's fascinating though, because like I said, I'm not a gambler's fallacy or a martingale guy, right? So when I watch you play and listen to you talk, my first thought was, if you're going to be martingaling, you're going to hit table max. You can't play it long enough when you hit that shitty roll, it's going to bite you. Right. But part of your story is you need to have the massive bankroll to withstand that. And then you can fight back through it. That's the other part of that, which is, at that session at the table, there's that chance where the martingale crushes you. But if you've got 100K and now you're down to 95 and you keep rolling through it, you're going to get it back. I see where you're going with that and how the math makes sense with the massive bankroll. For most people who don't have that, they got to work their way into it. Right. So, from your side of things, which of so you've got a bunch of stuff, and I tried to watch and learn all the way you do this, right? I've done it a couple of times now, and where I get stuck in it is, where do I start, right? So now you've got like a legion of folks who are all in. Where do we go in your system? Because it branches off like a spider web a little bit, like here, and you go in there. How do we learn? Like, where do we jump in? This is the thing.
If it was me, I knew that it was going to be difficult to explain 7 systems that feed into each other. So I started very small, which is the fortune hedge. Instead, the fortune hedge is the points of 4, put 120 on the hedge and survive 3 rolls. And 3 rolls, no matter what, you scale down the bet, scale down the hedge every roll until you're just in the inside. And then if the 3rd roll doesn't hit, or it does hit, you take it all down. And so that's just based on the fact that you're 2-to-1 favored on the hedge for the odds. And you're covering, let's just say, the points of 4, the 5 to the 10, you have the majority of the points to hit once, twice to go, and then keep scaling down. So that was a good start for me. When I had $200 as a bankroll, and this is something that I tell people on the Discord, but when I had a $200 bankroll, it was monotonous. It was horrible. It was but back then, $5 tables, you could sit on that table and do nothing. It didn't matter. There wasn't people kicking you off. And so I'd sit here and just wait. I'd count 4 4s or 4 10s. And that was it. And just $5 table, just count it. So I'd maybe make on a $200 bankroll, maybe $10, $20. Now, mind you, I was traveling for work at the time, so I could make those kind of 4-hour, 5-hour sessions because it was in the route of what I was doing. And so when I realized the progression to make more of a bankroll, when I figured out what can I do in the time waiting for a lay 4 and 10 or a 4 10 hedge, I was like, well, the 6 and 8 after the come out seems pretty good. Let me take $750 for that. And then when I started laying earlier and saying I'm going to make big lay bets, then it turned into a $3,600 bankroll. And the reason why $3,600 is because wait till 4 4s or 4 10s have been thrown, 50, 150, 450, and then 1,200. And so that's where that kind of progression came into, and still have stuff to go back into. And then after that, I was like, well, hell, I never make money on the 6 and 8, which is the most common one to throw past the 7. You have to come out 7. The second thing is the 6 and 10, which is 10 out of 36 to hit one of them, not both, but one, 10 out of 36. You have a 1/3 chance of always rolling, a little bit under 1/3 chance to roll a 6 or an 8. So in saying that, you guys sit here and say, well, okay, I want to place the 6 and 8. Well, when can I do that? Well, the best time to do that is immediately after the 7, because once again, you're always trying to fade 1 out of 6 rolls is a 7, 6 out of 36, 1 out of 6. So I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll just do it immediately after the 7, because why would you wait? Because you're only getting closer to the average, which is 1 out of 6 rolls. And so, that's where that came from. So I guess the progression, if I was to do it now, knowing what I know now to explain to people, the safest thing you could ever do is the reverse fire bet. However, you have to be cognizant. Now I'm going to take this an extra step. You can offset the pass and don't pass. Yeah, you can offset the don't pass and pass and do straight odds. So you could have a 4-point and do $4 odds on a $10 minimum bet. That's how you skirt a higher minimum, is do offset pass and don't pass and do $2 on a 4. And then you can keep progressing that to do something like that. So I'd start there. The easiest to keep you, the easiest to sit here and get to the point where you have some action would be the 7-7 press, which requires a pretty big bankroll if you're going to continue on down that. Mm-hmm. Third would be the 4-10 hedge, only in profit the 5-9 hedge. And then if you have I'd say a 5,000 minimum, you would sit here and go, hey, I'm going to do the lay 4-10. That's how I would start. But to be honest with you, John, I know it sounds, I don't charge anything. I don't sit here and I just sit here and do stuff on Discord these days waiting for internet. But to me, I tell people, regardless of what strategy you want to use, regardless if you like anything from anybody, there's an old saying that says, you cannot fill a cup that's already full. So to me, when I look at Craps on YouTube, is that you're supposed to take the best of us and make it better. Just like standing on the shoulders of giants, like Jules Verne says. So I say to everybody, you sit here and take strategies from everybody. You cherry pick what's best about it, create your own, practice it to oblivion in private, and then come with a plan to a casino, regardless of where you're at.
That's the thing. You practice like crazy. I started my channel because I was literally filming myself practicing to give myself a reason to practice, and it puts a burden on you. You're accountable to 1,000 people to watch you practice. I think it's an important thing. So we are out of time. We're going to run. Didn't get to play though, man. Maybe I'll have you on again on my regular show, and I want you to work with. I have my table all set up here, with cameras and shit everywhere else. So you can teach me. Let's play. Let's have you on for one of my morning shows, and work with me again and just what's work strategy at the table. I want to feel the chips move with your voice in my ear, man.
Hey, anytime, any day, like I said, and I tell this to anybody, and this is just goes out to everybody, whether you agree with me or not. If you ever have a question about craps, if you ever have an issue about strategy, if someone is not willing to live in a casino or live on thing, show it to you. I don't care. First subscriber ever got, he's like, I want to come to your house and learn. I'm like, why? Meet me at the casino. And so to you, I say, anytime you want to, man, we'll roll it out and see what we do.
Yeah. And like Jacob says too, you know what? Roll it out at your house and prove it wrong. We all do strategies, right? If they work or they don't work, we're open to it. We're open to all the criticism. Dude, thanks for your time. I know it's late for you over there. I really, really, really appreciate that so much. And again, we'll get you on again, and I want to play actual dice with you next time. Cool?
You're thebomb.com, boss man. I'll talk to you later.
See you later, buddy. Thank you so much. Yep.
No problem. Bye.
All right. I'm going to make one quick little change here. Record that. All right. Let's get the man in. Everybody's waiting for you for some reason. I don't get your voice there. Where's your voice, bud? There he is. What I can't show though is what you.
What do I got to do? My voice not coming in.
You're good. I can hear you now. You're fine.
What?
Yeah, you're fine. I can hear you a little bit. Okay. A little bit of a delay. You're good. No, I can't show them as you made your name. Says Wager is awesome. I think most people would agree with Wager is awesome, right? How you doing, buddy?
No, I mean, I hope they do.
Yeah, we're a little delayed on your voice and your video.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, small delay. So what people have to know is this, actually before we talk, I'm gonna switch screens real quick. I want to get a quick tally where we are. Let's get a quick look at where the money is here, because we're here for the money, right? This is all about the money. I'm gonna refresh my Safari here and see if any more auction items are getting bid up. We got a couple of things getting bid. Nobody's bid on the color up layout. Guys, get on this. The color up layout is Craps history. Get on that damn thing. Yeah, things are getting worked up a little bit here, but we're a little slow. It's late. It's going to pick up, I'm sure. And the main bidding is where? Our total tally here is approaching. Come on, let's reload here. 735. Holy crap. We're at 735. We're 3 hours in. The goal of 10,000 is going to totally happen. We got to get those auction items going, though. So, folks, get on the auction items. As we start playing some more, we're going to have to get some of you guys like playing along with us and bidding up while we're shooting and that kind of thing. So, with that said, let's go back to Jacob here. So, hopefully, MHX77 says sound is crap. Is it me or is it Jacob's sound? Can you hear? Be more specific about that.
It's probably me because I'm in my car and I'm because at my house I don't think I could have kept the service.
Okay, you're not driving. You're sitting in a driveway?
I'm sitting in Walmart parking lot.
Oh my God. People, Jacob is in Walmart in his car at midnight talking to you all. How cool is that? So dude, everybody's got to know, we just met, right? I talked to you for the first time yesterday, I think, right? And
sure.
One of the yeah, my mic is always soft when I'm on with the guest for some reason. But when we're shouting channels back and forth, like, hey, I saw this on Jacob's channel, and Jacob said I saw this on John's channel. You kind of like know each other a little bit, and like I feel like everybody does. Like, hey, I know Jacob. Because you like basically are pumping your thoughts into our ears like all day long. Like those of us who binge watch, it's Jacob talking through his strategy the whole time. And it's like, I feel like I know you like as good as people I've never met. Right. So I think it's cool that you're here. It's so cool that you're here. Everybody, look at you guys. Shout outs, Jacob. You're a badass from Dan. I'm going to put that up. Dan Tana says you're a badass. Dan Tana, I think you're a badass. Dan Tana's got my favorite strategy right now. I'm like loving the Butterberg. I don't know why. I know it's one of those fun things. Let's talk about all the things. So we're talking about gamblers' addiction here, right? The whole thing is about, right, problem gambling. And not that you have a problem with gambling, but you were in Colorado for a while and you've told the story on your channel. I want you to elaborate a little bit, if you can, about trying to do it, right? Trying to like actually work as a gambler. Because I think people think like DGE was just saying, oh, I never lose. I can make $100 every time I show up. How hard can it be to go to a casino 300 days a year and make $250 and come out of there with, $98,000? How hard is that? I can bring in 5,000 and win 250 every single time. You tried it.
So this is essentially what I did when I first got there, because I didn't have a job yet, and I knew I wouldn't at first. But I brought a pile of money with me, and I went in the casino. I started going to casinos essentially 3 times a week. And my first plan was I'm going to take $1,000 and win 200. Well, that didn't work, really. I mean, I would get there sometimes and I wouldn't sometimes. And overall, I pretty well broke even now. So I was like, okay, I need to up the bankroll. Well, I also upped the percentage, not the percentage, so to speak, but going for 20% when you're taking 5,000 in. Well, now you got to win the 1,000, right? And so because that percentage didn't change, really nothing I did was changed, right? Mm-hmm. So it's $1,000 for 200 or $5,000 for 1,000. It's still the same thing, right? Still all the same. There's no difference. And so what I found was when you lose initially and you're still going to stick to that same profit scheme, right? That same 20%. Well, now you have to win the 20% plus what you lost initially. Right, if you're going to stay to that per session. So what I learned was that I'm not saying it's impossible to make a living playing craps. It's possible. but you have to have a really gigantic bankroll and a really tiny goal. So if you're at a normal table in normal places that's not named Las Vegas, you're going to have $15 min, probably less than 3,000 max. So if you can put $25,000 on the table, you should probably only be looking for a $250 profit. And I know people are going to be like, no way.
What the hell? Yeah.
Well, but think about it. If you put your first bet out there, let's say you put a $250 bet on the don't and you lose. Well, now you got to win 500 to meet your goal. Not 250, you got to win 500. Right? So let's say you lose 2 in a row. And so that percentage keeps growing. And so the bankroll accounts for the losing and the strategy accounts for the winning, and they have to connect. If they don't connect, then you're just going to lose. If you're trying to do it as a living or trying to do it even like part-time job, right? Because to consistently make a dollar amount or a percentage of your bankroll, which is still essentially a dollar amount, you have to be able to outlast the bad run. And by that means not just get your money back, you have to be able to get your money back and make the profit to do it professionally, I'll say. And that's the issue. So that's the issue that I think people run into. You have to have such a large bankroll to make such a small amount every time, consistent, right? To where, because you're going to have that bad day. And now, one of the things I want to say is that there was a lot of comments on the last guy, Charlie, my buddy Charlie, about how he doesn't understand math. He does all this kind of stuff. I'm only going to say one thing. If you don't believe what he's doing, try it. Do it. Try it. You don't have to put money on it. Just go try it. Do exactly what he says and try it. And then you can tell him he's wrong. But if you've never done it, if you're just in speculation mode, then that doesn't work, you know? Because I've tried a lot of people's stuff that asked me to, and I've tried my own stuff millions of times, seems like. Now, obviously not millions, because that's such a ridiculous number, but I've tried so much stuff, and I've come to one conclusion. It's a really simple conclusion on the game of craps. The 7 is unbeatable. Right? There's no way to beat the 7. No, I mean, the best dice controllers in the world.
Dice control, don't throw the 7s. That's it. That's how you beat it.
Right. The best in the world at it may manipulate it a minute percentage. But I feel like if they took all of their rolls over the course of time, it's still 16%. So you can't beat that. So it's really simple. Okay. So now you know you can't beat it. So you accept you can't beat it. So how do you not beat it? Well, you play with it. Right? So there's multiple ways to play with the 7. There's lay bets, there's don't bets, there's, just playing the 7. You can use the come bet even sometimes. So there's just, once you accept that you can't beat that number, that you can't beat that 16%, but you accept that, the game is different then. The game opens up and it makes the game easy, right? So even like with people that have realized they can't beat the 7, it doesn't mean you have to quit playing light side. You just have to make an adjustment to where you make your light side play essentially cost free, right? So if you have a dark side play covering your light side play, you can play the light side all you want. All right, you've manipulated the risk from, let's say you laid the 10, because that's one of my big things. You lay the 10. And then you can say, okay, I'm essentially what you're doing is you're saying, I'm not really going to win on the 7, but I'm going to win on the 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and I'm going to lose on the 10. That's what you've said at that point if you use my styles. All right. And that's not going through the don't. You can still go through the don't if you want to get the 1-to-1 payout or whatever. I think that's the only advantage of the don't is the 1-to-1 payout.
It's a big advantage. I mean, to me, I talk about that a lot. Like I love the don't and the don't come because I want that flat bet payout is the best payout anywhere in gambling. You're never going to get that advantage of a be in the plus position and get even money on it. But you got to fight.
Yeah, you got to
that
beat
bet
the
set.
first roll.
Yeah.
But so once you realize you can't beat the 7, you can manipulate the game. That's the great thing about craps. That's unusual to every other game that's in the casino, right? You can manipulate craps. You can play both sides of it. You know, on Baccarat, sure, you can play the banker or the player, but you can't play them at the same time. You know, in blackjack, you can't play the dealer and your hand. You know, in roulette, sure, you can play the strategy where you put every number out there and make $5 a turn, but eventually that one's going to hit and you're going to lose. And so I actually saw there's a video on Let It Roll where he does that strategy and it hits, and it's a live video. It hits and he loses. And he bets every number on the board, and the one he doesn't have bet, or it's like 2 he doesn't have bet, one of them hits.
Oh my God.
You know, so
it'll find you. It'll find you.
Right.
That's me. That's my luck. My stinking luck.
But the thing about craps that makes it different is that you can play the 7, which is the most common number in the game, the easiest to roll, the one that you're going to see the most of, and still play all that other stuff and be safe with it, or at least relatively safe. Now, the problem with my types of strategies that I've learned also in Colorado is that the huge majority of the time they break even. Like, it's a ridiculous amount of the time the combination of the bets break even. All right. A small portion of the time they lose, and a small portion of the time they win. So it's kind of it's a very small edge you get as long as you'll quit when you're winning, right? If you don't have the discipline to quit when you're winning, then just don't worry about it. Just be a recreational player and do whatever you want. Just take what you can spend, right? If you don't have the ability to quit playing when you've won, then you are a recreational player. There's no way around it, because you'll never be able to maintain profit if you can't stop. And that's essentially what we're we're promoting that now, is the ability to stop with this marathon thing.
There's 3 kinds of players, right? I look at it. There's the recreational player that you're talking about. There's the professional player, there are guys that claim to be professionals that maybe play poker or other things. And then there are the problem, like you're talking about now. The folks that like, okay, shit, I just lost my fucking mortgage payment. Like, now what? That's not a recreational or professional. That person's like running. It's a whole different place. Whole different place to be in, right? And our channels, most of what we talk about, I find myself talking more to people who fancy themselves as a professional. Like, hey, here's how you manage your bankroll. Here's how you be careful. Here's how you win 20% and do your thing, like you were doing in Colorado. The reality is most people who watch are recreational, and they're going to Vegas for a weekend with $5K, and they're okay to lose it. And I think it's interesting because you talked last week in a strategy session about going aggressive. And I feel like you're talking right to those people. Like, hey, if you want to win, like, you're going to go bring a big pile of cash. You're trying to win. Like me, I'm always going to like upgrade. I'm going to buy a new camera. I'm going to buy a new table. You know, I'm going there for a purpose. Like, my approach has to be different than the average.
I'll talk about that aggression thing. And the reason I know that is for sure is that I tried those other ways in Colorado. When my initial stuff didn't profit at the rate I thought it should, I said, okay, maybe I need to spend more time. Maybe I need to make it more of a grind. Well, that definitely didn't work. All that did was, if you make your strategy into a grind, you are accepting house edge. You are absolutely accepting it, because the more revolutions you give the casino, the more they're going to get their house edge, right?
That's true.
So the more chances you give them making them same bets, you're going to give them their house edge. So you need to have the least amount of rolls with your money at risk to make your profit, right? It's not really that hard of a concept. So if you want to make $100 and you have $1,000, well, if you bet $100 bet, it might take one roll, right? But if you bet $15 bets, even if you have a good run, you still might not make it. In 10 shooters, you may not be up $100. You may have got up 70 at one point. You may, so the aggressiveness is basically telling you that, okay, I have to play less to win what I'm after if I'm aggressive. And that's why it works better, in my opinion. Now, what I'm going to say something here is, so there are ways to play that are not so-called aggressive, but they are, okay? So, and I'm going to speak on Charlie's style, okay? So Charlie's style of play is aggressive because when he does make the bet on the 4 and 10 style, he's making a substantial bet, all right, with a substantial bankroll backing it. So yeah, he may wait a while, so that seems conservative, but when he actually makes the bet, it's a real bet. It's not $15. You know what I mean? So he's actually trying to win an amount when he's okay. So if he's laying that he lays $200 on the 4, he's trying to win a black chip. It's not right. It's not. He didn't lay 20 or 40. Most places make you lay 40, right? He didn't lay 40. He could have done that anytime. And so even though it may look conservative and sound conservative, it's not actually, because when you actually put the money on the table, it's actually very aggressive. And anytime you're progressing a bet, chasing, whatever people want to call it, that's an aggressive strategy. Because what you're doing is you're attacking. You're not being passive. Passive. I'll tell you what a passive strategy is. When you hear someone say same bet, that's passive. Every time you hear someone say same bet, that's passive, unless they're talking about Dave. I love Dave.
No, very true. And I think you hit on something there too. I think the notion of any progressive bet is aggressive. I agree with that. And again, if you're chasing, is it aggressive to chase, or is it are you flailing? I guess, right? Because I've done progressive betting where I'm progressing my wins, not progressing after a loss. And there are folks who say, let's progress our losses, martingale style or semi-martingale style. It's just aggressive. You have bankroll just to do it. You can still cover yourself. Progressing a win or parlaying a win is really aggressive. That's, I think, what you're talking about. Is that capture that right?
Well, either one, actually. So you're right, though. Okay, so there's a difference. So if you have a loss and you martingale, that's an even play, right? A true martingale is an even play. You might make whatever small amount there is to make. But if you're progressing after a loss, you should essentially do a martingale plus something, right? Plus a profit. All right. Plus, and I'll be honest, I'll be the first one to say right here, there's nothing wrong with playing that way if you can manage it. If you have the bankroll to support chasing a loss, and this is gonna get to some of the guys that were commenting about, dice don't have eyes or ears or noses and all that good stuff.
Well, they definitely have ears.
The truth is if you're betting that on the 7 to win, you're not going to go zillion rolls without a 7, right? None of the longest rolls ever didn't have 7s in them. They had come out 7s in them all over the place, right? All those longest rolls, right? So even a 30 roller, the huge majority of the time, it has multiple come out 7s in it.
Right.
So when you're playing the 7, now I'm talking about a lay bet, not a don't bet. That's a little different, right? But when you're playing the 7 on the lay, it doesn't matter which 7 it is. All it matters is that 16% holds true.
Right.
So if you're consistently willing to attack that lay and martingale plus, I'll call it in this video here, you're going to win. You're going to win eventually. If the table maxes and all that will sustain it, and your bankroll can sustain it, you're not in 36 rolls. You're supposed to average 6 7s. So even in a ridiculously bad 36 rolls, that would essentially be 1 standard deviation or 1 sigma, you're still probably going to see 1, right?
Yeah.
So that's what it's going to take. So if you could handle that, because on a lay bet, just because there was 36 rolls didn't mean you lost, because you still had to hit the number to lose. right? So what I'm getting at is that if you're aggressive, you need to be aggressive to win, not aggressive to break even, right?
I agree. Yep. And I was
And so
actually funny because I was telling Brian that earlier when he was doing his thing, and I love the Hawaii crap shooters style in general. It's a nice hybrid play, but I'm like, I don't hedge to tie. Like my hedges are always more. I'm looking, if I'm going to hedge the 7, I'm going to go. I'm going to win 20, 30, whatever bucks on it. I'm not just going to break even and tread water all day long. Like that seems like a waste of a roll to me. And I think the same thing with the martingale. The martingale, the whole problem is table max. If you're going to hit table max, and like my local casino, $15 minimum on the weekends, $500 table max. Like that's not even I have no option for that. I would never, even on a progression, like, and like Waylon's here, I know I like his progression, right? The light progression with the little parlay at the end to kind of cap it. So I don't have to martingale. I can ladder slowly and never get the table. If I get the table max, something's gone really wrong.
Right.
I mean, you're really having a bad day if that happens at a $500 table. But that's the thing is like some of those progression strategies. I like the aggressive on the win. I'll progress my don'ts or my losses a little bit, and I'll hammer them once I get the victory. And I think that's where I make the money. For me, that's where I've always had my best luck has been there for sure.
Yeah, that's a very Piroli style. I don't know how to say that name, but that's how he progresses the wins. So, but so something else you kind of mentioned there is, so when you're progressing, so the one thing I like to tell people a lot is if you just insist on playing the light side, you should be a press better. Don't be a same bet light side player. If you're gonna if you have to play the light side and you can't get around it, you should be press because that's the only way to win on the light side. There is styles that are big bet first regression styles that will have their moments. They'll have those days that they crush it. But those same rolls that crush it would have won on the light side too. Just straight pressing. Because the only way that progressive style just really has a great day is that when they regress, the roll goes on long and they press, right? So the regression styles are very safe way to play. You're usually only sweating one roll. After that, you're pretty safe. You've usually profited no matter what happens. And so for a recreational player, I totally would recommend that type of play. If you're just trying to stay at the table all day and you don't want to make no waves, because sometimes the dark side makes waves. It does. Especially when I lay people's points, it pisses them off.
Yep.
But I'll see them, and like Charlie hit on it, right? Charlie hit on it. I just saw this guy make 3 points in a row. He's not going to make another point. I'm willing to bet that he won't make another point. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Is that if I saw him hit 3, I'm willing to bet he won't make 4 because I know how rare that is, right? So what me and Charlie talk about when we talk about that is we're talking about through the course of a whole session what you see. It doesn't matter. You can throw out all the numbers that 4 points is this percentage, this and that. What it is that we've played a long time in the casino, a whole bunch of times, and you don't see 4 points hit very often, right? It's pretty rare to see 4 points get made by one shooter. Like it just doesn't happen that often, right? And now you'll get the horror stories, and you always get the horror stories when you talk about this. I saw 7 sevens in a row. Well, but how many times did you not see 7 sevens in a row? How many sessions did you not see that? Every other session except for that one. So how many sessions, if you played 10,000 sessions and out of one you saw 7 sevens in a row? I mean, come on. So it's kind of the same thing with the points, right? How many full fire bets do you see? Not very many. Now you see the 3-point or the 4-point hit maybe once a session, but I'm willing to bet it won't happen twice.
Well,
and if it happens
1,001 because it's easy to hit, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm willing to bet if it loses, I'm willing to bet his next point won't hit. And I'm willing to progress that bet because I know from experience at the table, I don't even care what the math says. I know from experience at the table, this don't happen very often. So that's a whole different set of math, right? How often does this actually happen? How often do 4 points actually get hit? The answer is very not often. And it's that simple. So,
truth.
You know, it's kind of like betting the Detroit Lions to win a football game, right? You're going to lose a lot of times in a row.
For not saying Seattle.
But you know what I'm saying? So like they're 0-9-1, right?
Right.
So if you bet them all the whole time, if you pass line bet them to win, their point you lost 9 times and tied once. Right? If you bet them to lose all the time, you won 9 times and tied once. Right? So this is what I'm getting at is when you see something happen that's unusual, then it's not a difficult choice, you know, to bet against it or bet with it, you know? So like, for example, it works the other way, right? And I know this is something else people argue with me about. But when I'm at a table and I don't see the 6 and 8 come out a bunch, right? I'm like 8, 9, 10 rolls in a row and there's no 6 and 8. Well, I put money on the 6 and 8 because even if a 7 comes the next roll, I'm going to put more money on the 6 and 8 because the truth is when you're at the craps table, the 6, the 7, and the 8 come more than anything else. And this is without a doubt. I mean,
I go back and forth on that. I actually waver a little bit because part of me says what you say and what Charlie is saying is, they're the easiest to roll. It's bound to happen. The dice don't give a shit what just happened. Those numbers are going to come. I also am a huge believer in trends. I'm a huge believer in that I live in the spike. Either it's a shitty spike or it's a good spike, right? So if I'm not seeing 6s and 8s, I'm not going to bet that it's going to happen. I'm betting that what's happening is going to keep happening until it doesn't. And I tend to go all in on what I hope is going to be an upward trend for the minute or two that it happens, maybe 2 or 3 rolls, and then it breaks it, and then I'm done. But if I can make money there, I tend to chase it a little bit that way. Which, again, there's logic that points to both of us being wrong. Mathematic logic.
So
for sure.
That's a very VDC style.
Mm-hmm.
You know VDC?
Oh yeah.
So that's what he's a very trend guy. In fact, his thing is called Trendsetter.
Mm-hmm.
That he teaches, but that's a very VDC style, and I don't dispute anything he says when he plays because I've seen it. So I'm not gonna argue.
He's got the bankroll to back it up too, right? So he's not out there with laundry money.
But from the pure probability of the game, and I know people always say, well, it takes 10,000 or 10 million rolls or whatever. No, it doesn't. The game's based on 36 rolls. Right? Now, you may take 10 36 rolls to see it work right, but every 36 rolls, you're going to see a relative consistency. And then the next 36 rolls is going to even that pyramid out a little more. The next 36 is going to even it out a little more until that is exactly what it says it's supposed to be. Right? So when you're at a craps table, when you're playing live, you're going to average roughly 60 rolls an hour, maybe 50, 60 rolls an hour. They say about 1 roll a minute, but most of the time someone takes up 20 minutes of the dealer's time talking crap or not knowing what they're doing. So on average, it's probably 50 to 60 rolls, right? So if you're at the craps table for 3 hours, let's say that's 180 rolls. Well, 36 fits into 180 relatively good, right? 30 goes into there 6 times.
About 5 times, yeah.
So you're going to have essentially 6 pyramids that should have been built. If you track those 180 rolls, I bet they're pretty close to what that's supposed to be.
Yep.
So if that's gambler's fallacy, you're telling me that I can consistently keep rolling those 180 rolls out and that pyramid's going to read what it's supposed to read, and that's gambler's fallacy? No, that's what the percentages of the game are. The gambler's fallacy comes in when you say, okay, I haven't seen 5 8s. There's 5 8s left to be rolled, so I'm going to bet the 8. That's where what Charlie was saying is that's not always the case. It's over time that it's going to even out. But it doesn't take 10,000 rolls, is what I'm trying to say. The game is far more consistent, and it comes from the randomness, right, of the dice. So the idea that there are sharp squares and they bounce off pyramid rubbers and the tables are bouncy and random people are all throwing them, that randomness is what gets you that pyramid. If that randomness didn't exist, then you could throw the dice consistently and defeat that pyramid. right?
Mm-hmm.
But it does exist. All that randomness does exist in the game.
totally
So that's why
exists,
that pyramid keeps forming. So you can bet that pyramid is going to form, and you can bet it consistently. If you know you're going to be there for 3 hours, 180 rolls, you know you can bet by the natural percentages of the game, and it's going to work. And now, does that mean you'll never lose? No, it does not. There's times that it's going to have a weird skew, a weird spike, and you're going to catch the bad side of it. But on the flip side, there's the time it has the good spike for you, and you catch the good side of it. So that evens out, right? What doesn't even out is when you make mistakes. If you make mistakes in your strategy, you cannot even that out, right? Because that was you. That had nothing to do with the casino, had nothing to do with the craps table, had nothing to do with the dice. It had to do with you. And so if you fail in your stuff,
give me an idea of a mistake that you might see somebody make.
Okay, so here's one of the things. Okay, so when a don't gets knocked off, all right, you play your $100 don't, your $25 don't, whatever your don't is, and the guy rolls an 11, you don't go back up. All right, you say, man, I'm going to wait this shooter out. Well, then he rolls a 4, and the next roll's a 7. So you were supposed to go back up plus. And then when he rolled that 4, you were either supposed to play money on the board or play more money on and then he rolled a 7, right? So the money was there to be made on that shooter. But you made the mistake of not sticking to what you're supposed to do, right? Even though at home you probably said, okay, when this happens, I'm going to progress. I'm going to do this, this. But you got scared.
I say this a lot. When I'm saying this, I say almost every day. On my home table, doesn't matter. I'm strict on strategy. When I go to the casino and it's money out of my damn pocket, it's harder to stick to strategy. Right? You burn $100 on an 11, you're like, man, that's gonna just. But you got to. You said something earlier, and I actually wrote this down because it was such brilliance. Bankroll accounts for losing, strategy accounts for winning. You got to connect them, right? And that's exactly what the mistake that you make is saying, well, the mistake really is not so much the strategy failed. It was probably in that person's mind that bankroll failed because they're like, shit, I can't afford another $100. So I got to wait out because scared money can't win. It always
scared
loses.
Money won't win.
Right. And if your bankroll is too short, you can't stick to your strategy. That's 2 mistakes. 1, not enough bankroll. 2, you're playing the wrong strategy.
Yeah.
You got to figure, you know what I mean? That's, you play at a $5 table and you go back to your don't every time for $5. Stick to strategy. The $100 hurts, $5 may not hurt that much. And I think that's a piece that people forget.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things I want to do, because this is one of the things that people used to really like on my channel, and I just haven't done it much anymore because I don't drive so long to work. But I'm going to tell you a prison story. Because anyone that doesn't know, I spent 12 years in prison when I was young because I was an idiot. And so I was totally guilty, so don't think they gave me too much time. I definitely deserved that time, probably more. So I was a clown. If you don't already know, I robbed 2 stores at gunpoint when I was a kid. And I just thought I was a little gangbanger. I thought I was tough. And I realized in prison I was not tough. So there's always someone tougher. And there's really bad people in there. And I realized I was not them. But anyways, so this is the fun story. Okay, so it's a craps story. All right, so craps is a big thing in prison. All right, guys play street craps there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're up in a corner, big circle around you. You're down on, say, makeshift dice made out of toilet paper, right? So they make these little tiny dice out of toilet paper, and they're all lopsided. But you're playing on a blanket, so the surface is completely random. All right, as random as it gets. Is there everything okay?
Yep.
Okay.
I can hear you fine.
So the surface is completely random, and but there's a rule. There's rules in prison. It's not everywhere, but you can catch the dice. So when someone else is rolling, you get 3 catches. All right. So he rolls. I don't like the roll. I can grab him, and I can hand them back to him. That roll don't count. So some of the guys are really good at it, and they can watch till right when the dice stop, and if it's a loser, they'll catch them. All right? So this situation happened. This guy, another guy rolls the dice, and they're basically stopped, and it's a 7, and he's about to lose. And he grabs the money, or grabs the dice and said, cut dice. Well, now they're arguing, right? And so they're starting to try to ask the people that are around in the circle, well, we're out of this. This ain't our problem. So you can't jump at someone else's problem. And so, sure enough, and now we're playing for like bags of chips and honey buns and stuff. It's like that's prison currency in Arkansas. So and they're arguing, right? And so what does the guy do? The guy eats the dice, eats them. He just picks them up and eats them. He's like, well, we're done here. And everyone's just like, what? And he just eats these dice. Now, think about this now. All these guys right around there have touched these dice, right? And there's some nasty people in there, right? And so these guys have had their shower time and stuff. I know it's kind of weird, but, so it's kind of yucky. And this dude just ate them. And it was the craziest thing. And so now people have bets, right? They bet against each other because that's how street craps work. You just bet against someone, right? He's going to make it. He's not going to make the point kind of thing. And so now these people are like, nah, man, because some bets, like, if I have a bag of coffee that's worth $3 and you only have $1 item, you get 3. You have to beat me 3 times before I beat, so you can be into my bag of coffee so much. And so this happened all around this craps board. And so we're like, people are arguing now. And this dude just ate the dice. It was crazy. And I've never seen that before. And so we ended up just picking our stuff up and going back. But, those guys ended up fighting that night and stuff. But anyway, I just thought that was the weirdest thing.
Imagine.
Second story. This is at the casino, right? And this is at the Horseshoe in Tunica. All right. If you've ever been in the Horseshoe in Tunica, when you walk through the doors, the craps tables are literally right there. All right. So, and they're big craps tables. They're nice. Horseshoe used to be a really great place to play. It's not as great anymore from when I remember it. But so I'm at like the outside hook, not by the dealers, but the other hook. And this is really when I first really started playing craps a lot. And a guy's shooting from stick left 1. And he's shooting toward me. So I'm watching this. And he has probably 3,000, maybe 3,200 across, a ton of money out there. And he's shooting the dice and he's working. All right. So he shoots and he rolls like an 8. Boom, gets paid. He presses it all. And his next roll's a 7. So he just wipes out this whole chunk of money out there. And so they scoop it up. He's pissed, right? He's livid. He's screaming. And so they dump the bowl again, and they go to push these dice past this guy. And he grabs all 5 of them, and he throws them to the sports book, right? And the sports book's all across the casino. And he grabs all 5 dice and just chucks them. And I've never seen nothing like this. And he is freaking out. And he's telling them their dice are rigged and all kinds of stuff, but because he was a dice controller and everything. Well, obviously he wasn't, or at least he wasn't right there. But and so it's just crazy, like, and everyone's just stunned, right? The dealers are stunned. Everyone's just like, what the hell? And so obviously security comes over there and he's freaking out and he's wrestling around with them and stuff, and they drag him out of there, right? Because he put all that money on the table and he had like maybe 25 left in his rack. All right. It was just a crazy situation. I guess he thought his job was just that good. But yeah, I've never seen him do that. Now, another time, and this was my wife. All right. My wife did this at Oakland. My wife, she's at the end, right? She's at the end. So they shove the dice over to her. She just grabs all 5 and rolls them. Just grabs all 5 dice and rolls them. And the dealers look at me because they all know me. And I was like, oh, man, I don't know why she did that. And so they're just like, hey, ma'am, you only get 2. And she's like, oh, well, I'm so sorry. I know that. But it was just hilarious. I mean, we were rolling.
I've heard so many stories of people getting pissed off, like tossing dice, like at people. And I've done that. I like to say I would do it. I never actually had a chance to do it. I wonder in the moment when I actually flick a dice at somebody because I'm pissed off at them. I could.
So I'll tell that story really quick. So this said Oakland too, and Larry Holloway was with me. So Larry Holloway is on a lot of people's stuff. He's a commenter a lot, right? He's from Louisiana. He's a really great guy, good friend of mine. And I'm in a weird position. I'm in the hook by the dealer, and this guy's in the other hook diagonal from me. And he had this great roll, and it comes all the way around to me, 5 people away from him, and I'm on a good roll from over here. And I hit a point, and he waits till I set another point, and then I'm throwing the dice, and he colors up in the middle of it. Like, he puts his chips down on the table in the middle of the dice, and I'm throwing right to his corner. So I'm throwing all the way across the table, and I'm landing them right in his corner. And he literally puts them right there. So I didn't lose on this roll, right? But it pissed me off. And so they pull his chips all the way over, and they're still letting me shoot. Well, my next throw, I throw them, and they landed right next to him. I mean, right next to him. I was trying to hit him with them. I wasn't trying to do that. And the dealers all knew what I did. Everyone knew what I did except for him. So they obviously bounced off on my next roll. I throw them at him again. And one made it out of the table and one didn't. And so the dealer next to me goes, okay, that's enough. But yeah, it was. And at that time, the guy realized what was up because I kind of threw a fit about it. And normally I'm not like that, but I was on a good roll. And not necessarily, I don't think I was controlling the dice or anything, but the roll was good. Everyone was making money. And he had just made a ton of money on his roll. Why you couldn't wait till the end of my roll to stick your chips down? I mean, you're in that big of a hurry, tell your wife she can wait or something. I don't know.
I mean, basic etiquette thing just they go right up my ass. People don't follow basic etiquette. It just drives me nuts. I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, like I have zero superstition. That stuff doesn't bother me at all. But like just the basic, like get your damn hands out of the way. Like don't color up while I'm shooting. Like, I mean, there's a time and place to do stuff and just follow the rules. And I don't know.
But I've had some weird experiences at the craps table. I mean, weird ones. I've had dealers walk off the craps table before and quit. Like that blew my mind.
Really?
Yeah. It was a really slow day. And this was at Gold Strike. Real slow day. I'm the only one at the craps table. And the dealer on the other side from me, not the guy taking my chips, he just says, you know what, I'm done. Just walks out. And they were like, done?
That's it. Just
I was like,
out, I'm out of
okay.
here. That's hysterical. Like,
when weird stuff like that happens, people are just kind of stunned for a second, right? They're just looking and like, what? But anyways, I've seen weird.
So I'll come in here. I'll parachute in and drop the mic on you because when I think Charlie was talking about his experience in Eureka Casino in Mesquite. I was in Mesquite like 2 weeks ago. Like I was house hunting and I drove through and I played at Eureka, and I'm playing at this craps table, and they only had 3 people one side and me on the other side, and the woman who's dealing to me starts sweating, and the guy next to her is like, "Are you doing all right?" And she's like, "I'm not really sure." And now I've had a heart attack. I know what it looks like, and that woman was in arrest. She was like white as a sheet, and she was getting dizzy, and it was either a stroke or a heart attack or something. So the box man says, "Well, we're almost done with this shooter." Right. And it was me shooting the dice. And I'm like, the shooter's done right now. Get her out of here, So I just went like this, and they carted her away. They got her, had her sit down. Somebody came in and replace her. I went in the next day because I was worried. Like I went back to my hotel room, and morning before I left for Vegas, I go rolling in. And I'm like, hey, I was here last night, and woman dealer, I think she had a heart attack. Is she okay? And they go, we just heard about that. We heard she's still alive. I'm like, oh my God, that was like, seriously, like she actually had a heart attack there at the table. I've never seen anything in person like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was nuts, but she made it. But it was weird, and everybody, and of course, when they took her away, the rest of the crew was like visibly shaking. Like they were like, it's their friend, obviously. And what do you do as a player? Do you leave? Or do you, the vibe goes down? Do you drop your rack on the don't? Because the vibe just went to shit.
Yep.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I colored out and left. I couldn't play that.
That's weird.
Yeah, I thought about it. It's nuts. All right,
so do you have any questions for me?
Yeah.
Because I think I'm about done.
Yeah, everybody, if you have questions, the chat has been going crazy. Of course, I can't read any of it. It's going so fast. Questions for Jacob, bring them on. I have one, obviously. The obvious question I have to ask you is dice control. You did a bunch of videos on it. I'm doing a bunch of videos on it. And you've said it, and I've said it. Even if you can, hold back the 7 a little tiny bit. Like 5 out of 36 instead of 6 out of 36. It makes your roll 2 shots longer. Right? Yay or nay, is it possible or not possible? Do you do it or do you not do it? And does it matter? The world wants to know.
So I've said this multiple times, all right? As far as dice control is concerned, I don't think you can control the 7. I don't think you can. You're going to have, and a lot of people, I think, get skewed on it because it's come out 7, so they're not counting them against themselves, right? Because they're not necessarily losing on them, but they're still there, right? So I don't think you can control the 7 in maybe in a very, very short run, but that could be just attributed to variance. Right. So the best dice controllers I've seen and I know, and I'll shout him out, is George from CY, right? George from CY practices nonstop every day. And I've seen George do things where I'm like, yep, that was controlled. There's no doubt he manipulated that and he did exactly what he was trying to do. Right. But I think if you took all of George's rolls over time, I bet it's still 16%. Right. So, but what I do believe, and this is from my own personal experiences, my own personal tries at it, and I don't know how many thousands of rolls it is. You can manipulate the group of numbers you get more consistently, right? So let's say you are trying to get from the 7 to the 12. All right. You're trying to get more of those than from the 6 down. All right. And so whatever you do, your throw, it doesn't matter, sets, all that, that's all manipulated by the person anyway. So let's say you figure that out and you realize, hey, I'm not getting these lower numbers when I throw like this. Well, that's a great advantage. That's a huge advantage, right? So even if you do roll 7s, okay, you can't beat those. But if you're rolling a significant less of the lower numbers than you are the higher numbers, right? So now you got this huge advantage. You don't even have to put money on those. You can just put money on the higher numbers at a larger amount. And so that's what I think dice control can get you. All right. Now, even with that said, you have to put so much time and effort in to get that manipulation right. All right. So the one thing I've done is I've figured out how to manipulate the 10. And if people don't believe me, you can watch hundreds of my videos, right, where I've done this. And I can prove it. I can do it, and I can do it consistently where I can roll 12 times without a 10. And so that would be breaking even on the percentage. Well, I can get over that way more than enough to make money at it. And so so I took one single number on the board that's not called the 7, the easiest number to beat. And by that, what I mean is a number you can lay, right? So a number that you can lay, the easiest one to beat, I figured out how to manipulate the throw to not get the percentage that it says I should get. And I can do this, and I've done it many times over time. The problem with that is that the bad runs, the ones where you mess up, you have to be willing to go up and fight it, right? To level out the bad variance. But from a consistent standpoint, anywhere I go, it doesn't matter the table, it doesn't matter any of that, because the throw that I throw to beat the 10 is non-traditional. I don't spin the dice, I call it a knuckleball, right? And so I put 6-4, and I try to land them flat, and so they won't come back up on the 6-4. And like I said, I don't have to talk anything up here. It's on video. So yeah, anyone can go watch it 1,000,000 times over. So but I figured that out on my own, just sitting there repeatedly doing it. But the knuckleball, I actually saw it at the casino, is why I saw a guy do it. And I was like, let me see if that works.
It's interesting.
And so that's how I did it. And it took hundreds of hours of practice doing it. And so I've talked about these log books I have before, right? So it's like the little books you get at Walmart that have the little graph paper in them, the notebook. So I have these, and I have a closet full of them. And this is all dice throws, right? From various times trying to be a dice controller, but a huge majority of them are from learning how to beat the 10. That's what they're mostly are, right? So I have these log books that are just full of this. Right, so I know everyone uses Bone Tracker and all that, but I'm not very good at computers and cell phones and all that, so I used a pencil.
That's great. I'm with you. I practice every day. I try to get better at it. I've got like 3 different grips and throws that I use for different things, and I don't control anything, but I know that when I hold it this way with this set, I tend to get more numbers in this grouping. I don't know why it works. I don't know how it works. I just know that it seems to happen. And I try really hard to hold the 7 for a roll or two. I got to get into my, my double tap or whatever press I'm doing to get back down. If I can hold it for 2, then I'm solid. We got to talk about regression at some point. You made a great point earlier. I know we're getting close on time here, but the regression point that you made, I want to get into that at some point. Maybe we'll do this again at some point, because I'm a big believer in regressions. However, recovering from a bad regression is a fucking nightmare. You go out there for 160 across and get whacked on a 0.7 out, and you were gonna regress down to 64. It'll take you forever to get back. And it's so hard to do that, right? And I think, man, it's just one of those things where we have to be honest about that. And like, how do you attack from a regression mindset? So there's definitely a talk to be had there for sure. So we should.
One of the best regression player strategists that's in our group is skill and luck. All right. So almost everything skill and luck develops has regression in it. Almost everything.
Yep.
And he's really good at it. So anytime I ever get on my regression, I'm like, okay, I always contact him with stuff, because he always has really, really good ideas on manipulations. Maybe you played at this level instead of this level. And his reasoning behind it is super sound. So that anytime I'm dealing with regression, I contact him first. So
he's got a great mind. He has a great mind. He does math. His bet amounts, the way that he presses is really, really stout. If you ever get a chance to watch his stuff, or when he's talking to us in the channels, he's super smart. I agree.
Yeah, he's awesome.
I agree. Yeah.
But so that's who I always use for that. And honestly, anytime I have dice control questions, I just call George or ask George. That's how I just ask him, because he has done everything ever in dice control, right? So every kind of grip, every kind of throw, and he's thrown so many dice down his table that I don't know anybody that's thrown more dice than him. I mean,
and knows more about it.
So,
George can look at the dice, and I've talked to him, and I know you have too. He'll throw it and go, here's exactly what happened. And then he'll make an adjustment, and he anti-adjust what happened, and he can actually figure it. I don't know how he does it. I mean, I'm such a novice at it, I guess. I'm still like, I want it to work so bad.
But he's definitely helped me make my game better, no doubt.
Yeah, no question.
But yeah, so I love those guys, man. Those guys are great. I really love all the guys, really. So many of the guys, and I want to give a big shout out to some of the originals, right? So obviously, Color Up was a huge influence on almost everybody.
No question.
There might be a few people that didn't start with him, but I mean, come on, how many really didn't start with Color Up? Not many, right? Especially any of the channels, right? Any of the channels have all kind of started at Color Up. And so, and then some of the other guys that were early on, that people just don't really realize how early on they really were, like El Toro, right? And even Uncle Angelo was really early on in this. And, even guys that don't make stuff no more, like Press and stuff, they were really early on in this YouTube thing. And a lot of the guys, and I mentioned this on one of my videos, a lot of the guys are just rehashing stuff they already did. Rick from Let It Roll, these guys, they were so early in this that, Color Up has like 8 or 9 years worth of videos, right? It's like 8 or 9 years or something.
Yeah.
So he's done so much of what people are showing now. So one of the things I would just want to say, anyone that's kind of getting into the craps, doing videos and that, and cut out your own piece of the pie, right? I'm not saying don't get with everyone else, because craps is a small game. There's only so much you can do with it. All right. So it's going to be done, but cut out a piece of your pie, right? Don't just mimic someone else. Cut it out. Say, okay, I love what they're doing, but I like this style of it better. This is my style of that. At least do that. Don't just be like, yeah, I use their style right there, and this is what I do, and re-show their videos. All right. And another thing is, if you are going to do that, and this is one of my biggest pet peeves, at least tell people that you got it from them. I mean, guys, we're all on here making videos to get views, to get noticed, right? Everybody on here that makes videos is, except for George. He's the only one I think doesn't care.
That's right.
Everyone else wants to get seen. Everyone else wants their voice out there. So when you use someone else's stuff, just say it. It's not a big deal. Just say, hey, yeah, this is from, John from Pro Craps, or I saw this on Dave from Same Bet. I mean, it just that's all you got to do. It's not a huge deal. You're not giving up nothing to say that, hey, I got it from this guy, because everybody knows that every crap strategy has ever been made already, right? Someone has done it at some point in time. The game is like 130 years old in the United States alone, right? So, it goes all the way back to like the Middle East and stuff, if you track it all the way back, right? So this game ain't new. Now, in the form it is in the United States, it's been like 100 years, right? In the way it is now. So everything everyone does has already been done. So, the people that have put it out there to the masses, as I'll call it, if you're going to put your name and your stamp on it, and someone else has already done it, or basically the same thing, at least give them a shout out. I mean, come on now.
Agreed.
And that's one of my big things.
It's good to get your openness on that too, because people aren't afraid to say what's honest, right? I think you're right. And I think the thing of it is this: all the strategy has been done. We've all been there and done that. Why I tune in to you is Jacob, right? I tune into Ken's up next. I tune into Ken because I love Ken. Right. And I love, right. I mean, Ken's great. And I love El Toro because he's El Toro. I mean, it's the personality. And Greg and Jeff and all these guys, it's your personality. It's I'm going to run so-and-so strategy, but here's the way I play. Here's how I think it. I want your brain and I want your thoughts, not your roles. Right. Right. And that's what it's all about.
What you just said is 1,000 times better than rolling it and saying, yeah, this is what I did today. Because the people that know are going to be like, that's not yours, And so, but the peoples that you did, if you just say, hey, I got this from here, that goes a long way with those people, right? Totally. And so, again, you're obviously not going to do something that Color Up hasn't done. You're not. I mean, most,
no question.
if you find something that he hasn't done, you'll blow my mind. So,
that's right.
And shouting out Color Up is okay because the dude kind of paved the way for everyone, right? He's kind of, he didn't, it's not that he was necessarily the first, but he was the first one to push it, right? He was the first one to make it a thing, all right? It wasn't just a guy doing dice control. Color Up was teaching people the game. And so he was the first one to really do that. So it's okay to say, yeah, I got it from him, or this is who I'm trying to emulate. It's okay. It's okay to be that guy. Just 100%. Don't rip him off. Don't rip John off. Don't rip these guys off. Just give them a shout out. That's it.
Yeah,
so, but anyways,
you're so right, and I say this to my son, and people, I teach programming, right, and I tell people. Like when you meet somebody, the most important thing about somebody is their name, right? Like don't forget somebody's name because it means something. And like when I'm in the chat and I call here, I'm going to call out El Toro because here he is. El Toro is thanking you for the shout out, right? When people get recognized, it means something. Like thanks for the strategy. That's a good idea, Dantan. I'm going to roll your thing out, and and that's people really appreciate that. And I think it goes a long way to being a good dude to shout somebody out and tell them and give them props. That's a big deal.
I'll be honest. Okay, so the guys that have come to me personally that have made it to 1,000 subscribers, I'm very proud of that. So the guys that I've said, hey, follow these guys, and I've done this a lot, right? A whole bunch of them have got to 1,000 subscribers, right? And I'm proud of that. Dave from Same Bet was the first guy I ever met that was a subscriber, right? We met in Kansas at Kansas Star. I was so happy when Dave got to 1,000 subscribers because he deserves it. Right? Craps-tastic, same thing, right? Craps-tastic talked to me a bunch of times about this, all right? How do I do this? Fives was the same way. He talked to me a bunch of times about it. Is it even worth it? And I explained it to him, square pair. If I could get these guys to make videos, they would be at 1,000 subscribers.
Well, hey, they're going to be on with me in a little while. They're on at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna get them back. Yeah, they're great.
I mean, and the people that came to me, and I'm not the biggest, obviously, but people would come to me or contact me because I'm easily contactable is one thing, right? So, because like you can find my phone number on my website and different things, so I'm easily to get a hold of. And so they'd be like, hey, how do I do this? I'm like, well, do this, you know. Even Charlie, when Charlie started, I promoted Charlie. I was one of the only ones that would. And look at Charlie now. I mean, he has a following, a real following, you know, like people like really trust him. And I'm proud of that stuff. I'm proud that when I said something that people listened enough to expand out and listen to some other people. Like that's a thing of pride for me. Like I like that.
Yeah.
I'm way more proud of that than even my own accomplishments a lot of times, because that means that I passed on my success to others. And that means that even if it was in as small as me saying, hey, it was worth it, and it got him 100 subscribers, that's a big deal to me. You know, I'm happy I was able to help. And so that's just my thing is I like helping, and I like being that guy. So, you know, anyone that wants to get started, it's easy to find my phone number. Go to Wagermethis.com, scroll to the bottom. It's right there. I don't like putting it out other than that because you get spammers. But definitely, you can go look at it. You could, if you're going to call me or something, I won't answer, so text and then call. So, but anyway, I'm going to get off here so I'm not taking up people's time.
You have been great. Thanks for doing it. I know it's late for you too, man. I really appreciate you being up late with me.
I'm on 7 days off.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Enjoy. Well, thanks, man. Thanks so much. Everybody's waving to you in the chat. So you're awesome.
I love all those guys.
All right, man. We'll see you later. All right. Bye. All right. We are 10 minutes over. Ken is in the waiting room. I see you, Ken. I'm waving to you. Hopefully he can hear me. He's waving back. We are going to take a break. I'm going to go play the commercial. I'm going to go see the potty real quick and get some new coffee. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Watch the video. I'll be right back with you.
Our National Problem Gambling Helpline is like a 911 service. Anytime, anywhere in the U.S., you can call, text, or chat for help in your area.
I just learned how to play at a really young age, and then I started playing in junior high and high school, and it was just such a part of my life.
When I got my own bookmaker, he was really helpful. He said, you know, Donnie, when football's done with, I got basketball and hockey.
We lost our home to foreclosure. We lost a motor home. We lost a car. This was all our daughter's senior year of high school.
I started going to meetings and got that feeling of hope, which is so important because I just identified so much of myself as a gambler. But now I realize, well, this is not going to be a healthy lifestyle for a family man.
Until I got in the door and started identifying with everybody else that was there and realizing that I wasn't unique. I wasn't the only one. It was an amazing place.
Life in recovery, is a way to experience the world.
My marriage to Diane is selflessly giving, not selfishly taking.
And that is awesome.
You have a choice to be brand new today. You can start your day over whenever you want. You're brand spanking new. It doesn't make any difference what you said or what you did in the past. The only thing that counts is today. In fact, the only thing that counts is this moment.
Please consider making your tax-deductible gift of $25 or more today. Just visit ncpgambling.org to give help and hope this holiday season. No gift is too small, and every gift helps. Thank you.
All right, I am back. Looks like our spammers are back too. That's awesome. Somebody please report them. You guys can all. I can ban from here, but I'm not sure if that affects everybody else's view of it or not. So anyway, we're back. Let's take a quick look at the tally board before we get Ken in here. Let me switch my screen here. We'll go to the donations total. And drum roll, please. Where are we at? Current pledge count 884. We're nearing $1,000. That's amazing. Wow. In the first little bit, we're gonna hit it. That's fantastic first goal. Let's look at the raffle or the not the raffle, the auction list here. Let's see if we're making progress. Let's see if we're getting some progress in here. Still nobody bidding on Jeremy's layout yet. We got to get that layout bid. Our first bid has shown up. It looks like for the El Toro Dice Club Light, which I'm going to give you a close up. That thing is ridiculously cool. Yeah, we got some bids on a lot of things. $60 on the Pro Crap shirt. Might be a little competition between me and Greg. Greg's up to 55. I'm at 60. I don't know, man. Maybe Greg and I will have a little separate little challenge on whose shirt goes from where. We'll see. But let's get it going here. That owl picture. That thing is crazy. You got to get on that owl picture, guys. All right, let's bring in Ken here. Let's go and change the view. It's going to take me a minute here to get this set correctly. So give me 1 second. Ken. Let's make you that camera. There you go. I'm going to make you square. Or classic, I guess. There we go. 1 second. We can start talking here. All right, buddy. How's it going, man? Can you hear me okay?
It's going well.
There you are. Yeah, we always have this
hear
weird
you just
little
fine.
delay. There's always like a weird, like small delay when we first get going, but glad to have you here tonight.
Well, I appreciate it. It's that Texas twang I got, man. It sounds like a delay, but it's my twangy voice.
Yeah, it's a small delay. It'll catch up. It seems to catch up after we get started here, so it's all good. So what did we decide? I forget now. We're going to have you on here twice. So Ken's going to be with us 2 times. Ken, by the way, Ken and I have gotten to be pretty good friends. We talk quite a bit on the phone, texting back and forth and stuff. I'm going to have you on here 2 times. And we said one time we wanted to have you tell us your story, which is a harrowing tale of trying to be a professional gambler. Maybe it's a cautionary tale. I don't know if it's scary or not, but it's cautionary for sure. And we also said, I want to, just play around. You do everything, right? This is a Craps-a-Thon, but you do roulette and Bach and Pie Gal and every damn thing else, right? You've played them all. And I know that you're a patch guy, right? You're a regression up and pull. And I want to talk to you about those games with with progression strategies too. And
I'm sorry. Got this delay, man.
It's weird, isn't it?
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's a 10-second delay or what.
Yeah, let me have you disconnect and reconnect. Let's see if it catches back up again. Will you do that real quick? Yeah, disconnect and then reconnect.
Do what? You want me to disconnect?
And then come right back and let's see if it picks up.
Yeah, well, hey, folks, if I don't see you anymore, it's because I don't know shit about computers.
He'll be
all right. Disconnect.
I know it. I'll see you in a minute. Yep. All right. That's funny. Ken is just Ken Unfiltered, the Texas Craps Mafia. That is fantastic. So here we are. So you got Bird Dogs in Texas. Ken's in Texas, obviously. El Toro used to be in Texas, is no longer there. Here he comes back. Let's see if this is better. Because he was waiting for so long, I wonder if that was part of the problem. Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
That's a little bit better. We'll roll with it.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, that's almost good. Anyway, so you play everything, right? You play all the games. You play now. Tell me you like craps the most, right?
I like it's up there. It's up there. I mean, I've been listening to everybody for a while, and to me, it's a mistake to make any one game your game. I mean, I'm coming at now. I'm not a pro gambler anymore, but when I was, trying to do everything on just one game to me is ridiculous. It just is. I'm not saying that you can't do well on just craps or just baccarat or whatever, But to me, above everything, it's Hold'em. It's sport.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, you know, I know it's a crap show, but I would not want to have to try to make an entire living on just craps or just anything, to be honest with you. It scared me to death.
So you're selling me on diversity then, it sounds like.
I think so. I think, you know, when you talk a professional gambler, it's either you're a professional gambler or you're a professional craps player. I'm a professional gambler. Okay. So, I mean, I know all of this stuff and you have to, I don't know, man. I don't think you just need to do it in one shot. I think it would help clear people's brains a little bit if they would diversify what they're doing. Because if you're getting whacked in one, I mean, you know, you can always go sit down at a Hold'em table. You know, if anybody's ever played Hold'em, hell, you only have to make a bet twice out of 10 people. And you can sit there like a bump on a pickle, drink a beer if you want, relax, recoup. And, oh, by the way, you might be able to make some money at the same time. And it's not so intensive like crap. So I think if you did nothing else, you use Hold'em as a way just to get away.
Time out. You said Hold'em is not as intense as craps is?
Hold'em is not, hell no.
Really?
No.
Well, maybe it's because I suck at it, but I've played it a couple times, and that's the most tense I've ever been in my life. I think I might have caused a heart attack playing that game.
No. What do you play? I mean, you got 1, 2, 2, 4. You got pot limit, no limit. What do you play?
I don't know. I mean, my brother made me play it because we play family poker. I'm like, I can play poker. I go to that table. I got my ass handed to me so bad, so many times. And I'm like, is this too stressful?
No, hell no. That's one of my most enjoyable few hours, man, because
Really?
I don't have to think as hard. I don't. And
that's my baccarat. My baccarat is like just chill time.
no, my baccarat you don't. I mean, put your money out. There is nothing to think. But see, with poker, I can sit there and just be just tight and just fold most of the time while I'm watching people. It's just now it's a people thing. Let me see what I see. I don't have to worry about what they throw, how they throw. It's just, let me see how they fucking bet, you know, and I can figure out whether they're loose, tight, bluffers, not, you know, and then, and I haven't lost any money. I mean, you know, it's going around. I don't have to do squat until it gets to me with the blinds. So I find it actually relaxing. And I mean, yeah, when you can get in there swinging every once in a while, you know, when I was in LaBerge and I flopped a full house, I'm swinging my ass off, but I was calm about it. He just rivered me at the end. Oh, well, it happens. I'd do it again 10 times over. But I don't stress about it.
Interesting. And you do a lot of, people don't know you yet, a lot of sports betting.
Yeah, I've had to back off of that here lately. I got some depressed people, but my job, hell, I got to work this morning. It's just, this is season for me. And so anyway, college football is fixing to be over anyway. I'd love to see my record, but I'm afraid if I went to it, you would lose me. I don't know if my camera keeps going or not. You?
If you can share your screen if you needed to show your screen for sure, but
no, I'm not sharing the screen. I was just looking at it. So my question is this: I know I can hear you. This, what happens?
We hear you just
Can
fine.
you see me?
Yeah. Yep, your camera's
so
still
you
running.
can hear me, but did my screen go away?
Nope, we can see him.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, if that's the case, hold on just a second since we're talking about sports. But at the same time, I had a really, really good 3 quarters. A really good. Can you still hear me? Because I can't see anymore.
Yep, we got you.
Okay.
Yep.
Had a really, really, really good 3 quarters. This last quarter, not so much. So actually, this job coming in was really a godsend because I was starting to get my ass tore up on it, but I'm just trying to find the record My final record for college, just to bore you for a second. So give me a second, all right?
Yep. Now you play more college and pro.
It's just way easier. I mean, I don't know. I think my computer, since I'm running live, it don't like, screw it, we'll bail out. College is so much easier because they're more predictable. Yeah, I mean, you got some weird games and people lose that shouldn't, whatnot, but by and large, they're so much more predictable. The NFL, forget about it. It's very, very. It's like Major League Baseball, and I did well, and I was going to do that record, but I've got a winning record with all of it. But I started declining a little bit right here at the end. NFL started just ripping me up. I was going 4-0, 4-1. Now I'm going 1-4. You know, I'm like, whoa, crap. And sometimes that's another thing folks need to know. Sometimes I don't care what you're playing, whether it's sports, you know, casino games or whatever. If you're trending, you personally are trending bad, like everything you touch is going south, stop. Just freaking stop. Who says you got to go to the casino today or do anything? Just back off of this thing. You know, who says you got to bet a sport every day? You don't. Go watch a MASH episode or something, man. Relax. You know, it's like, and that goes into this whole thing of gamblers, the whole thing you're having, addiction. Okay? There are so many people out there that are so close and they don't even freaking know it. Okay? Especially if you guys out there, you're thinking you got to bet today. Oh, that Alabama-Georgia game's coming on next week. I've got to bet it. No, you don't. And please don't. You see? You don't have to. But a lot of people just think they have to. And that's danger zone. And I haven't even watched any of this stuff about the gambling addiction. I mean, I think we're all so close to it. Anyway.
Well, I'm addicted to my home table for sure. But the thing is, it's funny because one thing that you said that resonated with me a long time ago, it was on one of your first sports betting videos. You were talking about college, and how did you say it? Like the upsets happen, but they don't. It's not the norm, right?
Yes.
That's why. Is that the reason why you like college better than pro?
Yes, and especially when I bet power versus dog. Okay, yeah, the Appalachian states will come up and bite Michigan's ass every once in a while. But a huge Appalachian versus Michigan, that hasn't happened in years. That big. Now, when you get into close, you know, where it's only a 10-point spread, 12-point spread, or whatever, yeah, they still happen. I got beat this year several times, but I won more money than I lost. But those 30-point favorite don't lose once every 15 years or so. I mean, you know, it just doesn't happen very often.
But on those, you're money lining. You're not taking a spread on a 30-pointer, are you?
If I do a spread, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it up or down. If it's a 7-point game, I don't like just laying 7. So if I really think the team that's laying the points is going to win, then I may drop it to go, you know, 3.5, 3, or just the money line. But when you're doing parlays, now you got to search how much money are you doing. So you got to pick the right teams in the right orders, and it's a lot of work. And I lost a few of those on pro not too long ago. Got whacked on them, and it happens, and it's gambling. But
it's interesting.
Yeah.
I was talking to somebody the other day about betting pro versus betting college, you know, and then there's this. It's such a weird thing because in the pros, and they were telling me the pros they're all pros. Like the variance between the Lions who are 0-9 and you know there's a lot of variance. But the Lions and the Niners, let's say two a good team and a really bad team, or I guess I'm thinking the Buccaneers, Lions and the Bucs, right? Two good record, bad record, good team, bad team, but it's not that much. They're all pros. They're all getting paid a thing or two here and there, and they're within a touchdown. They're always one-score games. College, the variance of talent from team to team is so great. And then the rivalry games, especially, you get the extra amp and everything else. Pro seems to me like it could be more of you can kind of depend on what you're going to get. College, it seems so random. How do you think about that? Is college more random than pro, or is it just that pro's so
No.
tight that you can't really get in, you can't wedge your way in? Is that the thing with pro?
No, pro is the random. Pro is the one that you never know. You take Detroit 0-9, and I know one of those, was it Wagermethis was talking about that, or the guy before him?
Yeah.
You know, they say, hey, they're 0-9, so I'm going to bet on Detroit because they're due. Horse shit. Not necessarily. Who are they playing? But can Detroit beat anybody on any given Sunday? Yes. And because of that, I don't like pro. Okay? Now, you take Alabama, Georgia, you know, take your top teams, right? They're so much easier to figure out. Now it's like, you know, a 7. They're not going to roll a 7 in a while, and you know it. They're 6-8, 6-8, 6-8. And you know it. And they're easier. Can they get upset? Yes. But the key is staying away from the close ones. I put up some games the other day, and I didn't want to, but my friend said, oh, it's Thanksgiving. Just give them a bone. I know you sort of delayed it because of your job, but just give them a bone. I said, but I would never give out these games. They're too tight. They're too close. I would never do it. So then I put on there, I says, okay, y'all, just bet like a half a unit. Just go really light. It's Thanksgiving. And they got tore up. I lost. And I called my friend. I was like, you son of a bitch. I didn't want to put it out, you know, but he sort of egged me to do it. But, like, for you guys, these, you know, like today, for example, not one would I bet on. Maybe you did and you won. And next week, like, you think I'm going to bet on Alabama, Georgia? Shit, you're crazy. No, sir. Anything can happen. That's getting close to Proville right there.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Well,
the
true.
skill level you were talking about.
And rivalry.
The skill you were talking about is so easier. It's so much easier to see. I mean, Alabama gets a 5-star recruits. As a matter of fact, Alabama take a 5-star recruit and reject them. And that 5-star that they kicked out of their program could go start any other program in the country. Mm-hmm. But they kicked them out. So the talent is there, and you know it on some of these teams, and that's why I like college.
Interesting. So you've said this, and I know John Patrick actually said the same thing when he was on with Garrison a few weeks back about he's a pro gambler, as we all know, and it seems like pro gamblers lean into sports as kind of a cornerstone, right? And some other baccarat or Pai-Gow or some game that's more reliable. You say poker. So I know you tried to be a pro at one point. You were a pro at one point. Tell us a little bit about that.
So that's
how did you leverage other games? Yeah.
That's my 5 o'clock hour tomorrow.
Oh,
is that? But I can
I want to hear a little bit. I want to hear. I'll say tease it. Tease it.
Tease it. Which one do you want to hear? The sex, the drugs, the.
Well, I mean, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, right? We can hear about all of that, I guess. No, I mean, but I guess that what I want to lean into with you is like not the whole story.
Give me a specific question.
Yeah. Well, again, when you went pro, you had to learn all the different games to make it work. And I don't want to hear like the whole story, but like mixing and matching the games and what you played and why sports, why poker, why not other? Because to me, sports and like. I don't know. I said this before when I put money out there and I said I'm going to bet money, and you tell me later on if I win or not. Versus other games where you have a little bit more fidelity with your betting. Like poker is a good example of that. It's different. Poker is not like not like baccarat where you bet here's my $10 and do I win or not. Poker's got work.
Poker is you've got to be I'm a sales guy.
Excuse me.
Okay. I've known how to read people very quickly in the sales. I mean, you know, sales is sales. You got to read people. And poker to me is nothing more than an extension of that. I don't find poker very difficult at all. I mean, all I got to do is figure John out. Is John full of shit? Is he just throw money out there? How does he bet? All that. And if I've got a table full of Johns, then I can have a 2-8 offsuit and beat your ass. Because I know you. All I gotta do is study you. Okay? And that's I mean, and that's the key to to me to hold them, because I'm not betting the house. I'm betting against you, me and John, or me, John, and Jacob and Jeremy. We're playing. All I got to do is figure you guys out. Now, if you ever saw that movie Rounders, right? I love this. He goes, if you can't figure out who the sucker is in the first 20 minutes, the sucker is you.
Yep.
So, but I was like, I listened to one of your Firecasts one time, and you said you'd been playing poker like when you were 12 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So did I. I grew up, my mom and her neighborhood hens got together and played poker all the time, but sometimes they would need an extra player. So they taught me how, but it wasn't too long. I was beating all their asses. I mean, because I just understood the game. And then my dad and I sit for years and years and years and went over blackjack, and I'll talk about that maybe at the 5 o'clock hour.
Mm-hmm.
But when I went to gamble, John, I didn't go to Vegas to be a professional. It wasn't in my head, I want to be like Jesus Ferguson. I want to be like Phil Ivey. I want to be like Amarillo Slim. It wasn't any of that. The whole thing was, I wonder if I could do it. It was all a question in my head. I had been to Vegas several times before. I even went before I was 21. I was so damn big, I got away with it. I'd been going to the casino since I was about 17. And I really learned a lot before I even went out there. But anyway, I went to say, I wonder if I could make a living for a year. I wonder if. Now, I am fully prepared to pack it in 2 days after I get there. It's not I just got to do it. I've just got to stay there a year or two. No, I wonder if I can do it, and I wonder how long I can do it. It was just a question. Now, I wasn't married, didn't have no kids. Okay, so here's you a little tidbit. I had 1,100. I had 4 days at the Aladdin Hotel already prepaid. 4 days. I had an $1,100 bankroll, and I bought a one-way air ticket. How's that grab you?
That's that's ballsy, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is ballsy, and 4 days later, I had enough money to get a little efficiency apartment downtown, whatever that street was. It's about 6, 7, 8 blocks down from the Nugget and all that, down in the hood. But I did it. And so it wasn't, I happened to stay for 2 years, but it wasn't a goal to stay for a specific time. It's like, can I actually make a living doing this? The answer was yes. But I'm going to tell you something. I mean, I don't know how many of your people have actually 100% of their living for like a long period of time. Oh my God, I wouldn't do it again. I could. I got more money now than I had way back then. I got way more. I could do it a whole lot easier and eat less Valium. But I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't tell anybody to try to do it. It's too hard on the psyche. It's too hard on you physically. It's more physiology, man, going on in there than them cards and all that other stuff. I'm telling you, it's
a mind game. We started the night talking to David about that, about the mind game that it is, right? And the way the casinos kind of just trip you up, and it's all set up against you, right? But what you're saying is, this is what my theory always was anyway, was if you're going to do this, you're giving up your health insurance and everything that's like all your security.
Yeah,
you're living in here the entire time, and that's got to just drain the crap out of you. I mean, I can't even imagine.
Well, you've heard of salespeople being 100% commission, right?
In there,
and how stressful 100% commission is. Now, let's go a little bit further than that. Let's be 100% commission, and let's go lose money today. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Right. Now, not only did you not go make any money today, hey, I tried to go sell them roofs today, didn't make any sales, didn't make any money. Well, how about I went to a rookie, said, hey, you owe me $200 fucking dollars. Oh shit. And you go backwards and you have no money coming in. Try that one. And that'll test your mental fortitude. And of course, I admit it. I know I applaud Jacob for telling his story about his 12 years. And I ate Valium like, I mean, my mom, I took a bottle of 100 of them to Vegas with me, and I was just popping them because it was so stressful, because everything is, what happens today could affect everything, you know? Oh, yeah. I remember, man. I mean, I did it, and you know, I did it, and but it's how I did it. Some of it was accident. Some of it was pure ass luck. I was telling you the other night, you know, those football cards, right? And I was just telling a friend of mine there, I was like, you know what? It just doesn't matter. All this cap in the game. I just circled 8 teams. I don't even know who it was. Circle, circle, circle. And it hit. I hit 8 in a row. You know, I won like $1,500 on a $2 bet. That's so that didn't hurt me none, right? Getting lucky every once in a while. Hit a keno for about 700 or 800. I mean, so some luck helped that bankroll a lot, you know. But it was an experience, that's for sure.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear the whole story. We'll hear it tomorrow when you come back.
Yeah.
Let's talk about. So I'm getting a lot of blackjack questions, which is kind of funny. So blackjack is interesting because some people, this is from Otto, actually. Otto directly asking, I heard from some people that blackjack is the worst game to play. And your thoughts? And I know for a while there, you know, you were taught blackjack is the lowest house edge. And if you can count cards, you can get almost an advantage. Now you can't count shit because they got the automatic shufflers and 6 to 5 instead of 3 to 2. Where do you land on blackjack then and even now? Do you even play?
Well, back then, you could play with $1. I mean, when I started, I could do, you know, and when I tell people I start, I'm going to wait till 5 o'clock tomorrow because some people are not going to like me anymore. They're going to go, oh, you bum. But it's the truth. I still like blackjack because now to me, it's all about your money management. And you've heard me say this in my videos a lot. I don't care what you play. I really don't. It's not what you play. Right? It's how you bet what you play. The end. I don't care. You can do a lay 4. You can place the 4. You can bet the damn 12 if you want. If you got a strategy for it, most of the time you're going to have to chase it. You're going to have to martingale that shit.
Yep.
But I don't give a crap. I mean, if it rolls right, you'll win, right? So I think blackjack is still good. I like it. I don't play the 6 to 5s. I don't. The minimums are going up, and it's hard for the martingalers now. And here's the thing about these martingalers that I don't understand. I used to do it, and again, I'll talk to you more about it tomorrow. But these guys that think a 5-step or 6-step martingale is where you have to be, you're nuts. If you're going to martingale, then pony up the bankroll. Have you a 9 or a 10 if the table will let you, and that's the big if now. And you do a 9 or 10 step. Yeah, can it kill you too? Sure it can. You're just going to lose a whole hell of a lot more money, right? But those guys doing a 9, 10 step negative progression, the reason why they like it so much is because they rarely lose. Okay? And I'll give you a hint to tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I don't advocate it, people. Don't do this. But a 9-step negative progression martingale on blackjack, to this day, I'm 60 years old. I've never lost 9 in a row. I still don't want nobody to do it.
No. Well, I mean, and it's funny because Charlie, DGE, that's a big part of his system is exactly that. But he waits. On a craps table, you can do that. You can a craps table, you can play craps like a cat. You can just sit there and have a minimum pass line bet just to keep them from yelling at you. And then when it happens and he sees 4 negative things in a row, then he goes in and he's 5 steps into what would have been a martingale at his first bet. And then he only has 5 to go. right? Blackjack, you can't sit there like a bump on a log, or you said a bump on a pickle. You can't sit there at a blackjack table and not bet until, and wait for the dealer to have 2 blackjacks in a row. Then you're going to go and bet. You can't do that. They won't.
No, I used to call it the phantom roll or the phantom shooter. I'm going to wait for 5 whatevers in a row. And you know why they do that? You know why they do the phantoms? Because they ain't got the goddamn bankroll to do 9. So they figure if I phantom out 4 and then have a 5-step negative, that's like 9.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a big believer in this phantom crap. I'm just not.
That's Charlie's whole system. That's a big part of his way is doing that. He's got the big bankroll too, so he goes into that really hard and tries to hammer it when it gets to the 5th level or whatever level he's targeting.
The matter is 9 can hit you just like 10, and you get up in there, then 11 or 12 are very possible. It's just in that streak.
Yeah.
So when I used to play, when I very, very, very long time ago, please don't do this, kids. But when I used to play a 9-step martingale, if I had to get into my 5th bet, okay? If I had to get into my 5th bet, my brain already said, the next win, you are out. The next win. So if it was the 6th win, I don't care if I just won $1. I don't care if it just happened to me the first time I sit at the table. I don't want to get up there. I don't even want to give it a chance to get up there. So at 4, when I lose 4, now I'm thinking exit. Now a lot of these people go, oh, see, I won on the 8th one. Let's start back over. Shit, not me. I was like, no, show me the door. I don't like the way it's going. And a lot of people don't believe in trends and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, why bucket? If they're going where they're, you play blackjack and they do a 6-card 21, or whatever, why bucket? So there was a lot of rules that I gave myself while I was doing it that are probably different than anybody else. I was very strict at what I was doing, but I always had other things to go to, that poker table, that sports book, other things that I knew I could win at on top of it. So I know there was a guy that was talking to me, and I'm not even going to name him, and we were going back and forth, about lifetime and all that stuff, and, how, well, you can't just fund yourself with one game. I said, why would I try? You see, that is dumb. I built my bankroll on other stuff, and believe me, the sports betting and the hold'em has made me in total has made me more money than the casino games have. Because talk to any pro gambler, go talk to any one of them alive today, and they're going to tell you sports betting and poker Patrick said it. Talk to any of them. You know why? Because it's the truth. And if you're going to be a pro gambler, those 2 games got to be in your wheelhouse. And if they're not, then chances are you're going to get whacked.
Sports I can understand. The poker thing is interesting. I've spent 0 time on poker. I love playing it here, but not there. I just never given it its due, I suppose.
I think it's a great game. I enjoy it. You look at those first 2 cards, and that's another thing. I don't have to think. If I got a 2-6, I'm out. And sometimes even a 6-7 of spades. A lot of people say, ooh, man, you got a straight flush going here. A 6 and a 7 of spades, are you out of your mind? I don't, screw that. First of all, the chances of me getting a straight flush are, and then the chances of even flushing from 2. Mm-hmm. And if I did, somebody's going to have a higher spade and kill me. So it's also knowing what you come in with and what you don't, on top of playing John. Right? I got to know and so there's a whole lot to it. But once you got the basics down, it's pretty autopilot. No, I don't like that. Nah, screw that. And you see a lot of those pros just ditching them. They get it. You get to see it on camera. They ditch them. I love the game, though.
So, blackjack, are you a card counter?
No, hell no.
No, really?
Because you know what? I know I saw the movie 21 and those Harvard guys, MIT guys, and hey, it was a good movie, Kevin Spacey and all that. But here's the way I do it. I got cards out, 6 decks. I just did it recently, actually. And I says, okay, +1, -1. And I just flipping took out all the small cards. I said, let me help them out. Let's get to like a +20 real quick. Threw out all the cards. I says, all right, shuffle them up. And I says, okay. And I dealt, and you know what? I discovered that the dealer has just as good of opportunity now with those big cards as you do.
Mm-hmm.
So they can whack you just as hard because all the little ones are out too. So I'm not saying that card counting don't work because I've never even tried it. Because of that, if I have the advantage, so do you as a dealer. You've got those 10s coming just like I do. And so, and plus it'll hurt. I've tried. It just hurts your head. Count, and keeping up with them. Boy, and all you got to do is miss one, and now your count's wrong, so you're going to bet based on what you think, and you're wrong. It's just too much. I'm too old for that shit. So, I mean, I'm sure there's people can do it and do it well. I'm sure, because I know it does exist. But when you get into 6, 8 decks.
But they're getting such big swings, though, right? The people who count cards, you hear their stories. They're like, yeah, I won 43,000 today, and I lost 81,000 the next, because they're going too much at it. I don't know. So here's an interesting question for you. I don't know why I'm stuck on blackjack, but it's just interesting. Because my parents played blackjack. I told you this story. My parents played. That's what I learned watching them play in the casino. And my dad was always his phrase was, don't fuck up the sanctity of the shoe. That was what he always used to say. And he would sit in the first base. My mom would sit at the end, and he would be the guarantee. He would always I'm taking the right play. My mom and dad would count everybody else at the table, and they didn't yell at anybody. But if it was a rookie and they made the wrong play, my mom would say, should have taken a card,